A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs posted live videos in details about what happened to kENNEka, what was going to happen to kENNEka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. kENNEka jENkINs, we are back with a vengeance part 3. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. Here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, kENNEka jENkINs, we are back with a vengeance part 3. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there is so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am back. And I am back with a vengeance, peoples. I am back. I am back with a vengeance. And it is time to go back in on the kENNEka jENkINs case. And so, peoples, you guys come on in. And so, peoples, what I'm saying is, if you guys got any good, juicy news or contents or anything and stuff that you guys want to share with me, be my guest. I am all ears. I am listening. I'm watching and things, but I am back live. And we're here and we're going to continue to keep going in and going through with that of what we have been doing earlier, peoples. Hello, Jamie's son. Welcome back. It's a blessing to see you on tonight. I had to cut off the other live because I've already did the 8 hours and it was going to chime out on Facebook. And so I didn't want it to chime on Facebook. I wanted all of my family to be able to see the live. And so after 8 hours, Facebook tends to cut off your live. So that's why I had to shut that live down and to come back on. And so here I am. I'm back on, and we're going to get into this thing again tonight. It seems like everybody is fired up, and everybody is ready, and everybody is, wanting to talk and things. And I'm greatly appreciate that. And I got several people who wants to show me some things and stuff. And so I told them I'm live right now, but we can discuss these things unless they want to show it tonight on the live. We can discuss these things at a later time and things and stuff. But yeah, I'm here. I'm back. All right, we got Jamie's son and hot chocolate back in the house, peoples. All right, people. So what I'm going to do is what I'm going to do is that now, since we got a new live, and I think that everybody got a great understanding. What I'm going to do is, peoples, I'm going to go back and I'm going to take Bren off of the block. I think Bren finally understands what Edward Joseph is trying to convey in things, and um, going to give Bryn another opportunity to come in and come correct and not come and try to challenge me and keep the focus off of me and keep the focus upon the case. Now, whether that person comes back and speak or not, I don't know, but at least I'm publicly saying this, and so you guys can see whatever Joseph is doing and things. You know, like I say, I don't like to block people, but I don't like for people to challenge me either on my live because, again, when you challenge me, you're just going to end up on the short end of the stick, and things is just going to not bode well with you. And I just wanted to make it clear to him and everybody else. Don't challenge Edward Joseph on the live. You're going to lose every time. Point blank, period. And then don't focus upon what I do. Focus upon the channel. I mean, on the chat. Focus upon the topic that's at hand and stuff. Leave me out of it. How I say, what I do, how I do it and stuff, that ain't got nothing to do with the topic of discussion. Again, I've already expressed and explained what I went through. I'm not going to do that no more. If you guys don't like it, you can leave. You don't have to come back. You don't have to watch me. I don't care. But the rule is the rule, and that's the rule. Now, I don't sit and harp upon many of you all the time with what you do, so don't get up on me. Is that okay, peoples? So we can keep it on the even keel and keep it up on kENNEka, and then don't chime out when I'm ranting and raving about different things because again, I do what I want to do. Now, let's just get that straight once and for all. Now, I will give you credibility and weight if you're one that consistently support the channel. Now you got some weight with me. But if you ain't one that's been in here consistently, well then it ain't much that you can say to me. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to make this. I've already explained that and expressed that the last live. This live, let's get back into what we were talking about, peoples. So before I do that, let me go ahead and do this real quick and uh, let this be done, and then that way. So I just pray, peoples, that you guys will just literally listen to whatever Joseph is saying and don't challenge me because you will come in on the end of the stick. And that's what it would be. And I hate to be that way, but I mean, it is what it is. All right, peoples. So let me scroll through here real quick. Let me take them off block, and then we're going to go from there. Now I'm not going to have mercy on all of these other people. They're blocked. I don't care. They are blocked, and they're blocked for life. Because I had enough of these people. Absolute enough of these people. So it ain't no coming no different way in things. Because these people have already shown that they cannot be respectful to the channel. Period. All right, so we unblocked them. Now has a second chance. Now, hopefully, come in correct. Don't come in correct, well, then you're going to be blocked for all eternity. Just that simple. Now, see, Edward Joseph do have a heart, peoples. Okay, so Hot Chocolate had said, well, let me go with Jameson. Jameson Shine had said, I hope you all have an amazing chat, but I must retire for the night. Much love to you, my friend, Mr. Edward Joseph. Blessings to you, Jamie son, and trust and believe, ma'am, I am literally praying mightily for you For you and Halle Berry, I'm praying mightily for you. Come back, you know, come on back, and whenever you can, come on back and you know do what you do. You're always welcome here, and share if you care, and if not, then just know that I'm praying for you, and I'm praying for your safe well-being. I'm praying for your mind. I'm praying for your space. Praying that God will release all that negative energy that may encompass you and give you peace, rest, and tranquility in your mind and your body, in your spirit, and anybody who tends to come in contact with you. That is my sincere prayer to you, Mel, and blessings to you. High Chocolate said, I will inbox you so we can conversate about the details that I have before we put it out. Okay, so Hot Chocolate, I'm gonna give you my number and you can call me. I'm gonna give you my number and you can call me and we can politic offline. And then, we can go from there. We can converse a little bit more in depth in things. All right, people. So we could do one or two things. We can well, I mean, it's the title is kENNEka Jenkins, so we're going to be back on the kENNEka Jenkins. So I can go back and finish off the live that I was playing earlier. Or we can sit down and we can have a conversation as to what you guys want to talk about and things. There is some things that I do want to cover and stuff, but I think that that would be a good idea is to go ahead and finish out that live that I was showing earlier and things. That way it'll give me some time to do some things that I need to do and stuff right now. Oh my God, we got some new people that just chimed in on and responded to some things. Oh, you guys are killing it. All right, so I'm going to have to go back and I'm going to have to respond to these messages that you guys have sent. But for right now, peoples, let's go back. Let's go back and let's finish off the live that we were talking about earlier. And let's get back to part two. Is the real kENNEka Jenkins alive? Let's finish off that live, people. Let's go. And then I will definitely be back and we will definitely go in on some things, the topics of discussion that you guys want to bring up and things and stuff. So whatever you decide and things that you guys want to talk about, we can go ahead and cover and stuff. But there's going to be a few things I do want to cover with all of you to try to get your insight and input into it, if you so to choose. If not, then that's fine. I'm still going to bring it up and things, and then we'll just go from there, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? I greatly appreciate all of you who has come back and things. Thank all of you who did was watching the previous live and had came and chimed in and things and stuff. And yeah, we'll go from there. All right, peoples, let's go. Let me share my screen. Now, I want you guys to listen to this and listen attentively, peoples. And so let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. Now, this is what I have figured out and found out a while back, and this is why she has always been on my heels. Because see, I've always figured out and found out who was the ops in the kENNEka Jenkins case. I figured and found that out, you know, and I called them out to the carpet for the hilarious and nefarious madness that they've been speaking. So let me share my screen, peoples, and let me go here. And let me put her on blast again, because many of you had encounters with this woman. Many of you have. Let me turn up the volume so you can hear clearly. So I got it on 500 and the bass boost. All right. Okay. Beautiful. Now let's listen to what this lady had to say.
However, I know you got resources on. I was happening looking at this shit one day, and this is what I found. See what you can find about Teresa Martin's already been done, got paid a long time ago, because she has. The tombstone, headstone, whatever you call it, has been sitting in the office of the cemetery as late as February. The lady saw herself. kENNEka's daddy's buried right there by the office. He's the first headstone that you see when you pull into the cemetery. She told me all kinds of shit. She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. Uh, um, yeah, damn, they got me fucked up. Um, she told me how she died, or she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, the hotel moved her," and I kept saying, "Why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time." They fucked up big time. They found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet. But what is going to come out? You know, it'll come out that she got paid off a settlement and she can't talk about the amount, whatever. But the rest of this shit's never going to come out. And the lady did say, because she does have, I don't know if it's her or her husband, somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah, 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 that the cops did treat it like it was nothing. And then when they took statements right there, oh, wow, that means that oh, shit. Hold on, let me think. What did she say? Oh, shit. Because, look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2 o'clock Friday morning. They found her before 7 o'clock Friday night. She was found in the pool area. The lady didn't necessarily say in the water or not. She said she used the term pool area. But she being that she was wet, the position that she's in is the position that she was put in. She was getting difficult to move or to position. Even though rigor mortis had not set in yet, it was getting difficult. However, I know you got resources.
So if Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina wasn't a op, peoples, how in the fuck does she know all of this information? Well before Teresa Martin ever received this settlement. And I have been exposing this forever and a day. How does she know? Did you hear what she said? She told you that they told her how she died. And then she tried to cover it up and tried to silence it and tried to move on to something else. She told you that the police was involved. She told you. Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina was in every kENNEka Jenkins chat there was online. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, X, Reddit, and all of the other social media platforms that ever talked about the kENNEka Jenkins case. So, how did she know this, peoples, if she wasn't an op? And because I disagree with everything that she was saying, peoples, she had everybody under the sun come into my life trying to strike me out, trying to ridicule me, trying to defame my character, my name. Yep, Vicky Davis. Vicky Davis had said she tried to change the subject real quick, but she wasn't quite quick enough. It's just like when Lenore had said, peoples, my sister's attire doesn't make you who you are. Let's go and play back that live, peoples. But before I play back that live, let me go and play back Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina's live right here. This is what I put together about her. See, people, I called that bitch out. I called that bitch out big time. And when I called her out, she left the kENNEka Jenkins case. She couldn't take it no more. She had enough. Let's take a look at this, people. Laughing aloud, Edward. I know TM is pissed and you are keeping her quiet with your channel because she always on your live or either her attorneys told her to shut up. Now, I want you guys to see something here. Let me share Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina's thing that I did about her. Let's look at this.
You know, I don't run around here. Y'all don't hear me running around here saying I'm trying to fight for justice for kENNEka. Because I'm not going to say I don't think that, nothing wrong happened to her. I'm not saying that. I've said it many a times as well. I do not believe kENNEka walked herself in that freezer and lay down and died. And I know at 2:34, 2:35 was Maya's little Snapchat. 2:34 was Tuba's live.
Okay, so at 2:34, TY went live, according to Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. 2:35, Shemaya went live. But at 3:25, the supposed kENNEka was walking the halls of that establishment on September the 9th. And according to Custom the Clown and T Slut, Shemaya was supposed to have been home to her mother and making some type of report at the police station. But peoples, this is where I have a major problem. And this is why I've always questioned this madness. Because let's go here, peoples. Let's go to the case files of kENNEka Jenkins, peoples. Let's go to the case files right here. Let's go to the very first case file. Let's go to the very first case file. Very first case file. And see, this is where I have a problem with the clowns and the slut keep saying, reference the case files, reference the case files. Why the hell we reference the case files when we know that the case files is full of bullshit and nonsense? Oh, peoples, it is getting ready to be some fireworks in here. Now, I don't know if I want to put this on membership only or if I should just go ahead and share this information. But boy. Hello, Vines Palace on Earth. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Peoples, this is what I am talking about. This is what I'm talking about. When you are politicking with the people. And I told you that many of you got some information that you guys want to share that was done back in the day. All right, peoples, I got it. I got it right here. You guys hold on. Let me take a look at it and then I'll be right back. But in the meantime, in between time, let me go ahead and let me play this live, finish this out real quick. I'll be back in just momentarily, peoples. Let's go. Now, again, here we go, peoples. Report number one entered on 9/9/2017 by Detective Kevin Kittenbell. You see it right there, peoples, right? Okay. On this date, I was dispatched to 9501 Devon Avenue, Rosemont Police Station for a station report of a missing person. Upon arrival, I spoke with Lenore Harris, the complainant, who is the sister of the missing victim, kENNEka Jenkins. According to the complainant, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 2300 hours, which is 11:30 at night. The victim was heading to a party with a couple of friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel. They didn't say Schiller's Park. Okay, peoples, I am back, and the sound to come back because this is a live that I had did back in the day. Um, we're here, and we're here today commemorating kENNEka L. Jenkins. kENNEka L. Jenkins, peoples. We're here to commemorate her life, legacy, and love, peoples. And I'm here, and I'm back with a vengeance. This is part three, peoples. And you guys are going to really learn and understand some things on tonight. If you follow this live all the way through, it's going to take you way through the wee hours of the morning and things. But it's going to be a goddamn good live, peoples. I'm telling you. Now, I'm here and I'm back with a vengeance, peoples, because now it has literally been 8 years. 8 years. And finally, we literally had got some clarity out of confusion. We had literally, I was with my moderators today, and we literally had a blowout smackdown session on today. And this is the type of live that I'm talking about. to when you bring your narrative, you bring your commentary, you bring your mantra, you bring everything that you got and stuff, and never mind what Edward Joseph says, never mind what I say. You bring what you got to the table, and then you lay it down on the line, and then you stand 10 toes down with it. And that's what we did today. They brought their narrative, they brought their mantra, they brought their commentary. They brought everything that they had, and we had a smackdown session on today. And I tell you, boy, I mean, it was potent. It wasn't toxic. It was potent. It was actual people really earnestly expressing that of what was on their heart, not just their mind, but their heart. And see, peoples, when you learn to speak from your heart, then and only then is when you'll be able to convey that of what you need to say. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, whenever I speak, peoples, I speak with passion and conviction. Whenever I give my narrative, whenever I talk about the kENNEka Jenkins case, I showed you based upon what they said. Now, I've always told you, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to agree with me. I'm never asking anybody to agree with me. But what I am doing is I am saying, watch what I show. And listen to what I say. And if you're still in agreement, if you're still not in agreement with me, that's fine. Do your own research and then bring it back to me. And bring it back to the people. So the people can understand exactly what you're trying to convey. See, people, you can never sit here and tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Because again, I've always stand 10 toes down with what I say. And I've always showed you unequivocally and undeniably what I mean. Because I show you based upon what they gave. Now, let me bring out a few points and then I'm going to get back to this live, people. So let me bring out a few points. Point number one is simply this, peoples. Point number one is simply this. And then I want the critical thinkers to come speak to me. People who's not in their feelings, people who's not ashamed to go and stand up for what they believe. Point number one. It's already been stated that the girls, I'll call them, had came to the establishment at 1:13 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th. We're already on September the 8th, 8 years later, peoples. This is September the 8th, 8 years later. As it says in the case files, that kENNEka was supposed to have got her mother's vehicle and then left her house at 11:30, arrived at the Crown Plaza at 1:13 in the morning, and walked in with her friends, Shamaya, Monifa, and Bri. That's the play. That's the play, people. That is what they said. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what they said. Okay, and so when they come into the establishment, peoples, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bri turns to the left, and the supposed kENNEka turns to the right. You guys remember that, right? You guys remember that, okay? And so the thing is, peoples, see, you remember there was a man that was in the hallway, and his name, they called them the Wilson brothers. You guys remember them, right? The Wilson brothers. You do remember that the Wilson's brothers were there at the establishment, right? And they were there in the hall, right? Right. Okay. And so the Wilsons brothers was there at the time to when the supposed kENNEka and friends were there. You guys remember that, right? You remember the Wilson brother, he was standing in the hall. He was standing in the same hall where the visibility bar is, right? Y'all remember that, right? Okay, so remember his brothers had walked down the hall and they had screamed out, "She's down here. We got her." Y'all remember that, right? Come on now, people. Come on, don't play with me. You remember that, right? You remember the Wilson brothers was down in the hall at the same time that the supposed kENNEka, Monifa, Shemaiah, and Bray Bray was in the hall by the front desk. You guys remember that, right? Okay, and so in the video, peoples, at the same time that the supposed kENNEka walked into the establishment, you do remember that his brothers came and got the guy in the black hoodie because he was all in black hoodie. You guys do remember that, right? Okay, I'm glad that you remember, peoples, because in that same moment of time, the supposed kENNEka walked across and was walking towards the elevator. And you do remember that when she was walking towards the elevator, she got commandeered. They snatched her up. But it wasn't a her. It was a he, she. It was Kendra, not kENNEka, peoples. You guys do remember that, right? Kendra got snatched up. Kendra never made it to the room in 926, peoples. You do remember that, peoples. You do remember that, right? You do remember the Wilson brother was in the hall. He was in the hall, and his brothers came and got him and asked fake kENNEka, because it was fake kENNEka, because it wasn't kENNEka jENkINs, peoples. It was Kendra, the drag queen, the half man, half female. And the half man, half female got snatched up by the Wilsons brothers. You guys do remember that, right? Come on now, peoples. kENNEka jENkINs never made it to 926 on September the 9th. She wasn't alive. Peoples, listen. She wasn't alive. So when you call and when you talk about kENNEka, peoples, you're not talking about kENNEka jENkINs, because kENNEka jENkINs was deceased. kENNEka jENkINs was deceased, peoples. She wasn't alive on September the 9th. And I proved that many times over. And when I brought that to YouTube, all of YouTube had literally tried to shut me down. But you know what I did? I beat and battered all of those suckers. Every last one of those lollipops. Every last one. And I stood my ground. And I've used what they given to debunk their own narrative. I see my peoples came into the house. Hello, Trish Hollywood. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Peoples, listen and listen to me carefully, because see, this is the thing. You can't debunk me. It's been 8 years now, and I've been talking about this case, and you can't debunk me. You can't debunk me. So it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you feel. It doesn't matter what you say. You can't debunk me. Because see, peoples, the thing is, and see, this is what you guys don't want to even acknowledge. This is what you guys don't even want to acknowledge, peoples. The Wilsons brothers was in the hallway at the time to when Kendra and friends came to the establishment. And Kendra got commandeered, peoples. Because ain't no gangster going to be sitting in no hallways just for no apparent reason. They were there for a reason. They were there for a reason. And that she got snatched up. So when you guys want to say kENNEka walked up into the 926 room, no, she didn't. kENNEka was never alive on the night, peoples. She was never alive on the night. It wasn't her. I mean, say what you will, but you know, I mean, if you can prove me wrong, come on and prove me wrong. It's been 8 years now, people. I'm ready for somebody. I'm ready for a battle now. I'm ready. I'm ready for all of you suckers, all of you lollipops that has literally been talking about this kENNEka jENkINs case forever and a day. Come on and debunk me if you can, but I know you can't. So it really doesn't make me no difference what you feel or what you think or what you say. I'm going to walk this thing down, people. So I'm just going to take my time with it. I got the live. The live is going to play, but I got something to say. After 8 long years, peoples, it's finally time to continue to keep debunking you suckers, you lollipops. Because see, the thing is, what won't happen, especially in this community, I won't allow these suckers to defame her name and put out this salacious madness and things. I won't allow them to do that, because if I see it, I'm going to be on their shit big time. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm the gatekeeper of the kENNEka jENkINs case. And so when you suckers want to say that kENNEka was over here at Schiller's Park, and kENNEka was over at the Marriott, and kENNEka was at the Doubletree, and kENNEka was at the west side of Chicago, I'm going to shut your shit down. Because see, peoples, if you ever watched the live on last night, you will see what Kelly had said. Kelly lied. She lied out of her motherfucking teeth. Because see, peoples, what Kelly did not understand was Kelly had agreed with me. Because Kelly said, if you remember the live, if you watched it on last night, Kelly said that kENNEka got killed in the elevator. And she was in the body of Irene. And she tried to protect her friend, but the bitch couldn't protect nobody. Because the bitch was ambidextrous, if I got the name right. Because while she was writing with her left hand, she was on the computer with her right hand looking up another guru to try to validate her claim. While she still was in a fog and couldn't see shit. That's why I got the fog back there, peoples. Because see, the thing is, the fog is in the background. But in the foreground is the information that I'm trying to give to you so you can understand for yourself, peoples. Don't be in a goddamn fog. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the extra ambidextrous bitch sitting here writing with her left hand and on the computer with her right hand, and then in her mind she's in a goddamn fog because she couldn't even see, because the goddamn spirit didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about, or she was talking about, or whatever it was talking to her and telling her, well, goddamn it, I'm trying to get kENNEka JENkINs out of here. But it wasn't kENNEka JENkINs. The bitch was lying. She said, peoples, and I did research. She said it was a L shape. Look, peoples, if you ever did any type of research for your own goddamn selves, you will come to discover, peoples, in the establishments, there ain't no L shape by the elevators. Because at the Crown Plaza, people, the elevators is right in front of the goddamn room. So how in the fuck is it an L shape? And who in the fuck is going to be running down some halls when the goddamn elevator is right there by the room? And then you go and you do your research and you look into the DoubleTree, peoples. The goddamn DoubleTree is in the main lobby. So it ain't no L shape in by the goddamn elevator, because when you go up the goddamn elevators, guess what? The motherfucking rooms is right there. It's almost designed like it is in the Crown Plaza, peoples. And then, peoples, you go down to the goddamn Marriott and you see the motherfucking elevators. It's just like the same as the DoubleTree and as the Crown Plaza, peoples. It ain't no motherfucking L shape by the goddamn elevators. You stupid if you believe that bullshit and madness. See, peoples, this is your fucking problem because you don't do research. You listen to an unhinged, ambidextrous person that's writing with her left and on with the right on a goddamn computer, trying to look for a motherfucking guru just like her to validate her point. But instead of that, people, she validated my point because I said, Edward Joseph had said that kENNEka JENkINs never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. She never did. She never did. And Miss Guru validated everything that I have been saying, peoples. I said Miss Guru had validated everything that I said because she said that they were running down the halls. What the fuck are they running down the halls for, peoples, when the goddamn elevator is right out the goddamn room? The elevators is not at the end of the establishment, peoples. It's not. It sits right outside the goddamn room. So you take at least 5 or 6 steps, you're at the goddamn elevator, peoples. So what the fuck was Kelly talking about? Just sitting there lying her black ass off, big time. Didn't know what the fuck she was talking about because she was in a fog. She couldn't see. Even Stevie Wonder with his glasses and sunshades on can even see that shit, peoples. But this bitch couldn't see it. So what did Kelly say? Kelly said that I'm trying to get my friend out of the room. I was trying to get her out the room. I tried to help her because I knew that they were going to kill her. So, peoples, listen. The goddamn spirit tells Kelly that they were going to kill kENNEka. So what spirit was it? Because the Holy Spirit didn't tell her that. So the only spirit that can get into her mind is some demonic spirit. And why would even the demonic spirit sit up here and tell her what they were going to do? Why would the demonic spirit sit up here and confess to killing kENNEka and tell her? The goddamn demonic spirit couldn't even trust her ass. So why would the demonic spirit tell Kelly, we're going to give you all of the juicies, and we're going to let you know what happened to kENNEka jENkINs? I mean, peoples, really. So let's listen to Kelly's narrative. Kelly said that she was in Irene's body and that she tried to get kENNEka out of the hotel. You know, they ran down by the elevator and they hid. And there was two guys that was in black hoodies and then the guy that was in a red hoodie. And they had found them and they took kENNEka. They took kENNEka and then they dragged her on the elevator. And then that's when kENNEka died. That's what she said. I'm only going by what she said. You don't believe me? Go back and play back the goddamn live on last night, because that's what the bitch said on last night, peoples. I played it back. So if kENNEka died on the elevator, then I just have one simple question for you, peoples. How in the fuck did kENNEka walk the halls of that establishment and she got commandeered on that goddamn elevator? How? I mean, T-Slut sat up here and listened to Kelly and played Kelly's live back and shit. And that was just so stupid, because, you know, if T-Slut ever understood what she was doing, then she understood that, bitch, you were still agreeing with me when I had said that kENNEka jENkINs never walked the halls of that establishment. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I meant for all of these goddamn years. And you agree with me, because even if kENNEka got killed on the elevator, well, it ain't no way that she can walk some halls of that establishment. It ain't no way. So in essence, Kelly had debunked all of you stupid ass YouTubers when you said that kENNEka jENkINs walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. She never did. Now, the next narrative, Kelly goes and talks about the girl in the pool. Now, there was a girl that was in the pool. Now, I can't vouch to say if the girl was drowned, but there was a girl that was taken to the pool. Or I should say a person that was taken to the pool. Now, look at all of the different scenarios, peoples, because look, we got the training, the he-she, that had got commandeered in the beginning before they even made it up to the elevator. And I mean, made it to the elevator, up the elevator, and into the room. Because you did see Shamaya and Monifa without Bree on the elevator, and there was somebody in there taking a picture of them. They were sitting up there posing. And then somebody tried to superimpose kENNEka in the background, but they did a bad job, because you couldn't even see kENNEka's torso. You couldn't even see kENNEka's head. You couldn't even see kENNEka's feet. It was a hologram. They tried to put someone in where they never been, but it was bad. kENNEka wasn't there, people. She wasn't in the elevator with Shamaya and Monifa. You guys seen you guys seen it. I don't have to go over that and stuff. I'm just going over the narrative of what they gave you. You guys seen it. Okay, so kENNEka wasn't in the elevator with them. Okay. All right, so let's move on. So you guys said, and you went by the narrative of what they said, that kENNEka got to the room. And when she got to the room, within 5 minutes time, she's ready to go. So who's going to come to a party and within 5 minutes they're ready to go? Who? So there was conversation said that, oh, well, kENNEka seen somebody that she didn't want to see and stuff. Okay. Well, even if that's true, well, then let's play with the narrative that you're going with. Even if that's true, her ass did not leave the establishment. Do you understand what I'm saying? So she could have left if it was true. But it ain't true because she was never there. But let's play up on that for a moment. Okay, so if it was true, she had her keys, she had her cell phone, she could have just left and told Bree, Monifa, and Shamari, well, goddamn it, no, we're leaving out of here. But instead of leaving out there, what does she do? She stays, right? Okay, but there is a caveat to this, peoples. The thing is that when we're looking at this video footage, it wasn't the day that kENNEka came, which Monifa and Shamari and them and stuff, you never seen them walk into the establishment. Let me repeat that again, peoples. When kENNEka Jenkins came to the establishment with Monifa and Shamaya, you never seen kENNEka walk into the establishment because they never showed you that video footage, peoples. You never seen Irene and sister walk into the establishment. Did you hear what I said? You never seen you never seen this other girl. I can't think of her name right now. But she was in there. A lot of the people that was in Irene's live, you never seen them walk into the establishment, peoples. Now you can say, yeah, well, we seen man and all like them and stuff. Okay, I mean, you seen them, but you seen them on a different day, peoples. But see, the thing is, peoples, and see, this is where I'm going to literally bust your bubble, because see, you saw them on a different day, but you never seen kENNEka, you never seen Shamaya, you never seen Monifa, you never seen Bree, you never seen Irene and sisters and all of the other people, and then Irene had brought her son. You never seen them walk into the establishment, peoples. You never seen it. And go call leave no witness, because he seemed to have all of the video footage. And then challenge leave no witness. Tell him, I will give him $100 if he can show me Irene and sisters and child walking into the Crown Plaza. He can't show you that. He can't show you that, peoples. He can't show you that. Why? Because it wasn't the same day of the get together. The little party that they had. It wasn't the same day. That's why he couldn't show you that. That's why they can only show you the gang members coming in, but they can't show you the girls coming in. Bingo to the goddamn bingo, Edward Joseph. You can't show all of them coming into the establishment. And see, peoples, that's very important. Ask leave no witness to show you any video footage of Irene and sisters and everybody walking into the establishment. He cannot show you that. And the reason why he cannot show you that is because they never gave it to him or any of us. That's why they had to put all of these videos in clips, peoples, clips. And then you know what happens when you have clips, right? You know what happens when you have clips? You can arrange the clips in whatever manner that you choose. See, when you want to battle me about this case, well, then you need to be on your ace game and you need to know some shit. Because see, the thing is, you can't debunk me with the narrative that you're coming with. Because see, I'm already ahead of the game. The thing is, peoples, if you can prove that Irene and sister and friends, if you can prove that they came to the establishment early, and you can prove that you seen them walking in at a certain time, well then you're saying something. But you ain't saying nothing because you don't have it. You ain't never seen it. You ain't never seen it, peoples, in all of this time that you ever been looking at any video footage on anybody's channel. Period. You never seen it. And I know you never seen it. You never seen it. You never seen it, peoples. So I don't care what Leading No Witness says, and I don't care what videos he may have. He doesn't have the actual factual true videos of the girls walking into the establishment. See, I know that for a fact. I know he don't have the video footage. Now, you ain't never seen it, peoples, because see, the thing is, if he had it, he would show it, and then he will have a little bit of cred because the simple fact that he can show you the exact time that Irene came to the establishment. And see, that's why they won't let you see that. You know, because if they let you see that, then that's the extra in pinpointing the exact day and time that kENNEka jENkINs was at the establishment. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, the thing is, peoples, we seen Carl Nesbitt, we seen James Coleman, we've seen Teresa Martin, we've seen Lenore Harris, we've seen all of them at the establishment. But see, the thing is, peoples, Carl Nesbitt was there days before. Oh my God, that just blew past your head, peoples. It literally blew past your head. Carl Nesbitt, James Coleman, Teresa Martin, Lenore Harris, and kids were there at the establishment days before the night. How did we know? Because we seen them on video footage. The original video footage. Oh yeah, you seen them. You seen King Rob there with his little yellow eyes, and you seen Zach TV there as well. You seen all of the YouTubers there, peoples, days before. A lot of the YouTubers that's talking about this case and stuff, you've seen them there at the establishment. And the reason why you've seen them there, because that's when the analyzation of the young lady kENNEka jENkINs had taken place, peoples. That's why you see them there. And that's why everybody came and talked about this case and tried to put a spin to it. Because everybody saw the analyzation of kENNEka jENkINs. Now, let me bust your bubble with something else, people. Now, I know you can't debunk me because you don't have the original video footage. Leading No Witness don't have it. So I'm already knowing that he can't show you that. So bingo to the bingo right there. Now, let me tell you how this played out, peoples. Let me tell you how this played out. Okay. They were there at the establishment to see the analyzation of a young lady named kENNEka JENKINs. Now, I know many people may not believe me when I say this. I said that this had everything to do with kENNEka JENKINs' father and brother and the debt that they owed. You guys want to put a spin up on it and try to make it out to be something else. But let me tell you this, people, and this is how you're gonna follow it. Loso Day. Loso Day, we saw kENNEka JENKINs there on Loso Day, and we saw a lot of the gang members there as well. We seen Mr. Buttpacks and stuff who was recording and all like this. You know, we seen a lot of people, and we seen kENNEka move around with different people and stuff. When she came to her brother, he shunned her. He kind of like looked at her, and then he veered way over to the other side. kENNEka was gang stalk, peoples. If you don't know what gang stalking is, look it up. She was gang stalk. She got up there over there by her brother and stuff. He shunned her, you know. So it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to sit around here because I understand the play. I understand the play. I understand what's going on and stuff. And if you really looked at it and stuff, people's not really people really engaged with her. Yeah, you know, a couple of girls over there, you know, just kind of like chalking it up and stuff and things like that. But for the most part, they even played it off and then they left her. And so she was all by herself navigating through the crowd. And so after a while, she got the message. I don't belong here. I got to get out of here. I got to go. And before the video ended, people, you remember the little black guy who said, Shorty's dead. That was his final words. And you remember when Zillionaire had played that live over and over and over and over again. Shorty's dead. Shorty's dead. Y'all see that? Y'all hear that? Shorty's dead. Yeah, Shorty was going to die. He said that. He said Shorty's dead. And why would he say Shorty is dead? Because it had everything to do with her father and her brother and the debt that they owed. Okay, so now let's look at this. TM goes and she wants to sue the establishment for $50 million. Do you actually think that the establishment was going to pay her $50 million for her daughter's death? Hell to the no, peoples. Hell to the no, peoples. The establishment wasn't going to spend no $50 million for kENNEka's death. No. It wasn't going to happen, peoples. What was it going to happen? Now, case in point. Now, let me go ahead and finish what I needed to say. If the gangs wanted kENNEka dead, according to the people I know that lives in Chicago, kENNEka would have been unalived at any given point at any given time, because that's just what the gangs do. The gangs ain't going to allow no girl to walk some halls of that establishment only to commandeer her and then place her in a freezer. The gangs ain't going to play tiddlywinks with a girl, a damsel in distress. The gangs ain't going to do that, people. So you can get out your mind that the gang members had end up unaliving kENNEka and putting kENNEka in a freezer. No. The gangs didn't do that. So who stands to gain from the unalization of kENNEka JENKINs? Well, you guys do remember it. The buzz was out that kENNEka's brother had ended up killing Carl Nesbitt's son, right? You guys do remember that, right? See, they tried to put a spin on it and say, well, kENNEka Jenkins had saw the unalization of Andrew Holmes' daughter. But even if that's the case, peoples, that ain't gonna rise to a hit been out up on kENNEka Jenkins. No, 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 peoples. No, it ain't gonna rise to that. Because who is Andrew Holmes' daughter? Yeah, she was high ranking in a gang, which is called the Illuminati, because she had the signs and symbols and stuff on her chest, which people call the a lot of people want to try to include the Masons in it and the Eastern Stars in it and stuff. Now if you look at the symbol that she had on her chest, yeah, she was a high ranking Eastern Star. But she was also affiliated in another gang. And yes, Andrew Holmes is a Mason. But see, the thing is, people's, they as a group didn't have much to do with kENNEka other than just the things that they had going on at the establishment. So we can't sit here and blame the Masons and the Eastern Stars and all like this. We blame the Illuminati. We blame the actual people who have money that can do things and that get a kick out of things like this, because you do know that the Crown Plaza hosts these type of events every year. It's called a murder mystery game, when people dress up in cloaks and all of this stuff, and they have people roam the halls and things and have people track them down. But it ain't no tit for tat type of thing. No, no, no. These people are actually getting unalived. It's a game that they play. It's a game that they play all the time, all over the world, peoples. I'm sure you saw the game. I'm sure you saw the movie Surviving the Game with Ice-T, right? When he was out in the forestry and the people went out there to try to track him down, to try to kill him. It's the game that they play, peoples. And so this is a white man sport. This ain't no what the gang members do. This ain't what the gang members play and stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So it was beyond the gang members. But the gangs, yes, were involved. You understand what I'm saying? So again, if the gangs wanted kENNEka Jenkins dead, they could have killed her any given place and stuff. They wouldn't wait till she got to no establishment for her to walk some halls and then go ahead and commandeer her. No, it wasn't the gangs, peoples. And it didn't happen that way. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. So we can rule that out. We can rule that out. Now, getting back. Teresa Martin used to sell weed in the province of her place. She had the best weed there was in town. Why? Because her husband, or kENNEka's father, was a gang member. He had strong ties with Larry Hoover. His ties all starts with Caprini Greens. People who lives in Chicago knows all about Caprini Greens and how Larry Hoover rise to fame and fortune. And it was stated, peoples, that if you owe Larry Hoover $5, well then, even with $5, you were going to suffer a fate worse than a nightmare. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so Larry Hoover used to politic with James Coleman, Carl Nesbitt, and Ken Jenkins. You know, they were a group. They were all a part of the group in things. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then TM was a subset of that. And then kENNEka and her brother Ken and Lenore was a subset of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you see how it starts off from the top, and then there's a subset to a subset to a subset. You see what I'm saying, peoples? And so things happen within all of the subsets, and people are getting killed. Yeah. So Carl Nesbitt's son gets killed by Ken Jenkins' son. And then Monifa, boyfriend, twin, gets killed by none other than Ken Jr.'s son. I don't know all of the details behind that, but that's what it was. They got killed by the Jenkins. You heard Mama Duck talk about how the Jenkins family and stuff is a force to be reckoned with, because it ain't nothing but people after people after people after people. kENNEka comes from a great big family of gangsters, and they ruled ruled the block. So kENNEka, she had protection, peoples. Nobody was going to touch Ken Jr.'s, Ken Jenkins' daughter. Nobody was going to do anything to her. kENNEka had clout. Mama had the best weed. Daddy was a major drug dealer. But see, the thing is, people, is when you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so they were bad mothers, as Mother FBG Duck had said. Peoples said those Jenkins peoples and stuff, they were some bad mothers. And yes, they were. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? But see, with all of the killings and things and stuff, there comes a price to pay. And there's a debt that needs to be paid, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so the debt needed to be paid. So an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, or a limb for a limb. And so somebody has to be sacrificed. You know, kENNEka's father got killed. Teresa's brother got killed. Teresa's sister got killed. Well, two brothers of Teresa got killed. J Money and their oldest brother got killed. Teresa's sister got killed. And then Teresa's supposed baby, kENNEka, gets killed. And in all insuspicious manners, peoples. All in suspicious manners. But look who's around still. Teresa Martin. Lenore Harris. Where's the babies? I said, where is the babies? Where is kENNEka Martin's kids? Where are they? We don't hear about the babies no more, right? Did they get sacrificed too? Because both of those girls got sacrificed. And I do believe Lenore is next. So where is Teresa Harris? Lenore's mom. Teresa Martin is not Lenore Harris' mother, peoples. Her sister is Lenore's mother. Oh, you guys didn't know that, did you, huh? Yeah. Yeah. So, with all of that said, peoples, there was a debt that needed to be paid, and it needed to be paid in blood. So, what happens, peoples? Well, several things happened because the thing was because of the clout of Ken Jenkins Sr. and because of all of the people who he knew. Well, that was just an extension for Teresa Martin. That was an extension of Teresa Martin, peoples. And I say that because remember number 3 and number 4, they came from California. They came to meet up with kENNEka at the establishment. Do you know who these powerful men is, peoples, and the connections that they had, and why all of these powerful people were at the establishment at that time on the 6th? Did you not know that TM already knew the play and that kENNEka was down there to service? See, this is the thing that the people failed to realize and failed to understand, peoples. kENNEka was down there with some powerful heavy hitters. Bill Murray and Son, number 3 and number 4, and others who was in top of the gangs in business. Why do you think that the girls was down there? Do you think that they were down there for the health and strength peoples? No. See, when they came out and they were saying, "Let me be a thought in peace," his dick is little. Well, who do you think they're talking about? They're certainly not talking about no gangsters. Why do you think that these girls was there early in the game? They were there to service the people. They were there to service the people. And so, who was part of the echelon? James Coleman and Carl Nesbitt. That's why you seen them there, because he was scoping out the place for the so-called reenactment after the unalization of kENNEka Jenkins. It's all on tape, people. It's all videotape. The gang members did what they needed to do with kENNEka. They raped her, they sodomized her, they assaulted her. And all of that happened well before the night. The night was just only the reenactment. The night was just only to have the people see something in a visual sense, that this girl had did some things to herself and not us. And that was the whole part of the reenactment. Because see, the thing is, people, and this is what I need you to understand. Clear this, and then you're going to see later on this live, you're going to see the other girls who end up getting assaulted and then ultimately killed. You're going to see it. You're going to see it in this particular live, peoples. You're going to see the girls, the other girls, people. You're going to see it. If you stay and watch the live till it's in, but you're going to see the other girls. I'm going to show you. See, all of this stuff had taken place well before the night. The debt has been paid, peoples, well before the night. The gang members did the things that they needed to do with kENNEka to get back. But see, the gang members didn't have that type of power to kill kENNEka, peoples. They only raped her and sodomized her. That was their get back. And they videotaped it. But they didn't kill her. Why didn't they kill her? Because they didn't have the power to kill kENNEka. These people didn't have no power. You do as what you're told, peoples. You get your little get back and things, and then after that, she's in our hands now. But it wasn't only her that had ended up getting killed. It was more than kENNEka, peoples. And I'm going to show you later on in this live the other girls who end up getting killed and why they had to go ahead and reenact, which is what they call a reenactment, but it's not no reenactment because things didn't play out in the manner to which they have shown you. Because let me tell you some people, and see, this is where you guys get confused. The thing is, if it was a reenactment, well, then the bottom line is simply this. How could a girl get on an elevator, walk the halls of that establishment, and nobody sees her? She's in the lower level, walking in kitchens and walking into the employees area and things, and nobody sees her. Walking all around, and then happens to get up to the upper level and walking around and stuff. And then once she makes it to the upper level, then she walks directly into the kitchen and walks directly into a freezer. Really? That's the narrative that they gave you. But in all of that video footage, people, you only see 6 clips of a supposed girl with a different attire on, walking the halls of that establishment. Now, you help me to make that make sense. Because you got to remember, people, somebody had got taken to the pool area and got beat up and assaulted in the pool area. You do remember on the dispatch, on the radio dispatch, they had stated that there was 2 assaults and battery. Assault and battery. And then they requested the police escort. So if there was 2 assaults and battery, well, then when did all of that take place, people? When did you see the ambulance and everybody down at the establishment, the paramedics and all of these people coming in and taking anyone out of the establishment? Leave no witness to give you that video footage, because you clearly heard it on the dispatch line when they had literally told you there were 2 assaults and battery. But where is the video footage? Where is the paramedics coming in taking anybody? You never seen the video footage. But it's in the case files, peoples. You heard the recording. It's in the case files. But if it's in the case files, peoples, where is the video footage? You never seen it. Peoples, why isn't it that we just cannot see Irene, sister and child and friends walking into the establishment? Peoples, why isn't it that we cannot see kENNEka Jenkins, Bree, Shemaya, Monifa and stuff walking into the establishment? Peoples, why isn't it that we never seen the paramedics come to the establishment taking anyone out on a stretcher and then leaving with the sirens on? Why isn't it that we don't even see the police, because they asked for the escort, being there out in the establishment and taking anyone to Resurrection Hospital? Because they never gave you the original video footage. And then peoples, If everything was as Crown Plaza and as the kids had stated, well, then why did Crown Plaza take the liberty to go ahead and edit the video footage and blur out people's faces and never gave you the video footage of the people walking into the establishment? Why? Because it happened on different days and not the day that they stated. That's why they never gave you the original video footage, because if they did, well, then that would show you the actual day that the girls had originally came in. Bingo to the bingo peoples. God damn it. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. Because if you had the original video footage, well, then it wouldn't be no mystery in this kENNEka jENkINs case. But you don't have the original video footage. You don't have it, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't have it. And because you don't have it, you don't know what fucking day that they came. You don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't know exactly what time things was happening into the establishment. Because I've shown you, peoples, in two different locations, the same girl is in two different locations, walking the halls of that establishment at two different times, peoples. So how in the fuck can you sit here and tell me that this was the original video footage? Bullshit. Because when you seen two different locations and the same girl in two different locations at the same time, what the fuck is that telling me, peoples? It's telling me that you stupid for believing this bullshit and nonsense that they created for you. Because at the end of the day, peoples, if truth be told, they said she walked herself into the freezer because they said this is the video footage of her walking herself into the freezer. Well, if you believe that, peoples, you stupid. Because why would anybody walk themselves into a freezer? She had the frame of mind to... She had the frame of mind into maneuvering all around into that establishment, right? Avoiding beams, avoiding countertops, walking along the walls and stuff, you know, opening up doors to a bathroom and coming out and things. If you believe that she was so alleviated, peoples, well, alleviated person couldn't be doing all of that. I mean, they have the frame of mind to open up a goddamn door, really? I mean, she walked into the bathroom. So if she walked into the bathroom and walked out the bathroom, why isn't it that she can't walk out of her freezer? Help me to make that make sense. And why would she go and walk directly to a freezer? Out of all of the goddamn freezers that you got around in the establishment, in the kitchen and everywhere. Why that particular kitchen, and why walk straight to a freezer? Because that's what they showed you, and that's what they wanted you to believe. And if you believe that shit, well, then you can't believe anything else, peoples. Because if that video footage was authentic and real, well, then you've already seen what happened to kENNEka. So what the fuck are you looking for? If you believe that narrative, peoples, well, then they already showed you what happened to the supposed kENNEka. God damn it. They said she walked her ass in a freezer and laid down and died. What the fuck do you want? But by you asking questions and saying, I don't believe that shit, well, then, God damn it, stay with me. Let those motherfuckers have it. If they believe that kENNEka Jenkins walked herself into the freezer. Let those motherfuckers have it. Because it ain't nothing else to be said, peoples. They gave you the goddamn video footage. They said she walked her ass in the freezer, laid down and died. Well, that's what the fuck she did, according to them. But if you don't believe that shit, peoples, stay with me. I said, if you don't believe that, peoples, then stay with me. I'm going to explain a lot in this live, peoples. It's going to explain a lot. You got to open up your goddamn eyes and you got to zip your lip and open up your ears and listen and understand some things, peoples. Because see, the thing is, when you want to come to Edward Joseph with all of these goddamn narratives, well, then you got to break it down in a manner to which I just did. And you got to include the pool. You got to include the sodomization of her. You got to include her being carried. And then you got to include how in the fuck did she get into a freezer? Because her ass didn't certainly walk in there. And then finally, but not least, peoples, you got to get her ass out of Irene's live. And how in the fuck are you going to do that when you got clips of her in two different locations and the timestamp says the same time? How in the fuck did that happen, peoples? And then how in the fuck did it happen when she was supposed to come in on September the 9th at 1:13, and then less than an hour and 15 minutes later, her ass is drunk, walking the halls of that establishment? How did it happen within an hour and 15 minutes time, peoples? When you got a lady that met TM out in the lobby and said, I seen your daughter on the 11th floor with a couple of guys and a couple of girls. Help me to make that make sense. You got to incorporate that into your goddamn narrative, peoples. And then you got to incorporate what Love had did, what Love had said, because he said that they were out in the hallway playing dice and stuff, and then they seen kENNEka. They brought her out the room. Well, really? Did they bring her out the room, peoples? And they left her out there. So kENNEka is just outside with a bunch of Negroes standing around, thirsty Negroes at that, older Negroes, probably old enough to be her father, thirsty Negroes. And the girls is just going to leave her out in the hallway by herself with all of these Negroes sitting around playing dice and stuff, and this girl is inebriated. Any one of those motherfuckers could have just took her to the side and stripped down her pants and did what they did and stuff. So I need you to think about that as well, peoples. Who in the fuck is going to leave their friend out with a bunch of thirsty Negroes out in a lobby, in a hallway, playing dice? That shit doesn't make no sense, peoples. That shit, it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. So now, let's look at the live and see if I made any sense for you. And this is my story, peoples. Simply put, kENNEka Jenkins, we are back with a vengeance, part 3. This is the reload, peoples. On the anniversary of kENNEka Martin, because after the by the 7th, it is no longer Jenkins. Jenkins is gone. The story transitions to kENNEka Martin. No longer kENNEka Jenkins. Her story ended yesterday. A new story begins today. Let's go. All right, people. So, I took a look at these screenshots and things. Um, I don't know about one, but the other two, you guys decide. But it clearly validates what I've been saying. Let's take a look at this, people. So let me call up my Facebook page. Let me call up my Facebook page. I love when we get juicy juicies like this and stuff, and the people don't mind sharing the content that they have shown and they have screenshot. I told you there's people who got a lot of juicy juicies. You just got to be one that is going to be emboldened. You guys got to be one that is going to be emboldened people's and things. Where's my Facebook? I don't see my Facebook. All right, so let me call it Facebook. I just had Facebook, but okay, there it is right there. All right. All right, so let me go ahead and download. Let me download it and then I can call it up. Okay, download that. And let me download this. Okay, and then let me download this. All right, people, let's take a look at this here. All right, people, so let's take a look at this here. Let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples. We'll get back to that. Let's take a look at this. Let me share my screen. Okay, so let me go to my downloads, peoples, because I downloaded this. And let's look at, okay, that's not the one I want to show first. So let's look at this one. All right, we're going to look at this one first, right here. Let's look at this one. And so this is TM. Let me refresh my screen so my screen can call this up as well. So let me call this up on my phone. All right, people, you guys come on. Don't treat me like a second class citizen. You guys come on and get these likes up and stuff. You guys been doing good. Now you guys want to slack off a little bit. Get these likes up. We got too many people in here for these likes not to be up. And I want to stay in the algorithm. So, as I tarry with you, you guys can tarry with me. Get these likes up and keep me on the algorithm. Is that all right, people? Now, people's let me just break here for a moment. Now, notice how Teresa spells her name Tereasa. No, notice how she spelled her name Tereasa. Just like notice how one kENNEka spells her name KEN-NEKA. The other one spells her name KENNEKA. And then there was a third way that they spelled kENNEka. So do you understand the play now, peoples? Do you understand the play? See, the thing is, peoples, is that when you go to try to look up kENNEka, you can't find shit up on this girl. It's like she doesn't even exist. It's like she's never even lived on the face of this planet. Peoples. Which makes one believe to a certain degree, did this girl ever really exist? Or is that really her name? Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So, it just really makes you wonder. But that's for those who done their research and done a thorough job in trying to find out who kENNEka was, peoples. And it's really that her name, or is it just a name that they gave you? Let's go, peoples. Let's go. That's all that I ask. Just help me stay in the algorithm and get these likes up and keep me in the algorithm, peoples. That's all I'm asking. All right, so peoples, I refresh my screen. So let's look at this. It says, Teresa Martin, October 22nd, 2015, but God, J for K for life. And then Mr. Lionel Lee has said, HOPP, true worshipers, people who worship God in spirit and in the truth. That's October 21st, 2015. Wake up, people, and repent. Repent, believe, obey the gospel. Second Chronicles 7:14, which is one of my favorite scriptures. And in quotations, it says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek thy face and turn from their wicked ways, then shall I hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. And people's Teresa Martin was talking directly to Edward Joseph in this particular post, because I was the one who had posted this scripture on my post. And instead of talking directly to Edward Joseph and mentioning his name, she goes and posts the same scripture that I post. And it says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then shall I hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. But see, it comes with a caveat, people. They have to do something. They have to humble themselves. They have to pray, and they have to seek his face, and they have to turn from their wicked ways. Then and only then will God will hear their sins, and he will forgive, and he will heal their land. But they have to do all of that, peoples. And so it was really amazing that TM had really posted that scripture and outlined certain key points in the scripture, because my question was, are you abiding by what the scripture says, ma'am? Did you turn from your wicked ways? Did you humble yourself? And did you pray? And are you seeking God's face? Are you truly? Are you really? Or are you just sitting perpetrating? I mean, that's the question that I have, peoples. You know, I just wanted to have a conversation with TM, big, juicy, black, brown, round. TM ain't hollow. She knows I talks about her and stuff. Shit. She ain't no saint. Now, if she's a sinner, well, then, she is who she is and stuff. I'm not here to try to judge her, people. I'm not. I love me some TM. I sure do. That big, juicy, brown, round. I just wants to see it. I just wants to see it. That's all. I don't want to be in it. I just want to see it, peoples. I just wants to see it for myself. But are you truly a saint, or are you a sinner trying to be a saint? I mean, you can quote scriptures all day long and stuff, but where's the manifestation of the Holy Spirit working in your behalf? Is God really moving in your behalf? Is God making a way for you? Is God doing things for you? That's the question that I have. Is he? Is he not? It's a question that I have, peoples. But we'll see. And that was one of the posts. All right. And so this is one of the things that Lionel Lee had sent to Teresa Martin, and telling her to wake up and repent. All right, let's look at the next screenshot that I wanted to show you. Okay, that's the last one I want to show you, but I want to show you. Okay. Did I download the same one? No, I didn't. Okay, here it is right here. Okay, I showed that, so I don't need to show that. And let's see. Shut that down, need to show that. Okay, and yeah, all right. So let's take a look at this one right here. All right. So there's a screenshot that was sent. Let's take a look at this here, peoples. Okay, and it says Vine, McCoy, and 21 others. I don't know exactly when this was sent, but it was sent. And so we have a person named Destiny Motley, and then Miguel Thomas, and then Kalia original. And she said, can y'all please let my damn cousin rest down? Can y'all please let me cousin rest down? Teresa is not paying y'all to solve Nini's murder. Like, leave us alone. My cousin been dead for 8 years. Let her rest, goofies. Her cousin has been dead for 8 years. Really? Really? Her cousin has been dead for 8 years. All right. So maybe the first two may not have been too much for you, but let's look at this third one here, peoples. Let's look at this one right here. Let's look at this one right here. Now, this was on September the 8th at 1:22, and it was by Lenora. Okay. Now it says, look, it says Crown Plaza. I hope y'all ready for tomorrow. We coming strong and loud. Y'all just don't know that was the wrong one. We will never give up. This a promise. Guess what? God got our back. Now, peoples, I want you to notice something here. It says September the 8th at 1:22 p.m. Well before September the 9th at what? 1:13 a.m. So what is this telling you? It is telling you that the things that happened to kENNEka happened well before the 9th. She said, Crown Plaza, I hope y'all ready for tomorrow. We're coming strong and loud. Y'all just don't know that was the wrong one. We never, ever give up. This is a promise. Guess what? God got our back. And what does the post say, people? It says September the 8th at 1:22 p.m. Well before September the 9th. Proof, peoples, that kENNEka Jenkins already has been deceased on September the 7th, peoples. Why would they be making a post well before the supposed kENNEka come up missing? They're saying tomorrow. So that already tells you, peoples, that kENNEka could not have been there on the 9th. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there, and it's in your face. How could she be making a post well before the supposed kENNEka ever come up missing? See, peoples, you're stupid. And she addressed, I'm kENNEka. 642 likes, 8 comments, 76 shares. How could kENNEka Jenkins ever come up missing on the 9th, peoples, when she's making a post on the 8th? Boy, I tell you, peoples, you know, see, when I slap your asses with evidence that you can't debunk, peoples, when I slap your ass around with evidence that you can't debunk, you can't say shit to Edward Joseph. I told you, peoples. I told you, but you don't listen. And there's the proof right there that kENNEka Jenkins could not have ever been at the establishment on the night. There's the proof right there, peoples. It's in your goddamn face. Oh, peoples! I am kENNEka. Now, Lenore Harris did that on September the 8th. And we are coming ready for tomorrow. Now, I want you to think about that for one moment. Think about that. Think about that for one moment. September the 8th. kENNEka hasn't been officially missing yet. And peoples, it is 8 years till today. 8 years till today. And look what Edward Joseph is presenting to you. 8 years later, peoples, to the day, to the date. Oh my God, peoples, boy, you guys can be so goddamn stupid and foolish, but the evidence is in your goddamn face. All you have to do is just open up your eyes and learn something, peoples. Bingo to the bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there. But they're coming loud and strong on tomorrow. So the question becomes, people, when did kENNEka come up missing, according to Lenore Harris? Because she written this on September the 8th. And what she's inferring is that kENNEka is missing, peoples. That's what she's inferring, that kENNEka is missing. But kENNEka did not officially be missing until when? Later on September the 9th, early part of September the 10th, when they had proclaimed that they found her. Now, why is Lenore Harris jumping the gun if kENNEka hasn't come up missing yet, peoples? Why? And this is the information that I have been so wonderfully wanting to put out there. And I have been, because I've been telling you, kENNEka Jenkins got commandeered on the 6th, and she died on the 7th. That is exactly the reason why Teresa Martin and Lenore Harris, but in this case, Lenore Harris makes the post on the 8th that we're coming out there in full force. Because if kENNEka died on the 7th, it will only make sense for Lenore Harris and family to come there in full force on September the 8th. Right? But that didn't happen on September the 8th. Lenore Harris had said, look, we're coming tomorrow on September the 9th, because she made the post on the 8th. But see, that wasn't the only post that Lenore Harris had made, peoples. And this was the bingo moment. Oh my God, peoples. This right here, because Lenore Harris had said it. And look right here, peoples. September the 6th at what? 4:37 p.m. September the 6th at 4:37 p.m. Peoples. You guys see that, right? You guys see that, right? September the 6th at 4:37 p.m. Now, I want you guys to remember what Teresa Martin had said. Teresa Martin had said, I found this ticket on the 6th. But wait a minute, my daughter wasn't here on the 6th. She wasn't? She wasn't? Well, why is Lenore Harris jumping the gun if kENNEka wasn't at the establishment on the 6th? Bingo to the bingo people. Here it is. I love my brother because what he do for my kids, he don't have to. And then it cuts off. It says, but only one thing I can say is he did his best to come through for brother, kids. My baby cried tears of joy. So touching. And why is the baby crying? Oh, Custom Design did this. kENNEka jENkINs, we got a problem. So Custom Design has showed this. Okay. So Custom Design had shown this. But this right here says it all, people. Right there. Crown Plaza, I hope y'all ready for tomorrow. We coming strong and loud. Y'all just don't know that was the wrong one. We will never give up. This is a promise. With God, got our backs. I am kENNEka. That was September the 8th. Peoples. And so peoples, that is the bingo moment right there. Lenore Harris had made that post on MB901 had said, Mr. Edwards, mother entire demeanor is deranged behavior, like her only real interest was being rich, and her to have been so concerned about hotel not making money, call off the protest was crazy. And now we're beginning to see the big picture here, peoples, because if kENNEka wasn't missing, and if kENNEka wasn't dead, why would be Lenore stating on September the 8th, we're coming in full force on tomorrow, which will be September the 9th? So that means that kENNEka had to be dead on September the 7th for Lenore to make that post on September the 8th to come to the establishment on September the 9th, which literally falls into what I have been saying all of this time, peoples, that kENNEka jENkINs has been deceased. But Hot Chocolate said count that back to 2015. Hot Chocolate said that this happened in 2015. That happened back in 2015. This posting of what Lenore had did. But okay, so maybe you can shed light in upon this posting, Hot Chocolate. Chime out and let the people know a little bit more about this posting, because the way that I'm looking at this posting is showing that, and I don't think that Lenore Nunn was at the establishment back in 2015. Now, the girl kENNEka could have died back in 2015, but the way that this posting is showing, it is referencing that of what happened 2017. So give us a little bit of insight upon this posting, because the way that I'm looking at this and by what Lenore is saying about Rosemont, they was never at Rosemont in 2015, but they were there at 2017. So give us a little insight upon that. But either way, peoples, by Lenore making this post and making it on the 8th, clearly shows you, peoples, that whomever played kENNEka, or if it really was kENNEka, I mean, we don't know. We don't know, because this is what they said. They said the girl's name is kENNEka. So I only can go by what they said. So whether this young lady is kENNEka or not, I have to consider her kENNEka because that's who they called her. High Chocolate had said that either she was coming to the party or kENNEka was already missing. kENNEka even hadn't made it to the Crown Plaza yet. Well, that can't be. That can't be, because then if that statement is true, well then we got to make sense of this picture right here, because this picture clearly kENNEka is at the Crown Plaza with Monifa and Shemaya. So I don't know how we can not justify this picture, because again, with all of the narratives that is being posted, you still got to justify this picture right here. This picture clearly shows kENNEka, Monifa, and Shemaya at the Crown Plaza on the 6th. This picture was taken at the Crown Plaza on the 6th, the day of Irene's birthday party. So I get all of the different narratives, but the narratives doesn't coincide with the actual factual and true right there. That's the picture. kENNEka. And she is unequivocally and undeniably at the Crown Plaza. So how do we rectify this picture with what they had stated in their statements? Because it ain't no way that you can get around this picture and say that she wasn't there when you clearly see she's there, live and well, and she's not deceased. She's not in nobody's car. He is at the establishment. So, and she's with Monifa and she's with Shemaya. So how do we rectify that? because I can't, and I won't go on record saying that this picture right here is going way back to 2015, and kENNEka, Shemaya, and Monifa happened to be in the same clothes, happened to be in the same room 2 years earlier than the time to when this supposed kENNEka, the girl who they call kENNEka, has ended up getting killed. I'm not going on record to say that. I'm absolutely not. So you guys help me to make this make sense, because I get the narratives, I get what Lenore had stated, I get what was shown, but until somebody can prove to me otherwise that kENNEka was deceased before coming to the establishment, well, then you got to justify this picture, because no other YouTuber has ever shown this picture. And I've shown you unequivocally and undeniably there is kENNEka Jenkins in flesh with Shemaya and Monifa in room 926 in the same attire that Monifa and Shemaya was wearing at the Crown Plaza Hotel in that video footage. And for the simple fact that Lenore came and made a post and said that you messed with the wrong one, and we're going to be there at the establishment tomorrow in full force on the 8th, it literally validates the simple fact that I said that kENNEka Jenkins was at that establishment on the 6th. She died on the 7th, which only validates Lenore Harris on the 8th after the fact that kENNEka Jenkins died, and they're coming to the Crown Plaza, because it ain't no way, and it ain't no narrative that's out there known to man that can ever state that kENNEka didn't die on the 7th. You say that kENNEka allegedly hadn't made it to the hotel yet. Well, that's their narrative, but their narrative is dead on arrival, because I don't care what no YouTuber, I don't care what no Facebooker say. That picture validates that kENNEka was at the Crown Plaza Hotel, alive and well. And both kENNEka, both Shemaya, and both Monifa had on the same attire. So until somebody can justify why they all had on the same attire, I don't care what nobody say. Have to prove to me unequivocally and undeniably kENNEka was deceased before coming to the Crown Plaza, but this picture debunks that. It totally debunks that. kENNEka was at the Crown Plaza. That the evidence is in your face, clearly in your face. That is proof positive right there. Is in your face, you know. So when the YouTubers sit around here and say that kENNEka never was at that establishment alive, I just say it's bullshit. Total bullshit. Unequivocal bullshit. And so the thing is, peoples, if I wasn't going to give up some major juicies, I will show you the video of kENNEka Jenkins at the establishment in the hallway with Bill Murray's son. She is clearly there, shown on video footage. And I ain't the only one who have that video footage. A couple of these YouTubers who talked about this case from the very beginning have that video footage as well. They have it, peoples. But yet they chose to talk a different narrative. And this is in this picture, which they have as well, clearly shows kENNEka at the Crown Plaza in room 926. So until somebody can prove to me that that's not kENNEka, well, at least the girl who they call kENNEka, because again, like I say, I can't call this girl no other name other than kENNEka because that is the name that they gave me. That is the name that they gave me. So, and they gave you. And so until somebody can prove to me that kENNEka was deceased before she came to the Crown Plaza, then explain that picture. MB 907 901 had said the very first person poked that word missing was the very first who was informed kENNEka had been killed. The very moment everyone else spoke the word missing, all knew, including mother. Okay, let me put the link in the chat, and um Hot Chocolate is going to explain to you guys. Yeah, see, that's what I like, people. Is I want you guys to come on and come to the live and come talk with me. So Hot Chocolate is going to explain it, peoples. Okay, so the link is in the chat. So hit the link, Hot Chocolate, and then come on up to the panel and come talk with me. And then all of you others who have some postings and listings and things and stuff, you guys are more than welcome to share. And then come and talk with me. So we can get clarity out of confusion. Because I don't like confusion. I don't like for people to be confused. So Hot Chocolate, come on and hit the link, ma'am, and come on to the panel because I gotta keep the live going and things. So we're just kind of waiting around for you to come on up to the panel. And so, peoples, as I stated before, everybody can give a narrative as to kENNEka being deceased before she ever made it to the Crown Plaza. But the one thing that you got to make sense of is how did she take the picture in the room with Monifa and Shamaya in that bathroom? How? No other YouTuber has ever shown that. No other YouTuber has ever shown that. None whatsoever. I've never seen it. Have you guys ever seen it? I never seen it, but I got my hands on it. The real kENNEka. And so that clearly debunks all of these myths that these people are saying that kENNEka was deceased. And then again, I want to make it clear because everybody's saying that this young lady's name is not kENNEka. Well, I don't know that, people. All I know is that everybody in their mama and under the sun called this girl kENNEka. So whether her real name is kENNEka or not, until somebody can prove to me that it's not her real name, that is the only name that I have to go by. So until you can prove to me that this person who they call kENNEka is someone else, that's who I can only call her as kENNEka because that's what everybody called her, kENNEka. So I hope that clears up in brings clarity to any confusion and things, because I hear what everybody is saying, but you got to explain in great detail to us so the people won't be confused. Because just saying that, well, that's not kENNEka, that's ain't good enough for me. Hot chocolate, are you coming up, Mel? Because if not, then I gotta keep pressing on. So just click the link in the chat and come on up to the panel. Oh, you're having difficulties. What difficulties are you having? You can come up on your phone. All you have to do is just press the link in the chat, and you can talk on your phone. Or if you're on a computer, just press the link and that'll bring you up. But either way, people, so I got to keep this going and stuff. And so whenever she can come up, she can come up. You guys, hold on. All right, people, so I got hot chocolate on the phone. She's going to explain it to you, because she can't get up. Okay, I got hot chocolate on the phone. She's going to explain it to you. So you got the floor, Mel.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good night, I could say, but what I was saying is with the screenshot that Lenora that I sent with the post that Lenora made, if that post was made at on September 8th at 1:22 p.m., according to the media, according to the paperwork, according to all dates, kENNEka hadn't even made it to the Crown Plaza yet. So therefore, this had to be on the 6th. kENNEka died on the 7th. They were planning to come up there on the 9th because she was missing already. So therefore, that post right there is evidence that the media lied to us, the the family lied to us, and the hotel lied to us. This footage is a lie, all that. So that's what that means. The second post, the second set of screenshots that I did send was from I have a Facebook group, and someone made a post, and one of the family members like kind of clapped back, if that's the word you want to use, and said that the cousin was that her cousin was died had been dead for 8 years. Well, I was looking at the other screenshot that I sent with the scripture on there saying J for K in 2015. If you count back, that post was made last year. If you count back from last year all the way 8 years from 8 years prior, that would have been 2015. Not sure why she was J for K for life in 2015, but it seems real suspect to me. I do know that there was a book that was written about someone named Brianna Jenkins. That story did take place in 2015. It's very similar to kENNEka's, and that's all I really wanted to explain so that we could understand better what I was saying by sending those screenshots. Appreciate you listening and have a good night.
Okay, that's good. Now it brings clarity. Now it brings clarity because couldn't couldn't explain it in a manner to which you were trying to explain it in things and stuff, because like I say, this, for what they're trying to allude to, is that, you know, kENNEka and I've said this many times before, kENNEka was already missing well before they even post this thing. And she was at the establishment on the 6th for Irene's party. And then when Lenore had went on to make that post on the 8th, kENNEka was already dead on the 7th.
Exactly.
So that clearly just validates what I have been saying all along. That kENNEka was already missing and she was already dead. And when Lenore had went and chimed in with that post on the 8th talking about, well, we're going to be there in full force. Well, remember, according to the video footage, they were just coming to the establishment on the 8th, right?
Yes, they were just getting there at I guess around 12:15, 12:13, whatever footage they put out to deter the people, saying that she had just made it there, but she had been there already. kENNEka was dead already.
She was already dead. Bingo. That's the bingo moment right there.
Yep, she was dead already. So all that stuff that happened, that they saying that they was searching for her all night and stuff like that, and she got the call at 4:34 in the morning on the 9th. That's a lie. All of it's a lie, and it's sickening. But I mean, it is what it is. It's just crazy that that's the narrative they put out, and it's shameful that even the media deceived us that way. So that's all I had to say about that. I just wanted to bring clarity to what I was sending because I don't want anyone to be confused.
But you brought major clarity to that of what the people were saying. Just with that post alone, had clarified a lot of things of what I have been saying forever and a day, because the people could not understand, well, how could kENNEka be missing? And this is what the family, this is what her mom and what her sister is saying. And I kept trying to tell the people, you can't take to what they say verbatim.
Right. And even the part about the parking ticket on the 6th. Yes, she was definitely there on the 6th. So the 911 call was scripted, very much so. Yeah. Unless she did too much talking.
She did way too much talking because one, with the 911 call, look how the 911 call was designed. It was almost like a conversation between two people.
Right.
There was no
911 dispatcher ever takes that long on a phone call. They either give you instruction on what to do next, and then like I said, it's just so crazy because they even gave Crown Plaza as the the address that they gave? They gave Crown Plaza as the address as for some where the incident took place at.
Yeah.
So it's just like I said, it's so much stuff mixed up in this case that it's unbelievably confusing, and you just got to really, like you said, take a look for yourself and really think about things before you just get information and say it, because people are listening and they want to know, but at the same time it have to make sense. It can't be one way one day and one way another. So
and did Edward Joseph ever change his narrative like that?
No. So I appreciate you for that, not confusing the people.
No,
that's a big thing.
I stayed on point, and not only did I stay on point, but I kept showing you by what they gave, what they said.
Right.
And I stayed on point. And I kept reiterating it over and over and over again to try to get the people to understand, look, this ain't what I said, it's what they said. It's what they said and it's what they did. All right, peoples, we have a guest in the house. And his name is Custom Designs. So now, customs, I'm gonna drop the link, but before I do, let me go ahead and administer the ground rules. I don't mind you coming up, and I don't mind you speaking, but the thing is, we have to have a conversation. It ain't gonna be you coming in domineering the conversation, and I have to stop you to try to get a word in. You can speak, I speak, and we be cordial with each other. No name calling and all like that and stuff. I'm not up for all of that and things on tonight. Is that all right, my brother? All right. So peoples, this is custom designs. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Have this brother come on up, and then we're going to talk about some things. And then hello. Now I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I'm just going to say Yam. Hello, Yam White. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Yeah, so I can't pronounce that, but All right, customers, come on, my brother, because this is a long live and this is going to take the whole night to play. But uh, there is the link for you to come on in and things because I see that you have want me to drop the link. So and see y'all, Yam, this is my new friend. She lives not too far from me out here in California and stuff, and she is a very beautiful lady. And so, I had invited her on to the live on tonight and stuff to watch Edward Joseph in action. Custom designs, my friend. Come on, my friend. Come on, brother. The link is in the chat. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. There's the link right there in the chat. I'm trying to give him an opportunity to come on and speak his piece, y'all. So just like with anybody, I'll give everybody an opportunity to come on and speak their piece. Custom design, my friend. Come on, come on, come on. You're holding up my time, my friend. Come on, I'm gonna have to play this live. Come on, come on, come on up and come on and talk with me and things. I'm gonna call her Sweet Yam. Sweet Yam is she wants to get on the phone with me. So you holding up my time, my friend. Custom design, come on, come on. People's custom design is in the house. He said, drop the link. Custom design is here. So, all right, peoples. Well, I'm going to go back with the live and things. The link is in the chat. So, if he decides to come on up, then the link is in the chat. But I got to keep this live going because this is a long live, people. It's a long live. And so, you know, we got to keep things going. But all right, so let's get back to it, peoples.
Yep. Like I said, I'm not, like I'm not, you know, afraid. I know that God covers me, so therefore, anything that I have to say about this case, I'm going to say it because at the end of the day, if it was I have two girls and they are young, and if they were at a party and this happened to them, I would want people to speak up. I would want things to be said, and that's just the bottom line. So, like I said, I appreciate you bringing me up the way that you did. I was trying to get on through the app, but I couldn't. So I'm glad I was able to bring more clarity to what I was putting out.
Yeah, and see, this is what I really employ all of the people to do and things, because this is the only way that we can be unified. And this is the only way that we can amplify our voices and things, is when we connect with each other and bring
Exactly.
out all of these inconsistencies and things of what they were saying and what they've been doing. And so this right here clearly, unequivocally validates the various things that I have been saying for all of this time. It is no mistaking the bacon. I mean, if the people are still confused, well, then just let them be confused, because I don't know how much that you can literally bring clarity out of this other than what has already been. They lied and they
That's what
jumped the
they
gun.
did.
And then they made postings, but then they took it down. But people like you got the screenshots of it and calling these people to the carpet for the madness that they've been doing.
Right.
And that's what I've been saying.
Yep, exactly. So you just gotta keep a watchful eye and know how to explain what you're putting out, because there are people who really, really cut it, kind of care about this case. So it's just like I said, the whole thing is mind blowing from September 17th to so from September of 2017 all the way to now. It's just been mind blowing. A great big roller coaster that doesn't stop.
But see, I'm glad that it's people like you and all of the others who is literally contributing to the narrative and literally showcasing and talking about it and showing some validity, with the things that you guys have and stuff. Because again, there's a lot of people who's got a lot of screenshots and photos and things that they just really don't want to showcase. They don't want to see it. But I don't have a problem in talking about it and showing it.
Right.
Because that's the only way that it's going to get out there.
Exactly.
But if the people don't go and if people don't participate, then
Right.
what is it that we can do?
Right.
You can hope forever and a day, but you got to do your part as well,
Exactly.
especially if you want justice.
Yep. And I definitely want justice, because that's, like I said, this been eating at me since the beginning, and I've had nightmares and dreams and all type of stuff about this case. So therefore, I really do want justice to happen for her. But at the same time, we gotta just stick together. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, how can a house divided get the same thing? It can't.
Yeah. And see what you have did just literally validated that this family, the news, all of these people are in cahoots and they lied. They lied. Straight up lied. So now,
Right.
how can you sit here and believe Teresa Martin, Lenora Harris, and all of these people when they clearly lied in our face?
Exactly.
They clearly lied in our face. And so now, how are you going to have empathy for them and sympathy for them? And they're the ones.
I don't, not an inch.
They're the ones who set these girls up.
Yes, they did.
MB, MB.
Like I said, they threw a ball, broke the glass, and hid their hands. That's what they did, and got paid for it.
Exactly. MB at 901 had said every phone call made that night, starting with Mr. Redhead, Teresa, and police officer front desk at police station, all was expecting to receive call. what front desk officer answers call saying 911?
Right. Like I said, the entire call was very scripted, and I'm just glad that I have the sense that God gave me, so that so that I could understand what was really going on during that call. Teresa Martin talked too much. She she wasn't supposed to bring up the ticket on the sixth, because that's what really raised the curiosity. Like, okay, now we got this ticket on the sixth. What happened there on the sixth? Why was it in her car? If she never would have said anything, the six would have never came up.
It would have never came up. And it's amazing how all of these YouTubers like like T Slay wants to discount, like custom design that wants to discount that ticket that's on the six. I've listened to her on a live, and she wanted to totally discount. Well, I know what you're saying. The people keep bringing up that ticket on the six, and they tried their best to try to dismantle that ticket. But again, how can you?
You can't. It's impossible.
No, you can't. Because the thing is that, one, why would Teresa Martin bring that up? And I've always told you that the
Because
people,
she said, because I got this ticket here on the six, and then she caught herself like, damn, I said the six, and I wasn't supposed to say that.
exactly. I've always said that when the people give their testimonies and when they start to say things, they all the time tell the truth first. Then they realize that they're telling the truth, and so then they go into a lie mode. Just like when Teresa Martin says, my daughter was left at the She was going to say hospital, but then she ended up saying hotel.
Right.
How do you get hos from whole?
I don't know.
You can't.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's just crazy. Even just all the different narratives and stuff like that. It's time to put those aside and just look at the real facts. Just look at the real facts. I mean, I know the footage isn't. The footage is, we all know now, is just a big reenactment because of the time of the date, the time stamps that are on the footage and everything. So we can't even go on that anymore.
But the footage is the footage is important to a degree because
Very much so.
it shows it shows to agree what happened, and it shows to agree what didn't happen.
Yep.
And so you have to in that footage was all mixed up. It was designed. It's just like a movie. A movie ain't nothing but a bunch of clips merged together to tell a story.
Right.
That's all the movies are. You show me one movie that starts from beginning to end, and it's the same uncut, uncut and run on of a film strip.
Exactly.
You don't see it because you see they play a scene, then they go and they blank it out, and then they come into another scene in some other place, then they blank it out, and then they come to another scene. And that's how movies are. That's how movies are designed. Movies ain't nothing but clips. And this
Yeah.
wasn't nothing but a scripted movie with some truth in it and some lies in it.
Right.
But you have to take it for what it is, match that up with the posts of the people made along with the case files and stuff, and you will see all types of
All types of
inconsistencies.
things, exactly. All type of inconsistencies, all types of different things that possibly could have been true, and everything. So I'm just glad that I'm a very observant person, and I can look and kind of decipher and then listen to things and know that what's the truth and what's not. So like I said, I thank you for the opportunity to get on here and explain what I was putting out, and I appreciate you. I'm gonna get off of here now because I have to get ready for work in the morning, and I will talk to you again soon.
What
I'm
thank you so much, and thank you for clarifying that for the people, because now the people heard your voice and they can literally analyze it now in the way that you put it.
right, and I will still be in the chat, but I'm gonna get off the phone. I will talk to you later. Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay. Blessings. Peoples, as you can see, now we got clarity. Now we have clarity, peoples. And as you can see, they lied and tried to say that kENNEka Jenkins was deceased before ever coming to the Crown Plaza, which that was a major lie. It was a major lie, peoples. The 911 call, major scripted lie. But in the lies that was being told, truth was being told at the same time. Because every time you look around and listen to Teresa Martin and how she speaks and the way she speaks and stuff, people's, she was telling off on herself. She was telling off on herself. They tried to play the 911 call. 911 call, how can I help you? Doot, doot, doot. You know, with all of the so-called emergency beeps and things like that. People don't know 911 dispatcher. Go and have a conversation with someone. A 911 caller is trained to give you, it's trained to take over the conversation and get straight to the point, because again, it's an emergency. Somebody can be dying, somebody is abducted, somebody, you know, life is on the line and stuff. That's why you have the 911 call. It's an emergency. But in the emergency, people's, these people are having a casual conversation. That's why when Joel Comm had made the post on 911, he was making parody as to what has transpired. You guys remember Joel Comm? Let me show you who Joel Comm is, and let me show you what Joel Comm had said, because he was the one who was making a parody of the kENNEka Jenkins case. And it all makes sense now, peoples. When the young lady said that she was watching Joel Comm and others in that live with Zach TV when she was warning him to leave the case alone, and Zach would not leave it alone. But that lady gave you names of different people that you all should have did your research upon, and you didn't. And so, peoples, again, as I stated before, can't no YouTuber ever debunk me upon this picture right here, which clearly shows kENNEka Jenkins at the establishment, peoples. They can't debunk that. Right there. There she is, kENNEka Jenkins. And then Harris is going to make a post on September the 8th. But according to the video footage, kENNEka Jenkins has not been missing on the 8th. According to the video footage and their narratives, kENNEka Jenkins was supposed to be coming to the establishment on the 8th. But Everett Joseph has been telling you all along, peoples, that kENNEka Jenkins has already been commandeered on the 6th. Teresa Martin was already happy and joyous because her daughter was, or her so-called daughter, or the one who she had the power of attorney over, was going to be deceased. And she didn't care one way or the other how she dies, as long as she dies. And that's why we see the brace on her hand, peoples. That's why we see the brace on her hand. And that's why we see the black eye. Was Teresa Martin instrumental in trying to subdue kENNEka? Was there another fight that has taken place other than that fight that we have seen with the beverage manager, Shemaya, and the maintenance guy, the security, and the guy in the black hoodie, which was Carl Nesbitt Peoples. Did kENNEka have a fight with Teresa Martin at some point, Peoples? Because you got to help me to make this make sense. Why was that brace on her thumb at the time to when kENNEka was missing? And the thing is, Peoples, why did she have a black eye? See, I look at everything, Peoples, and it ain't nothing that's happening in this case by happenstance. You piece these little so-called non-whatevers together, it paints a big picture. And see, my thing is, why did it happen at the time to when kENNEka was reported missing? Why was all of these things occurring with Teresa Martin? Why did Lenore Harris go and make a Facebook post talking about Rosemont, you messed with the wrong one? We're going to be there in full force on September the 8th. On September the 8th. And why would you be doing that if kENNEka wasn't even missing yet? And I don't know why you guys continue to keep saying in your mouths that kENNEka was deceased and she was brought to the establishment. You don't have no record, no information that kENNEka was ever deceased and brought to the Crown Plaza in a body bag or in a plastic bag, or was being transported from the west side of Chicago in her mother's car or anything. You have absolutely no proof whatsoever. And I gave you the proof that kENNEka was there at the establishment on the 6th with Shemaya and Monifa. The real kENNEka jENkINs. And you can't debunk that. You can't debunk it. And so that's why you never talk about it. Because you can't debunk it. You can't. You can speak up and down, swear up and down, curse up and down as much as you want, and you still can't debunk that photo. And I told you, people, so I'm just only going to go back and use that of what they said. Gary had said, I think they jumped kENNEka in the basement at Crown Plaza, drug her up. She fell asleep, but she couldn't move. When she woke up, they took her organs then. Well, understand that it was more than just kENNEka jENkINs. It was kENNEka Martin. And if you've seen the live the other day, I've shown you the difference between kENNEka jENkINs and kENNEka Martin. And I clearly shown you the different facial features and structures. So when we're talking about kENNEka, we're talking about two kENNEkas who got beat up, raped, and sodomized, and then ultimately murdered. Both kENNEkas. So if you guys watched that live on last night, it gave you great insight. Great insight. And you can clearly see the distinctive difference between kENNEka jENkINs and kENNEka Martin. But you got to understand and put this in perspective. kENNEka jENkINs was at the establishment well before kENNEka Martin got killed. kENNEka Jenkins was decomposed on that gurney at the time to when Lenora and Teresa Martin came to the establishment to identify that body. kENNEka Jenkins. She was already decomposed. Because if you go back and you hear what Andrew Holmes had said, it was hot as hell in the freezer. If you go back and listen to what Lenora Harris had said, she said the freezer was hot and it was just only a little tiny piece of ice. So when we have two people who's given an account as to the freezer being hot, how in the hell could the freezer be on and this girl frozen solid? How could that be? How could kENNEka be frozen solid when you have the account of two people who stated that they were in that freezer and the freezer was hot as hell? So help me to make that make sense, people. How did we go from freezing to a freezer hot as hell, and we have two individual accounts of the freezer being hot as hell? And based upon their testimony is where we see kENNEka Jenkins decomposed on a gurney. Peoples, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if you are in a hot, enclosed environment, the body is going to break down rapidly, not slowly, rapidly. And because the body is breaking down rapidly, peoples, this will be indicative of the fact of why they had to move with such great speed in order to get her organs, to set her up, to go ahead and take all of these pictures and things to try to woo the public that this is how she was looking and stuff and so on and so forth. But yet, and still, all of this stuff happened well before the so-called reenactment. And I think that's where you guys are getting confused. I think that's where many of you guys are getting confused. You confusing the reenactment from the enactment. And the enactment is when they killed the girl and they staged her body. That's where you guys can't differentiate the two, because you guys are looking at the reenactment as is being law, when kENNEka has already been deceased prior to this so-called reenactment. Because people's, again, and I keep stressing this, and I still have yet to have any of you speak upon this, because you can't give me no reasonable or plausible explanation for that. And again, I go back to the three pictures. kENNEka being in the freezer with her hand under her chin, kENNEka being at the so-called funeral home when her mom said, "This is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home." And then kENNEka being decomposed on the gurney. So until I can get someone, anybody, to speak upon those three pictures, anybody to speak upon those three pictures, then what is it that you want me to say about your narrative? Because you got to make sense of the three pictures first before you can make sense of anything. And it doesn't matter what you say. I'm here to tell you, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what narrative you may give or what you may think. You got to make sense of the three pictures. And you got to put the pictures in a sequential order, and you got to explain the three pictures because that is what they gave as evidence. Now, the question is, when is anybody going to speak upon the three pictures? Anybody, any YouTuber, any Facebooker, anybody, when are you guys are going to speak upon those three pictures? And make sense of it. I don't know why everybody's avoiding that question. You're avoiding that question because why? You don't have an answer to it, right? Okay, well then there it is. Why? Because it changes everything that you ever said. I posed this question to T Slay, to Custom Design. I posed this question to Trade Game. And I posed this question to any other YouTuber that's ever talking about the kENNEka jENkINs case. Answer that question. Help me to make sense of the three photos. Because what you guys are saying that, well, she was deceased before she was ever brought to the Crown Plaza. Well, you see her picture. Unless one or two things. Either you don't believe that that's kENNEka, and if it is not kENNEka, then who is it? Who is it? Give us an explanation as to who you believe it is. You can just say, oh, it's some girl that they had that was a lookalike or something. Okay, that's an explanation. All right, so now, then help me to make that make sense. When and how did she die? If the girl on the gurney at the time to when Lenora Harris and Teresa Martin came to view that body, if that's not kENNEka, then who is it? If the girl in the freezer is not kENNEka, then who is it? If the girl on the gurney that was supposed to be at the funeral home when Teresa Martin had said, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home, then who is it? So I just need somebody out in this community to answer that question. Who is it? Who are these girls? Or who is this girl? Or do you believe that it is kENNEka jENkINs? And then we can go from there. MB901 had said the so-called friends who called Teresa Martin saying kENNEka was missing didn't say kENNEka was missing and drunk. For Teresa to have told police her daughter can't drink, but I was a heads up to the police. And you made a very valid point, 901. When the friends had called Teresa Martin, the friends never stated that she was missing and drunk. That is a very valid point. So at which point did the supposed kENNEka come up drunk? I'll wait. I said, I'll wait. Boy, I love topics of discussion like this. I love topics of discussion because, again, these are questions that the people can answer. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, if you answer the question, it will box you into a certain narrative that you can't get out. It definitely will. It'll box you into a narrative that you can't get out. And this is why the people purposely don't answer the question. You purposely. You guys purposely don't answer the question. And it doesn't matter how many times I said, you're still not going to answer the question. And now, come MB at 901 had gave you some good juicy juicies, because now you can't even answer this question. When did this kENNEka supposed to be drunk syndrome ever happen, when in the beginning it was never stated on record that kENNEka was drunk? Even in the 911 call that Shemaya had made to 911, she never stated that her friend was drunk. She said her friend had a disability, but she never stated that her friend was drunk, staggering in a hallway near the front desk. It was in the case files that kENNEka was staggering drunk near the front desk. Okay, that's in the case files. So since that's in the case files, and they put that in the case files, they must have a video that clearly shows or depict kENNEka jENkINs staggering drunk near the front desk. That's what they put in the case files. And that's what I have always talked about, peoples. And so if kENNEka was staggering drunk near the front desk, where is the video footage? I hear crickets. I hear crickets. It's amazing to me how everybody under the sun knows so much about the kENNEka jENkINs case, but yet a few little questions, and even the crickets don't even chirp out. It is the dead of night, peoples. The moon is out and the crickets ain't even chirping. It is a hot summer night, and it's the dead of night. And normally the crickets and all of the other creepy crawly creatures of the land will come and start chiming out. You have the frogs by the pond. You have the crickets in the fields. You have the little bug lights that has the little lights on the tail end of their abdomen shining. But yet there is no light. There is no crickets. And there is no frogs going ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. It is the dead of night. And this is amazing to me, peoples, how now my life was once live and now it's dead. Why is that? Can nobody answer the question? You guys can give commentary to everything else. Why isn't that nobody can ever answer that question? Why, peoples? I have yet to have one YouTuber to answer that question. Anybody. And then MB at 901 had posed a very good, significant question. I made a bold statement. When the kids first called Teresa Martin, they never said that kENNEka was drunk and missing. When Shemaya made the 911 call to the 911 caller, she never said that kENNEka jENkINs was drunk. She just said that my friend had a disability. But now I'm trying to think if Teresa Martin had ever stated that her daughter was drunk. I believe she did. Let's go back to the 911 call for Teresa Martin. And let's hear that again, because now that raises another that raises another red flag for me, peoples. And see, it's questions like this that literally gets my blood pumping and my mind racing and things, because man, I'm like, this brings up on a whole new perspective. Let's look and see if Teresa Martin stated in her 911 call that kENNEka was drunk. Peoples. Let's see if we can pinpoint that. Peoples. Was kENNEka Jenkins drunk according to Teresa Martin? Peoples? Well, we'll see. And don't think that you guys are off the hook, because I still want an answer to those pictures. But let's see here. kENNEka Jenkins? Teresa? 911 call. Okay, people. So we got two. So this is the famous one right here. See how many different 911 calls. I don't need no commentary. I just need for and then to play the 911 call. So all right, peoples. All right, peoples. Let's take a look at this.
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel, and she's not able to be found now. She's 19 years old.
And you said that and you said the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport?
Yes. Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no camera. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys. But that's how she just saw, because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
All right, well then, you know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Yes, the Crown. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, the Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm
okay,
so sorry.
No, it's okay. And have you spoke? And you said you spoke with the
front desk. I'm sitting outside right in front of the hotel in their parking lot right now.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or?
No, it's a different set. It's a different new. I'm sorry, it's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her, because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m. So hold on, this is not her ticket, because this was on the 6th. My daughter wasn't here on the 6th.
Okay, so let's break that down, peoples. Let's break that down. Teresa Martin is all over the place in this 911 call. She said that she is outside the hotel while she's making a call, and it's a different set of people who is there. So with a different set of people who's there, how would she know that it's a different set of people who was there unless what? She was there, right? She just gave herself away because again, how would she know it's a different group of people that was there unless what? She was there. So she's already telling you that she's been there for some period of time. She's been there for some period of time, peoples. She just told you on the 911 call she's been there for a period of time. And then how would this lady who just casually comes in and have a casual conversation with her know that her daughter was on the 11th floor with a group of guys and a girl? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. kENNEka jENkINs, we are back with a vengeance, part 3. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, kENNEka jENkINs, we are back with a vengeance, part 3. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. But there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, as you can see, I have literally went in hard and heavy on the kENNEka jENkINs case. And as you can see, the harder I go, the people are coming in and they're trying their best to take down my channel. And so what I did was I had deleted the last live, peoples, because the people did not want that information up. I am more cautious now than ever before. And I am going to take great steps and links not to put everybody up on the panel and things because that's how they get you, peoples. See, I'm still going to put up that live, but I have to edit out that part because that can get my channel taken down immediately. And that's what they wanted to do. See, what they wanted to do was put that up on there. They thought that I was going to keep the live on, and they thought that I was going to give them an opportunity to go and strike my channel. But I deleted it off of all of the platforms. I'm going to re-edit it, and I am going to re-upload it. And I'm going to re-upload everything that we talked about in the last live and merge it with this live, minus that madness that the person had did. And so people see that's the thing. When you are going in hard and heavy upon these people, well, then now look what happened. They can't get me no other way. And so now they have to come in hilarious and nefarious. And they try to strike my channel down, which they can't. So I am safeguarding everything, peoples. And see, again, you know, this only happens when you are doing an excellent job, peoples, and getting the information out there to the masses. And as you can see, peoples, as you can clearly see, peoples, when you are doing an excellent job, they all come in and they all be hilarious and nefarious. They try their best to do all of these things and stuff, peoples, but they can't take you down. They try their best, but they can't take you down. And so, peoples, here I am. I'm back again. I'm live with the same title and things, and I am going to merge all of that good, juicy information back on this live. with the same title and do the same thing, peoples. They're not going to stop me. And I'm going to keep up what my friend had stated, because again, that's what they try to do, hot chocolate. But see, they can't bring me down. They can't. I already blocked that person who used your name and things. They see, you got trolls in here, and you got people who don't want this information to be spread out, hot chocolate. You see that, right? But I am a bold mother who don't give two rats asses about these people. I'm still going to keep it out there. I'm going to repost it, and it's going to be out there for the masses to see. Because see, now we are on the ASS big time, and they're doing everything in their power to try to take down my channel. But see, I'm too smart for that, peoples. I'm way too smart for that. And so that's what you do, peoples. See? If hot chocolate, if we wasn't tapping into something so profound, it wouldn't be no reason why they would be going and doing the things that they do to try to bring my channel down. But they tried their best and they couldn't do it. And I'm definitely going to repost that for the public, for everybody to see, everybody and their mama to see for themselves. And see, peoples, when you ask tough questions and things, well, then, hey, look what happened, peoples. People can't give tough answers. They can't do it, peoples. You know, they can't do it, peoples. We got them by the balls. And we're going in hard and heavy. And now, just for that, I'm going even harder and heavier. And I'm going to reveal even more, peoples. Slowly but surely, I am going to knock this thing out the ballpark, peoples. And I'm going to give these suckers a taste of their own medicine. They're not liking what I'm doing. And that's fine. I'm glad. I'm so glad that they're not liking what I'm doing. Because at the end of the day, peoples, as you can see, you don't get this type of exposure if you wasn't hitting upon anything. But see, we're hitting it, and we're hitting it hard. We are hitting it real hard. And that's something that they hate, because we are literally peoples. We're slamming these people where it hurts. Literally slamming these people where it hurts. And that's why I continue to keep doing what I do, peoples. That's why I continue to keep doing what I do. That's what I love what I do. And it's for people because of you and you and you and you. It's why we are making headways in this community. And this is why they are getting so angry. This is why they're calling me niggers, and this is why they're calling me bees, and this is why they're calling me all sorts and manner of madness and stuff. But I will not be deterred, peoples. I will stand up. I will continue to keep fighting for kENNEka. I will continue to keep getting this narrative out there. I will continue to keep exposing these hilarious and nefarious people for the madness that they've been doing. I will continue to do that, peoples. I will not stop. I will stay in this race, and I will continue. I will continue, peoples, to let my voice and your voice be heard. I will continue, peoples. And I must continue to keep doing that because, again, like I say, when you are giving wholesome and good, juicy information, they don't like that, and it's making them itch, and they will come in every manner possible to try to bring you down, and they can't bring me down. So that's why I'm not so much worried about what all of these other YouTubers and Facebookers saying and things and stuff. That doesn't bother me one bit, peoples. Because at the end of the day, what I am saying, what I am putting out there, what I am showing is breaking down those barriers, is breaking down the walls. And you can clearly see it for yourself. You can. That's all you need to do, people. You can. You can see it for yourself. And so people's I have learned a new safe way of doing things now. So when the people want to come to the platform and they want to come speak, I got a new way of doing that right now. So then this will never happen again. Because see, I can always filter out the people. Now, you want me to show you how I'm gonna do it? This is how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it just like this. They come up to the screen, they come and they can come live, but see, ain't nothing showing on my screen. Ain't nothing showing on my screen, but I can see them. And I can have a conversation with them before I ever bring them to the public and things. And if it doesn't check out, well, then I check them out of here and I block them. And then I'll come back and I will share my screen, share my live with people who are legit. And then I'll show you who they are. Bingo to the bingo. That's how you do it, peoples. That's how you do it. And that's how you protect your channel. That's how you protect your channel. So you can be able to weed these suckers out of here and block every last one of them. Because see, when they're blocked, they have to come with a new channel, and you only can make so many new channels, peoples, before you can't make no more. And so they'll be blocked for all eternity. So the people may troll and they may be happy to lose one channel, but they're not going to keep making other channels and keep coming on, trying to get onto your live. Because when you make a new channel, new screen name, YouTube takes notice of that. And so YouTube only allows you to create so many different channels before that's it. So I think you only can do at least 3, I believe. I think that's the maximum. But who wants to get blocked on every channel that they have? That's crazy. So they'll be nefarious once, but they won't be nefarious over and over and over again. They don't want every channel to be blocked because at some point in time, they do want to come and talk on your channel. So I've learned that. So people, again, like I say, they can't stop me from talking. They tried everything under the book and then some, but I'm too smart for that. I'm too smart. And so I just thank God that he gives me insight. And so don't worry, people. So I'm gonna add that last part of the live to this and things, and we're gonna go from there. And I'm gonna play that back so you guys can hear and see what Hot Chocolate had to say. And as you can see, peoples, we are literally hitting it hard on the nail, and we are making these people uncomfortable. We're making these people itch because the only reason why they continue to do that is to try to shut you down, and they can't. They try to, but they can't. And so let's go back to that, peoples. Let's go back and let's explore that topic. And let me go back to the 911 call, and let's break down Teresa Martin's 911 call, peoples. So let me go and let me share my screen. And let's go back to that 911 call. Let me see. Hold on for a moment. Let me see. I gotta find that first. And there it is right there. So what is this called right here? 911 call of Teresa Martin. Okay, there it is. Now, let me rewind this back, peoples, and I'm going to narrate as I play it. Let's go.
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel, and she's not able to be found now. She's 19 years old.
And you said that and you said the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport?
Yes. Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no camera. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys. But that's how she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
People, she comes to the Crown Plaza Hotel. She meets up. She says that the friends had called her in the morning and said that they couldn't find kENNEka. They don't want me to talk because my mic keep going out and I ain't even touching it. So they go to so she comes to the Crown Plaza and she said that her daughter is missing based upon what the friend said. And the friend said that they left her in front of the hotel and she's not able to be found now. But she comes and she comes in and she transitioned in and said that there is a lady, and this lady heard music, and she said, do you want to go up to the 11th floor? Well, she never mentioned to the 911 caller that kENNEka was never on the 11th floor. She was on the 9th floor. She never did make mention to the 911 caller that the kids never mentioned the 11th floor. But a lady heard music, brought her to the 11th floor. Well, first and foremost, how did the lady know that her daughter is missing? That's first and foremost. Two, how did the lady know even who kENNEka Jenkins was or is? Did Teresa Martin show the lady a picture of kENNEka? And out of all of the people who happened to be at the Crown Plaza, a lady just conveniently be at the front desk and she knows she saw kENNEka. And she said, well, let me take you to the 11th floor because I heard music. And just because I heard music, I'm going to take you up there and let's see if your daughter is up there. Like this lady had some type of power that she can go to people's rooms, knock on people's rooms, and ask if a young lady has been in that room. That is the whole purpose of having security or having a manager at the hotel go ahead and check the rooms of the patrons and disturb the patrons, not just individual citizens, peoples. So this is where I have a major problem because she just totally flipped the script, did a 360-degree turn and changed the narrative. But what she did was she indicated that she was at the Crown Plaza and she had waited until the people who was working changed shifts. So that's knowing that she was there for quite some time. For her to know that the people change shifts. So that right there was a dead giveaway that she's been there for quite some time. To know that the people change shifts. And then to go up to the 11th floor just because a lady that just happens to be in the area takes her up there to the 11th floor because she said that she's seen her daughter with two guys and a girl. Okay, so let's think about that for one moment, people. Two guys and a girl. So what's the girl Shamaya? And what's the guy Carl Nesbitt? And another person? The lady didn't explain that what was happening when she saw her with two guys and a girl. She just said that she saw kENNEka with two guys and a girl. So what was happening with kENNEka at the time to when this lady supposed to had seen her with two guys and a girl? What did she just happen to be outside the room where the supposed party was, and then she just happened to remember kENNEka jENkINs out of all of the patrons that was patronizing that business, and she just happens to recount kENNEka jENkINs peoples? Help me to make that make sense. That doesn't make no sense to me, people. He just happens to see kENNEka with two guys and a girl, just happens to be down there with Teresa Martin, and just happens to know that it was on the 11th floor. People, that is more than a coincidence to me. And then they don't go and seek out the help of the establishment, but they go up there together to see what was going on in that room. And it just happens to be a kid's party. So you could not discern or decipher the music, but yet you happen to just go to a kid's party because they were playing music. Did they play Ring Around the Rosie, Pockets Full of Toesies, Ashes, Ashes, and they all fall down? Or was they playing R. Kelly? What was they playing Luther Vandross? Was they playing Michael Jackson? What was they playing P. Diddy? Who was they playing? For them to go to the room just because he heard music. Just because she heard music, they go to the room. Now let's see what happens after they go to the room, peoples. Let's go.
All right, well then, you know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Yes, the Crown. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. The Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm so
Okay, and
sorry.
no, it's okay. And have you spoke? And you said you spoke with the
Front desk. I'm sitting outside, right in front of the hotel in their parking lot right now.
and they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or
No, it's a different set. It's a different a new. I'm sorry. It's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m.
Okay, so that was a dead giveaway right there, peoples. She just told you that she was at the Crown Plaza Hotel and she came up missing in the morning. And that is a different set of people. But of course, they wouldn't know that she was here because it's a different group of people who's on shift. So for her to know that it's a different group of people on shift, that is indicative of the fact that she wasn't at home nursing no titties. She wasn't nursing her titty, peoples. But she was at the Crown Plaza with her kitty. But she wasn't nursing no titty because she was at the Crown Plaza. And she had to be at the Crown Plaza for quite some time to know the shift change. And then she goes in, she's looking, and she finds a ticket. And it was at 1:30. But what she wanted to reference was the time to when kENNEka was supposed to had came in at what? 1:15. But she didn't say 1:15, she said 1:30. You see, she messed up because she wasn't supposed to say 1:30 on September the 6th. She was trying to say 1:30 on September the 8th. But she told the truth and said that kENNEka was here at the establishment at 1:30 on September the 6th. But wait a minute, my daughter wasn't here on the 6th. Well, first of all, how would you know that your daughter wasn't there on the 6th? Because you were supposed to be home nursing a titty that you had an operation on. But yet, instead of sitting home and nursing a titty that you're supposed to have had cancer in, you're down there at the Crown Plaza Hotel waiting for the shift to change and making a 911 call. With no urgency, no emergency in your voice, you are there with James Coleman because you came outside and you went live and you told live that your effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her. Ain't nothing happened to her. She was left at the hotel, but ain't nothing happened to her. She was left at the party. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. She was at the hotel at the party. kENNEka Jenkins was at the hotel at the party. So see, Teresa Martin, you gave yourself away, ma'am, when you sat yourself up here and was talking about kENNEka wasn't here. She was left at the party. Let's listen to this 911 call, peoples. Let's go.
Hold on, this is not her because this is on the 6th. My daughter wasn't here on the 6th.
Okay, and well, you know what, real quick, I'm just gonna see if maybe I'm gonna see if maybe she was here at all. What's your daughter's name?
Her name is KENNEka Jenkins.
All right, and
The
could you
room
spell
was
her?
registered.
Can you spell that? But instead of her spelling her name, she goes on and on and on. So how in the hell could this guy get reference of kENNEka Jenkins, whether she's there or not, and he got cut off? He don't even know how to spell her name. So how could he tell her she's never been there if he doesn't know how to spell her name? Now people see that right there is a major red flag right there. The guy don't even know how to spell her name, but yes, he's giving false information saying that she was never there. But how would you know if she's never there if you don't even know the name spelling of kENNEka? Now, as we've seen, you can spell kENNEka many different ways. KENNEKA, KEN-NEKA, you know, or it can be Ken, KINNEKA. We don't know. But he asked her to spell it, but she just went ranting and raving at the mouth. But he couldn't get a good, complete, wholesome spelling because he don't know how to spell her name. And that right there, peoples, is false identification right there. And he was supposed to clarify that before he gave any information to say that she was never there. So he can be sued, he can be fired for giving false information because he doesn't know whether she was there or not because he did not have the correct name spelling. Now, you wanted me to get technical? I'm getting technical. And so that's how you know there was effery in this stage 911 call. Because in the 911 call, it's completely silent. When 911 calls, you will hear this beeping type of sound. Beep, beep, to let you know that it's being recorded. A real 911 call, peoples, you would have the beeping sound. And you will have the sounds of a radio or something or a dispatch. But this is just a conversation between two people staging a 911 call. Call 911 and then let's hear what you hear. Let's listen in on the 911 call, peoples. Let's go.
The room wasn't registering her name. She came with some friends here.
No, yeah, I just want to verify. I'm Buckley. I actually just came in myself. Probably been on shift for about 45 minutes. So I just want to make sure that, you know, maybe she didn't get arrested and sent on her. You know what I mean? I just want to double check everything. But
Okay, thank you.
you're very welcome. But it doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night at all.
Okay, so it doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her at all. But yet she was missing the previous night. And Teresa Martin wasn't the first one who made the 911 call. So obviously they had run-ins because Shamaya made the first 911 call before Teresa Martin. So the boy is lying again. Because the 911 call is already on record that kENNEka is missing. Because Shamaya made the 911 call before Teresa Martin did. So the guy is lying double time. First, he said that I was just trying to verify But instead of verifying her correct name, age, and attire, because Teresa Martin never gave him the description of her. She just said, my daughter, kENNEka Jenkins, was here. And her friend said that she came up missing. What is her name? Her name is kENNEka. And she's 19 years old. Okay, what is her name spelling? But before she can give the name spelling, she's off on something else. And then before you heard him say, well, I just needed to verify. Well, I just came in. Well, why are you sitting here telling her that you just came in? That's not what a 911 caller is supposed to do. Nobody gives two rats asses what you came in. This is a 911 call. This is an emergency. The person is in distress. Hello, 911, how can I help you? You can't, for I am already dead. You can't do anything for me. You telling this woman that you just came in on the shift. You're not supposed to be having pleasantries with the people. Your main goal and focus is to gather as much information and to get the help to the person as quickly as you can. You over here having pleasantries and, oh, I just came in on the shift and I'm just trying to get established and sit down, get myself a cup of coffee and stuff, and then let me take your call. Peoples, that is a red flag right there. That's a major red flag right there. This guy is having pleasantries, and he was supposed to be the 911 caller dispatcher. Let's listen to the 911 call. Peoples.
Do you think it's possible maybe she went to one of her friends' houses, or she's probably
No, actually, because she had my car. She was driving my car. She know I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody.
Okay. There's the bingo moment right there, peoples. Teresa Martin just told you that she had her car and nobody is able to drive her car. Her insurance won't pay for no one else to drive her car. So that debunks and dispels any myth that anybody else had her car other than kENNEka Jenkins Peoples. Because Teresa Martin was adamant about people driving her car. And she told you herself, only her and kENNEka drives that car. So, which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that kENNEka had that car. And kENNEka was at the establishment, just like the ticket said, at 1:30 on September the 6th, 2017, peoples, because no one else driven Teresa Martin car other than her and kENNEka Jenkins Peoples. Now, let's listen to the 911 call, Peoples.
One besides her, and her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here they called me like about 3 something in the morning.
Her friends kept calling my phone, and I told them to stay out here. They called me about 3 something in the morning. Okay. So she told them to stay out there in Rosemont, and they kept calling her phone. Well, when was the first time that they called her phone? When was the second time that they called her phone? When was the third time that they called her phone? And when they called her phone, what was they telling her when they called her phone? Because clearly she said that they called her at 3 something in the morning. And she told them to stay out there. All right, so let's analyze that for one moment, people. So kENNEka comes to the establishment according to the case files, according to the video surveillance. Come on camera at 1:13, walking in the hallway with her friends. At about 1:36, she's texting Lenore, says, I'm ready to go. But she's supposed to be texting Shemaya saying, I'm ready to go. But yet, how could she text Shemaya and saying, I'm ready to go when Irene was supposed to have had her phone and playing music on her phone? Okay. She texts Lenora. Lenora says that she never received a phone call from kENNEka. You guys remember at the news, Lenora had stated that she did not have contact with her sister. She didn't know of any phone calls. But yet in the case files, it says that kENNEka had text Lenora at 1:30 in the morning. She did a Snapchat telling Lenora, I'm ready to go. So between 1:15 and 1:30, kENNEka was supposed to still be alive. Now, according to Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina, TY's live was at 2:34. And at 2:35, Shemaya went live on a Snapchat. Y'all heard that from Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina. So between 1:30 and 2:34, where was kENNEka? Where was kENNEka? Where was kENNEka, peoples? From 1:30 to 2:34, where was kENNEka? Because at 3:25, according to the video footage, kENNEka was supposed to be walking off the elevator. One video said at 2:25. Another video says at 3:25. But kENNEka was supposed to be walking off the elevator before TY's live, because TY's live was at 2:34. So if kENNEka came up missing before TY's live, why did they try to make it seem like kENNEka was in TY's live when she was supposed to be getting off an elevator at the time to when TY's live was live? Nobody has ever even thought about that, people. Nobody has even thought about that. And so my question is, people, Help me to make this make sense. And it ain't nobody chiming out tonight. Why is that? Because it's Edward Joseph on this thing so hard, hot, and heavy that nobody has nothing to say. Peoples, you're killing me. You are killing me, peoples. So if kENNEka was missing people at the time to when TY went live, how in the hell could kENNEka be in TY's live? Sitting down in a chair, being sat on by Jazzy, are being at the Marriott Hotel, sitting down on by Jazzy Peoples. Whether you put kENNEka Jenkins at the Crown Plaza or at the Marriott, how in the hell could kENNEka be getting off a elevator and you guys put her in TY's live and you guys put her at the Marriott? So how could kENNEka be getting off the elevator if she was deceased before she came to the Crown Plaza Hotel? And how could kENNEka Jenkins be getting off a elevator if she was in the west side of Chicago? And how could kENNEka Jenkins be getting off a elevator if she was in TY's live? So she can't be in TY's live. She can't be in the west side of Chicago. She can't be at the Marriott. And she cannot be deceased before being brought to the Crown Plaza Hotel and get off the elevator and walk the halls of that establishment. God damn it, Edward Joseph, man, you are one smart man. That just totally debunks everybody in what they have said, peoples. kENNEka Jenkins is not omnipresent, peoples. kENNEka Jenkins cannot be more than one place at one time. And so you say kENNEka was assaulted by a pool. So from 2:34 and 2:35 till what time that the live went off and that they called Teresa Martin reporting kENNEka missing. And how could Teresa Martin go ahead and do a 911 call before Shamaya? Because according to Teresa Martin, they called her at 3-something. But according to the video footage, kENNEka was just getting off the elevator at 3:25 on one video and at 2:25 on another video. I mean, help me to make that make sense. Two different girls getting off at an elevator at two different times. Two different girls. I don't know if you've seen the video. I did. Two different girls at two different times. Two different body styles. Walking off an elevator at 2:25 and 3:25. Peoples. Supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment. So with all of the people saying that kENNEka got killed by a pool and kENNEka was up on the 11th floor and kENNEka was over here and kENNEka was over there, and kENNEka got beat down in the basement, and kENNEka was dragged over here, and kENNEka was deceased before she ever came to the establishment, and kENNEka was thrown in the freezer, and kENNEka Jenkins was carried, and she was walking over here, and all like this. Y'all see how the narrative has changed when you throw all of this stuff out there, and you still can't even make sense with your own narrative that you're speaking. If kENNEka was here, there, or anywhere, then any of you who give a narrative should be able to express in great detail what you think and how that happened. You should be able to pinpoint and say, okay, well, I think kENNEka was over here, and explain to us how she got there. But you can't do it. You can't do it. You can say she was here, you can say she was there, you can say she was everywhere. I am underdog. I'm here to protect Polly Puff-Puff. There's no need to fear. Underdog is here. And he is there to protect Polly Purebred. Polly Purebred. So peoples, and again, and I ask you, how could kENNEka Jenkins be omnipresent peoples? How could she be in the freezer? How could she be in the dumpster? How could she be in the pool? How can she be at the Marriott? How can she be on the west side of Chicago? How can she be brought into the establishment deceased? How can she be deceased in the car when I clearly got a picture of kENNEka Jenkins in the room in 926 on the 6th of September 2017 with Monifa and Shamaya? How could kENNEka Jenkins be all of these different places, peoples, and she is at the Crown Plaza Hotel, not at the Marriott, not at the Doubletree, not in front of her house, not at a pool, not in TY's live, not in Irene's live. She is much alive. She is much alive. She is much alive, peoples. kENNEka Jenkins cannot be omnipresent peoples. And so where you have big problems with your narrative is because Edward Joseph has produced such wonderful receipts that debunks everything that you YouTubers are saying in every narrative that you're trying to give, because it doesn't hold no weight. Now you're really up in arms because, see, the thing is that if you come on and you try to commit to a certain narrative, I may just come out with something else and make you look so stupid. Because again, I got information that you don't have. I just want you to commit to something. I just want you to tell us that kENNEka Jenkins was at the supposed Marriott so I can debunk you. I want you to say that kENNEka Jenkins was at a pool so I can debunk you. I just want you to say kENNEka Jenkins was in TY's live so I can debunk you. I just want you to say that kENNEka Jenkins was dead in a car so I can debunk you. I just want you to say that kENNEka Jenkins was brought into the establishment deceased so I can debunk you. You don't want to commit to a narrative because you don't want to be debunked. But I've already debunked you by showing you the picture that kENNEka Jenkins was at the establishment on the 6th, the day that Teresa Martin said that she wasn't there, but yet she found a parking ticket in her car, and it was dated the 6th. But yet my daughter wasn't here on the 6th. But yet only 2 people can drive her car, and that's her and kENNEka. But yet she has a black eye and a brace on her hand and thumb. But yet she was supposed to be at home nursing a titty that has cancer. Boy, peoples. Boy. It's amazing how nobody now don't want to talk to Edward Joseph. You guys don't want to talk to me. You don't want to talk to me. Because see, the thing is, people, I've already broke this narrative down based upon what they said. And I already brought out the stupidity and brought out validity to what I was saying. Because again, it doesn't make no sense. Any reasonable and plausible person who is looking at this case can clearly see, even with their eyes closed, that this madness that they tried to pass doesn't hold the smell test, and that it could not happen in the manner to which they said, because even still, people's, I was just going to go back to the timeline that they gave based upon the narratives that they gave, because see, when they were talking, when Teresa Martin was talking, people's, she gave you times. When Lenore Harris was talking, peoples, he gave you times. And then the video footage, it gave you times. And so when I go and I compare the narrative of what Teresa Martin says, Lenore Harris has said, Monifa had said, Shemaya had said, Irene had said, because Bree didn't say much, according to what the case file said, according to what the video footage had said, it's all effed up. And then according to what you YouTubers say, you can't even pinpoint nothing with your own narrative. You can't even make your own narrative make sense. Because if you can't even make what they said make sense, and I don't even have to show the video footage, I can develop the timeline just by their own narratives, which I did before, and I walked that timeline. And within that timeline that they gave people, there is no way that they could have possibly killed kENNEka, staged her in the freezer, brought her all over the establishment and things, had her in TY's life and in Irene's life, validated that she was dead by a pool or anything and stuff, and try to make it make sense. The narrative don't make no sense, people. It absolutely, unequivocally, and undeniably don't make no sense whatsoever. And I don't care what you say, just the narrative alone debunks everything that you say. Because if you're trying to base everything upon this hilarious and nefarious video footage, you've already debunked yourself. I don't have to debunk you. You debunked yourself. Because if you're trying to develop a timeline based upon this madness that they gave, you've already defeated yourself. So I got to make you look stupid. You made yourself look stupid. Based upon what you said. So I debunked Trey Gang, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Boss Man of Hair, Lost Man, John Ford Q, Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Medina, Cuts on the Zions and T Slay. Hell of a chick. Leave No Witness and Lord Footage. Beast Beauty and jENkINs production. King Rob and Chosen King. Mike Larry. Humongous D. And all of the other people who ever talked about this case, because all of you people went by this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious timeline. Say that you didn't. Let me go back and play back your lives, and then I'm going to talk about you like a dog. I'm going to talk about you. I'm going to wring you out and set you out to dry with your own narrative. Because you had that bullshit out there from the very beginning. Say that you didn't, and I'm going to call you a liar 10 times over. And I'm going to play back your live. And I'm going to showcase and tell the people this is the madness of what you guys have been stating from the beginning. And whenever Joseph came onto YouTube and told you that kENNEka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, and you guys thought that I was crazy. Well, let's just say I can seek my revenge and call you a nutcase. Let's say I can seek my revenge and call you out to the carpet for the nefarious bullshit and madness and the narrative that you put out there trying to excite the people into believing your bullshit. And I stand 10 toes down with what I say. And that's why many of you can't even come in onto my live and debunk me, because you don't know what I have. You absolutely don't. So you can play it safe. You can mumble under your breath. You can call me whatever under the sun and stuff. Just don't call me a child of, not a child of God. But see, I have already debunked and dispelled your myth just by this 911 call by itself. People. I did that. And so there it is. What can you say? You don't have no rebuttal. You can't debate. You can't debunk. You can't say anything. The only thing that you can do is take your lickings and keep on ticking. But what you ticking for? Because you ain't saying much or nothing. I mean, kENNEka Jenkins sector, where are you, peoples? You guys have been watching me forever and a day. You guys thought that you were going to tell me something about the kENNEka Jenkins case that I didn't already figure out or no. I already was shown and told. I told you, peoples, I'm just a person that God has gifted to talk about this case. And I was going to expose all of you rats, roaches, and spiders, and ants, and every creepy crawly thing that ever walked the face of this earth. I was going to expose you for the madness that you've been doing, because you talk about me bringing this girls down and talking about her in such an egregious manner. No, you did way more than what I can ever do. You made money off her death. All of you suckers, all of you YouTubers. And you thought that I forgot about it? You thought that I forgot about it? You ain't seen nothing yet. You guys set your tail up here, made all of this money, make mockery of this girl's death. And you thought that I wasn't going to say nothing about it? You got me twisted. And Trade Gang over there continue to keep revamping this narrative over and over again. And you foolish people sit your tails over there and watch that madness. And then you guys have the audacity to go talk about other content creators when you are the foolish one to sit up there and praise that madness. I'm not mad at Trey Gang for what he does because he speaks to stupid people. Yes, and I'm calling you stupid. Every last one of you that sat your tails over there and watched them. You stupid. Because if you had any common sense, you would do your own research and come to figure out and find out that that madness that he's speaking is bullshit and nonsense. And every time you look around, he is bringing all of these people in that ain't got nothing to do with this case. Absolutely nothing. And I sit back and I said, these foolish, stupid, just absolute insane people. And I said, these are the people that I do not want to follow my channel. I don't need no Trey Gangs. I don't need no Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendinas. And I don't need no custom design or T Slay people to come follow me because you guys are stupid. Downright stupid. And sit there and praise this guy for this madness that he is stating. What validity has Trey Gang had brought in this case? Other than, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know what you're saying because what you're saying is full of packed lies, innuendos, and it ain't got shit to do with this case. Now, that's what Edward Joseph is saying. And I'm not mad that he has a big following. I'm glad that he has a big following. Because let him take the bulk of the stupid. Just give me a little of the real. I don't need a bunch of groupies of subscribers that follow me that is just plain stupid. I need me some real good hardcore people who will follow me that is meticulous, that is very thoughtful, that can think, that can analyze things and not sit here and be foolish with all of this foolish nonsense. People, I'm not here to waste your time. I'm not here going live every single day with a new a new twist upon the kENNEka Jenkins case. I would be remiss, peoples, if I sat up here and gave you guys a bunch of bullshit and nonsense every single day. It ain't one YouTuber that can ever come onto my channel to say that my narrative has greatly changed every single day. You got people who watch him that says they are confused. They don't know which way is up. They don't know who stole the chicken. Peoples, I'm not here for sensationalization. I'm not here to fantasize. I'm here to give you my perspective based upon what they gave. And if you don't even have a brain to even follow me and think about what I'm saying, well, then that's on you. That is not my problem. I told you what the Bible says. He that lacks wisdom asks the Lord that it gives and abradeth not. If you don't have a mental capacity, ask God for a good mental capacity, peoples. You got to ask God for what you want. And you got to trust and believe for what you need. Peoples, if I wasn't doing what I'm doing, then it wouldn't be no reason for you to sit here and watch me. But I'm doing what I'm doing for a reason. And I told you I'm only going to go by what they said. And that's all I can do from what they said. I built a timeline for what they said. I walked this thing down for what they said. And if that ain't good enough for you, peoples, I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. Because if you can't comprehend the simplest little things I'm saying, then you got a mental block. Peoples, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure some things out. The case file said that she was walking, staggering drunk near the front desk. Let me go back to that, peoples. Let me go back to the case file. I'm going to switch up off the 911 call for a moment. Let's go back to the case files, peoples. Let's go back to see what they said and not what Edward Joseph say. This is your problem because you guys all the time trying to reference what I say, but I said I'm only going to go by what they said, peoples. And that's what they said, peoples. Let's go back. Let's go back, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Let's go back to what the Crown Plaza Hotel said, peoples. That's why I love post because see when the people post, you said it, so you can't take it back because you said it. All right, this is a snip of the case file. Okay, the snip of the case file. That's what they said. All right, so let's look at this, and I put all of this stuff together. I cut it up and all together, but we can reference the complete full 8.5 by 11 sheet. But this is my cheat sheet, my cheat sheet. Okay. And what did it say, peoples? Let's start from right here. The ninth floor where the party is being held. Okay. It says the ninth floor where the party is being held. It didn't say nothing about the 11th floor. It says the ninth floor where the party is being held. The video, which have gotten more than 4 million views, features a woman in mirrored sunglasses talking to the camera. Reflected in her glasses is the other side of the hotel room where Jenkins appeared to be sitting. Now, you tell me in any sunglasses that the supposed Irene Roberts was wearing, did you ever see kENNEka Jenkins sitting in a room? You tell me anywhere in those glasses that Jenkins appears to be sitting in Irene's glasses, peoples, or the supposed Irene. See, people, that's why I say it is best to read, it is the best to listen, and it's best to learn. You guys put on. All right, people. So you see what the case file said, right? 4 million people watched that, and then the glasses of the supposed Irene Roberts is where you see kENNEka Jenkins sitting in the room with them. Now, it doesn't give no more information from that time to when they made that assertion to 3:20. 3:20 a.m. Saturday. Jenkins is seen on surveillance video staggering drunk near the front desk. According to authorities, the family says they aren't told about this until 10 p.m. that night. Okay, so people, that's the case file. The case files said that kENNEka was staggering drunk near the front desk. But in the beginning, what the attorney had told you from the Mud Rock paperwork, the attorney for the village of Rosemont, clearly stated that kENNEka Jenkins was never on any of that 36 hours of video footage. So then my question is, how could kENNEka Jenkins be staggering drunk near the front desk when the attorney for the city of Rosemont stated that we have 36 hours of video footage and kENNEka Jenkins is not depicted in any of that video footage? 36 hours, people. 36 hours is just only a day and a half. That's it. 36 hours is not much. It's only a day and a half. 1 day and a half. It's not like 48 hours when that is 2 days. 36 hours is 3 days. I mean, no, not 36 hours. I take that back. 24 hours is 1 day. 36 hours is a day and a half. 48 hours is 2 days. 48 hours. You guys remember, 48 hours, they solved the mystery. You know, so peoples, 36 hours is a day and a half. Peoples, 36 hours. And 72 hours is 3 days. So we got 36 hours, which is a day and a half, which is not 48 hours, which would be 2 days, and 3 days will be 72 hours. So only a day and a half worth of video footage, and this whole community goes crazy because there's every narrative under the sun that is trying to put kENNEka Jenkins in where she's never been. You guys are trying to put kENNEka Jenkins in where she's never been. And at 3:20, the case file says Saturday, Jenkins is seen on the surveillance video staggering drunk near the front desk. So who's right? Because the case file says she's staggering drunk near the front desk. But the case files doesn't coincide with the video footage of the 36 hours, which clearly says that kENNEka jENkINs was not depicted in any of that video footage. So how could she be staggering drunk near the front desk in the case files when the video footage says that she's not there? And the attorney for the Rosemont, Village of Rosemont, said that she wasn't even in any of that 36 hours. So that's the question, peoples. How do you put kENNEka jENkINs in where she's never been? That's the question. And if kENNEka was staggering drunk near the front desk, well, then where is the video footage of kENNEka jENkINs staggering drunk near the front desk? It's in the case files, but it's not on video. But you stupid people reference that as if it's law. And they told you from the very beginning she was never depicted or shown in any of that 36 hours of video madness. All right, peoples. So I'll wait. I said I will wait. How could kENNEka be in the video footage when the attorney for the Village of Rosemont told you this is a depiction of kENNEka? It was a perceived path. And they clearly, unequivocally, and undeniably told you she was never seen in any of that 36 hours worth of madness that all of you stupid people have been referencing for all of this time, trying to put kENNEka jENkINs in where she's never been. 36 hours. 36 hours is a day and a half. It ain't even 48 hours, which is 2 days. 36 hours worth of madness. And you stupid people sit here and listen to Trey Gang all day long, thinking that he's got law, he's got proof, and he's got the truth. And he ain't got shit. And I'll be the first to call all of you stupid who sit and listen to him. Because you are. You're stupid. Because what is it that you can tell Edward Joseph? I'm showing you what the case file says. I go back and get the paperwork from the Mutton Rock when the attorney from the Village of Rosemont clearly states to you that she was never in that video footage. So by them telling you that, how could you put kENNEka jENkINs in where she's never been? I said, I will wait. I'll wait. See, people, so one thing you cannot do, you cannot challenge me up on the merits of this case, because I will tear you limb by limb, mincemeat by mincemeat. This whole freaking case file is nuts. It's hilarious and it's nefarious because it contradicts itself. Either she was there or she wasn't. That's the only thing that you have. Either she was there or she wasn't. That's all that you have, peoples. You can't You can't say nothing else other than she was there or she wasn't. And if she wasn't there, then why in the hell are you sitting here trying to argue with me? Why? You have no basis to argue with me because you can't even prove your stance. What the hell are you going to prove? What? This fictitious, hilarious, in the face, nefarious case files? That's why I never referenced the case files, peoples, because it was already bullshit and nonsense. I recognized that from the very beginning. And when I first came to YouTube, I've already recognized that, and I've told you, kENNEka JENkINs never walked the halls of that establishment. You guys got upset because you guys listened to bullshit for all of these many years. Now you got a person over here who's telling you contradictory to what you have learned. You can't get that out your mind. Oh, he's got to be crazy. He's stupid. Oh, he's this, he's that. Well, let me be whatever goddamn thing you want me to be. You want me to be, but for the book and for the record, you are stupid. You are stupid. Because again, you can give your stance, but you can't even stand 10 toes down on what you say. Because the one thing that you're going to do, all you're going to do is regurgitate that madness of what Mr. Trey Gang had said. And if Mr. Trey Gang ever wants to sit here and politic with Edward and go down this hilarious and nefarious bullshit and nonsense of a video, case files, and posts, I will literally tear his little black ass to mincemeat and embarrass him on his own live. And that's one of the reasons why he did not want me to come back on his live when I came on his live that day. That was the first and only time I ever been on his live. And he talked about me till I was blue in the face when I had to get off the live because I didn't have good reception at that time because I was driving home. And I said, wait until I get home. I'm going to come back on your live and I'm going to show you up. He never allowed me to come back on the live because he knew that Custom Design, T-Slay couldn't debunk him. He knew that Casey Cloyo, Vera, Sanchez, Medina, 54 Keys, and all of them couldn't debunk him. But he knew that Edward Joseph was going to tear him to mincemeat. And everything that he said on his live, I could have debunked verbatim and made him look stupid in front of his own people. The stupid people. The crowd that runs wild and listens to all of this hilarious and nefarious bullshit and nonsense. Now, you guys say that Trey Gang is actual, factual, and true. Bring me anything that brother have over there and show me that he had told the truth on anything that he said. And then let's debate. Let's debate, peoples. Oh, I'm ready for you Trey Gangers and you Custom Designs and you T-Slays, you Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Mendinas, and all of these other YouTubers. I'm ready for a good, wholesome debate because I will debunk your ass big time and send your ass home crying to your mama. You don't want to mess with me, peoples. I'm just that good. What you going to debate me on? What you going to show me? When the attorney for the Rosemont, village of Rosemont, stated that kENNEka JENkINs was never in that 36 hours of video footage, what do you think that he's saying? That's what he's telling you. She was never in the 36 hours of video footage. So you can cry over cameras being over a so-called freezer. You can cry at all of the surveillance cameras in the establishment. You can cry about all of the so-called freezers and kitchens and all of this stuff. That shit doesn't make no sense. That's why I never covered it. That's why I never talked about it. That's why I never referenced the case files, because stupid people never learn. They told you she wasn't in the video footage. So why would I spend all of my time and effort over some foolish nonsense that ain't got shit to do with kENNEka Jenkins? Why? Why would I spend all of this time for all of these many years going over a pool, going over all the surveillance video footage all over the establishment, trying to pinpoint and figure out who was there and who was here and anything like that? Now, if I was fighting for the other girls, I would do that. And I wouldn't keep referencing kENNEka. I would reference the other girls. But I'm not here to talk about the other girls. I'm here to talk about kENNEka Jenkins. And that's what my lines was formulated around kENNEka Jenkins. It wasn't formulated around everybody else and under the sun and then some. And that's why I call it the people stupid. And that's why I dare anybody to challenge me upon the merits of this case, because again, I will make mincemeat out of you because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Because one or two things has to happen, peoples. Either she did walk the halls or she didn't. And if she didn't walk the halls, what is it that you are getting up in arms about? It wasn't kENNEka. And if the narrow window is, and I've just shown you peoples, between 113 and 320, as is stated right here, that she was staggering drunk near the front desk, well then help me to make that happen. How for 113 she was supposed to be walking into the establishment, and then at 320 she's staggering drunk near the front desk? Where and when in the hell did kENNEka Jenkins get out the grass of the people and start walking halls? I'll wait. I said I will wait. "36 hours of bullshit and nonsense all comes down to damn near almost an hour or something worth of nonsense." And that's your timeline right there. 113 to 320. And that encompasses everything that you need to know about the so-called disappearance of kENNEka Jenkins. Because it was within that time frame that they gave you. It's when she was supposed to came up missing, got raped, brought all over the establishment, sodomized, and then ultimately murdered, and then placed in the freezer. That timeline right there. That is it right there. Nothing else. That's what they gave you. It's nothing else in this case files, in this video footage, in any narrative whatsoever that can you or anybody else pinpoint kENNEka Jenkins being anywhere in that establishment. Nowhere. That's the timeline right there, peoples. It's in your face. In your face. Right there. 113. Miss Jenkins arrived at the Crown Plaza O'Hare 5440 North River Road, Rosemont, Illinois, to attend a private party in a hotel room. 325. Miss Jenkins is seen exiting a lower level elevator. 325. Miss Jenkins is exiting a lower level elevator, but at 320, Miss Jenkins is staggering drunk near the front desk, according to authorities. According to authorities, 3:25, she is exiting a lower level, but at 3:20, she is staggering drunk near the front desk. Peoples, help me to make that make sense. There's your case, folks, right there. See, if you ever read people, you can be able to put some shit together. But your whole stance is accumulated right there in those two separate pages, peoples. And I took that from the case file that they had for this case. So how could she be exiting a lower level elevator at 3:25, and at 3:20 she's staggering drunk near the front desk? And then at 3:32, Jenkins is last seen on closed circuit TV as she moves through a first level kitchen. But between 3:32 and 7:14, there is no more account of kENNEka Jenkins. Peoples. There's your narrative right there. There's your narrative right there. From 1:13 to 3:32. So just over 2 hours and some minutes. 1:13 to 2:13 to 3:13, that's 2 hours. And from 13 to 3:32. That's the whole case of kENNEka Jenkins right there, peoples. That sums up this whole case right there, peoples. And all of you are making big, huge fuckery in this case and talking all of this madness and trying to step bold to people and, all of this stuff. You can't stand 10 toes down with me. You suckers. You are suckers. I will make mincemeat out of you. You are suckers. That's why the YouTubers never come to challenge Edward Joseph. Because, see, the one thing about me, peoples, you can talk about me, but you can't debunk me. You can't stand 10 toes down with me. You can't challenge me. Because soon as you open up your big fat mouth to try to say something, I'm going to stuff this 11-inch foot in your mouth. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to make you choke on that shit because you stupid. That's your narrative right there. Everything that you need to know about the kENNEka Jenkins case is right there as it pertains to kENNEka Jenkins. So how in the hell could she be all over the establishment, killed in a pool, but yet she's deceased before she even brought to the Crown Plaza Hotel? I have heard it all, peoples. All of these stupid, hilarious, and nefarious narratives, and you people still can't get that shit right when they clearly told you that she was never depicted in any of that 36 hours of video madness. Randall Robinson said it's not that many hours. They loop some of the footage and use different days. They download it and edit the videos. Exactly, Randall. Exactly. That's exactly what they did. And to an untrained eye, Randall, the people believe that bullshit and madness. That's why Trey Gang has been getting away with his bullshit forever and a day. Because see, I am a professional videographer, photographer. I can read videos. I can read pictures. I've been doing this shit for over 20 years. That's why I focus upon the pictures and videos. That's why I focus upon the inconsistencies when it comes down to her attire, to her look. That's why when you see all of my videos, Randall, that's why I only focus upon kENNEka and the fuckery of what they tried to do and tried to make her blend in to be somebody else who she's not. I did that. And I got all of those thousands of videos to prove that I did that. And that's all I stayed on was kENNEka. You didn't see me all over in Schiller's Park in the west side of Chicago, in the Marriott, in the Doubletree, and all of this and all of that, and so on and so forth. No, I stayed focused upon kENNEka because kENNEka is who I was concerned about. That's all I did, Randall. That's all Edward Joseph ever did. I didn't give you a narrative on the beverage manager and France Cave, and France Cave is supposed to be writing Trey Gang a letter and all of this bullshit and stuff. That's why these suckers never challenged me, Randall. That's why they never challenged me, my friend. And that's why the people are here, and that's why the people listen. Watch my live from last night. I went in. I don't know how many times Edward Joseph has to keep saying this over and over again, Randall, for the people to understand. The hours is channeled within that 2.5 window right there when it comes down to kENNEka. But what the people can understand is kENNEka has already been assaulted, raped, sodomized, and then ultimately murdered before this so-called reenactment has occurred. She was already dead. And Randall, remember when when Joel Comm had said she had a rough weekend. kENNEka wasn't alive on the weekend. kENNEka Martin was, but kENNEka Jenkins was already deceased before the weekend even came in. So kENNEka couldn't have a rough weekend. kENNEka Martin did. Let me show you. So Joel Comm had said, and this is what the lady who had admonished and talked to Zach TV and warned him about talking about the case. She mentioned Joel Comm's name. She told you what he was doing. You guys didn't want to listen. Zach didn't want to listen. And so that's why Zach got taken out of here. That lady told you about Joel Comm. She told you they were talking. They were making fun parodies of the deceased girl and things. Again, nobody wanted to listen. But it comes to ring true for what she was saying and for what happened to Zach. Zach didn't want to leave it alone. Zach got taken out of here. Just like the lady said, Joel Comm and all of his goonies was sitting over here talking about this girl. And Joel Comm had clearly stated peoples. Nobody wanted to listen to Edward Joseph, but I was the one who pointed that out. Now, did you ever see anybody else talk about Joel Comm on their channel? Nope, I don't think so. Did you ever see, well, they talked about the Mona Lisa, but they didn't talk about Joel Comm. And people's, here it is, Joel Comm. What did Joel Comm say? On September the 11th. September the 11th is 9/11, the day that the Twin Towers had got assaulted peoples. And Joel Comm had said, and go to at Joel Comm, and I don't know if he still got any of this stuff up on his channel, peoples, but he showed it at that time. And what did he say? He said she had a rough weekend. And then he had the Mona Lisa with the eyes X'd out in googly eyes. It was a video, peoples. And then he put the eyes with question marks. Joel Comm, peoples. The president of IBM, the internet. So that lady gave you good, juicy information. Many of you didn't follow up with it. kENNEka Jenkins was never alive on the weekend. That's the key. He had a rough weekend. And that lady in that was warning Zach had told you about Joel Comm. She told you if you ever listen, but many of you don't listen. Many of you don't do your own research. She told you. She mentioned his name amongst other names and stuff. kENNEka Jenkins was never alive on the weekend. So who was he talking about? She had a rough weekend. Well, he was talking about kENNEka Martin. Because kENNEka Martin was still alive on the weekend and had the roughest weekend of her life. Because kENNEka Jenkins was already deceased. Peoples, I'm tired. I had enough. I'm going to go ahead and cut off here. I'm going to add the other part of the live, or part 3, to this. So it'll be a continuation. And so you guys get all of that good, juicy information that Hot Chocolate had stated in that live. But because that guy ended up showing his anal, I had to delete every video. But I still got a copy, but I just have to edit that out and post it back up with this video and re-upload it. But we got tomorrow, people. So I'm going to let my son have the computer. I'm going to go and lay myself down. I've been on here quite some time now, people. So that was 8 hours on the last live, and this is almost 2 hours on this one. So been on this computer 10 hours. 10 hours straight, giving you some good juicy juicies. So don't fret because the live is going back up. I'm gonna add it to this. I'm gonna leave this up for right now for tonight so you guys can see it. But don't fret about the other live because I'm going to edit that little part out so my channel don't get stricken. And then I'm gonna re-upload it with all of this good juicy juicies. But you guys got 2 other lives that you guys can watch that gave you good juicy information. So I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow if the Lord says the same. And if any of you are ready to debunk our challenge, Edward Joseph, bring it on because I'm ready, peoples. I am so ready. I've been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting for this moment because I'm going to pull out all stops now. It's time to start holding people account for the madness that they say. It's time now, peoples. If ever this girl ever going to get any justice, you guys got to stop spreading around the fuckery and the confusion and the illusion and be honest and be real with this shit and call these people to the carpet for the nefarious madness that they've been doing and start giving credence to these clout chasers, these people who supposedly had killed kENNEka. We're going to start addressing some uppers, peoples. We're going to start homing in on these people. So it's going to get a little dangerous. So if you are not ready to get smacked down or whatever, well, then don't comment. Because this time around, I got zero tolerance for anybody who comes in negative. You come in negative with anything, you're exit out of here. You're getting blocked immediately with no questions asked. So it's best that you come on with your ace game. Come, if you're going to comment. Keep it about the case and not about Edward Joseph. And let's do this thing. If not, then you're going to be next on the chopping block. Is that all right, peoples? I have zero tolerance now for what we're going to be engaging in from here on out. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2023 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, if the Lord says the same, I will be back on tomorrow. And we will have another conversation about the kENNEka jENkINs case, peoples. Be there or be square. Come with your ace game and leave all of that madness behind, because I'm going to have a zero tolerance for negativity. Is that all right, peoples? God bless you all. Thank you for watching. Okay, peoples, I am here and I am live. As you can see, I'm here and I am live. Peoples, let me stop sharing this. And let me get on and get in here. I'm live right now, peoples. So you guys can come on in. Come on in. Come on in. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Y'all can come on in. Now, let me warn each and every one of you. You come in with any effery in my live, I'm going to immediately block you for all eternity. I'm going to immediately block you. I'm not going to tolerate bullshit and madness, peoples. Not going to tolerate bullshit and madness. Not today. Trying to change the thing here. Trying to, let me see here. Okay, so that was that. That is that. So let me see. Share my screen. Let me share my screen, peoples. Okay, there we go. All right. So again, peoples, I'm not going to tolerate bullshit and madness. So if you come and come to the live, come correct or don't come at all. As you can see, peoples, I got all of my channels back. I got every last channel back. All of my original channels, I got them back. And so let me go through one by one, peoples. Let me go through one by one, and let me go ahead and let me call up my channels, peoples. Let me go through one by one, and let me call up my channels, peoples. Go through one by one. Let me call up my channels. So let's go ahead and switch this account, and we're going to go back to this account right here. And let me share my screen. So you guys remember this account right here, right? So let me share my screen this way. Make sure that that is the account. That is what I want to choose right there. Let's go to that one right there. Okay, you guys remember this one right here, right? This is the one with my son, my little baby boy, Mr. Micah Julius. Y'all remember that channel, right? That channel has been taken down for whatever reason, but I fought to get it back up, and it's back up, as you can see. So when the Hilarious and the Furious went on and contacted YouTube and telling YouTube, oh well, he's putting out false information and this and that and the other. Well, just this morning, people, I got my channel back. There it is right there. Edward Joseph 1985. Okay, so let me go to the other channel, peoples. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is because you got some nosy people in here, and all that they are is in your business. So no longer am I going to share my business with the people, but you will see what I do. See, you taught me a very valuable lesson, and you taught me what to do. And so now I know what to do and what not to do, because you nosy a people. That's all you do is just sit around and you think that you're going to strike people out and stuff, but I'm way too better than that, peoples. I'm God's child. You're not going to stop me. You're not going to silence me. You tried to at one point. Yeah, they took down my channel, but look, I got every last one of them back, and I got all of my original content, and I'm coming back with a vengeance, just like I said. So you can be stupid and believe all of this madness that they said, but see, I've told you, peoples, like I told you when I was up on YouTube. They had changed, and they had did all of this stuff in the beginning. Now you got to tell me, people, how in the world could Lenora be going ahead and sharing? How could Lenora be going ahead and sharing a post? Hello, one of one. How are you? It is a blessing to see you on today. A post. You got to speak up a little louder. We can't hear you. Hello, one of one. How are you? It is a blessing. And you got to turn down your sound that you're listening to me on, because
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
Great.
Let me turn up my sound so I can hear you. Okay. Say something again.
I said I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
Oh, okay. All right. Let me turn up my sound over here on so I can hear you clearly and I can hear myself. And yeah. So give me 1 second, one-on-one. I was just had to get this out. And so, peoples, as you can see, here is my second channel. This is my original channel. The original, the one that I came on YouTube with. As you can see, there's my original channel. Now, let me go and let me show you my third channel that I have had since I've been on YouTube. Okay, so let me go here. Let me do here. Now, let me share my screen. And this is my original channel, peoples, as you can see. This is my very, very first original channel that I had done when I first came to YouTube. This is the original. The second one came after this one right here, as you can see. So one is the red logo, and then the other one is the purple logo, as you can see. Now, let me share my other channel, peoples. Okay, let me share my screen. Call this one up. Now, you guys are familiar with this channel right here, as you can see. And there is my backup channel right there, as you can see. So, as you can see, peoples, all of my channels are back up. Every last one of them is back up, from my original to my backup channels to the channel that I am on now. So let me go to the very last channel that you guys know of, which is the channel that I am on right now. And bingo, there it is right there, peoples. The channel that I'm on right now, bingo. So as you can see, I got all of my channels up from when I first came to YouTube all the way up until now. I got all of my channels back. I got all of my original content back, as you can see. And so now I'm on I'm on I'm on something, people's real big. I'm striking every channel. So when you hilarious and nefarious people thought that you were going to strike my channel and strike me out, well, you better think again, because I got all of my channels back. I got all of my original content back, and I'm coming back with a vengeance. And I am going to show, and I'm going to share that of what you guys tried to strike out of here, because you didn't want me to talk about this kENNEka jENkINs case. No, you didn't. You wanted to silence me, but you can't silence me now. I'm back with a vengeance, peoples. And now I know what to do, and I know how to do, so I don't go through the situation again. But you're not going to silence me. All right, 101, if you're still here, my friend, you can come on now, because I've already done spoken my little piece. I had to show the people what was going on in things. So if you're still here, come on back. Let's go ahead and let's politic. The link is still in the chat. So that was pretty much for all of you hilarious and nefarious people who thought that you were going to bring Edward Joseph down. Well, you better think again, because I'm back, and I'm back with a vengeance. And I'm back, and I'm striking your channel. Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Medina, I'm striking your channel. T Slut, better known as T Slay, I'm striking your channel. Especially you, T Slay, because see, you were the one who started all of this. You thought that you were going to strike me out. You thought that all of the stuff that you have did and things, you thought that all of the stuff that you have did was going to literally take me out of here, but you didn't. You didn't. And so there we have it now. You know, you lost, and you lost every last privacy thing that you had did up against me. Every copyright strike that you did up against me, you lost every last one of them. Every last one of them. And so since I'm here, people, so let me go ahead and let me share one of the things here. So let me go back to my where is my mail at? All right, y'all come on in. If you guys want to sit and talk with Edward Joseph, y'all come on in. Let's go ahead and let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, peoples, because you know, like I say, I'm on a warpath. I am seriously on a warpath. So she's trying it again. So they're gonna take her out. They're literally gonna take her out, peoples. She's trying to renew her little whatever again, thinking that that is going to stop me from doing what I'm doing. All right, so let me show this, peoples. Okay, so let me share my screen. All right, let's take a look at this, peoples. Here it is right here. And as you can see today, let me go ahead and call up my thing here and let me share my screen. So as you can see, it says Sunday, October 20th at 8:13 a.m. Right? Y'all see that, right? So here, let me enlarge it a little bit so you can see. There it is right there. Sunday, October 20th at 8:13 a.m. Okay, so what does it say? It says, hello, we have reviewed the complaint and have determined that the content is accepted from removal. Y'all see that? Accepted from removal based on our policy guidelines, which can be found at, right here for the guidelines. The content does not violate our policies and will remain on the site, as you can see. We thank you for using YouTube. There it is right there. So this is the thing that T Slut, better known as T Slay, has been trying to do forever and a day up against my channel. And she can't do it, people. She keeps losing every single time. Every single time. She keeps losing. And so T Slut tries to strike me out, but she can't strike me out because I keep winning, peoples. And like I told you before, I'm going after everybody. I'm going especially after Casey Chloe, Overa Sanchez Medina, and I'm going after T Slut, better known as T Slay, better known as Latasha Evans Peoples, better known as Latasha Evans Peoples. And so T Slay has been instrumental in striking Trey Gaines' channel. But see, I want to tell Trey Gaines, you can fight that. Just because you got stricken doesn't mean that you can't fight the whatever strike that you got up against your channel. You can fight it. Because truth be told, people, is everybody use everybody's content. Everybody all across YouTube and Twitter, Reddit, Rumble, Instagram, you name it. They use everybody's content. So to sit here and try to strike somebody's channel and stuff and start complaining about, well, they're using my content. That's not going to fly, peoples, because everybody uses everybody's content. And it's not originally yours because you got it from somebody. Just because you put a banner, just because you put a watermark and all of that stuff on there, that don't mean nothing. Peoples, I have written until I was blue in the face. And as you can see, I got all of my channels back. Every last one of them back. Every last one of them. Up on YouTube. Where all of you tried to strike my channel and tried to strike me out of here. And then some of you literally laughed at me, said, oh, ha, 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 ha. That's why they took your channel down. Well, ha, ha, ha. You can kiss my beloved ass because that's why I got my channel back up. Where you thought that you were going to take me down and be strategic with it and have a whole bunch of people try to strike my channel and try to strike me out of here. Guess what? It didn't measure up to the smell test because I got every last one of them back and I got all of my original content back. Now, I know that doesn't sit well with many of you. And I know Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina was the one who was instrumental. But Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina and your imps, all of the suckers who was sitting here working with you and stuff, I got my channel back. And your channel is about to be stricken now. I'm sure that you already got the notification about now. So if you don't take down that video, you're going to get a strike. But you're going to have to take it down anyway because, you know, one, you ain't going to take me to court for over no video. That's number one. And then number two, yeah, you got to just take it down. You know, I mean, take it down. And then three, I'm coming on random news. I'm coming after you too. So I'm publicly telling you so the people can tell you. So if you think you're bad and bold enough that your videos is going to stay up, well, then think again because it's all coming down. Every last one. And I'm going to keep striking. So you better go through all of your history. And you better make sure that there's nothing of Edward Joseph on your channel. Because if it is, I'm coming and I'm coming with a vengeance. Oh, I got time, people. I got plenty of time. You know, so that's what it is. And then all of you other hilarious and nefarious people, you know, I don't have an alt with many of you other than just Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Medina, and T Slut. These are the two people that okay, so 101. Go to one of my backup channels. If you're getting dropped upon one of the channels, go to my backup channel, and then you should be able to connect on. So go to one of my backup channels. So peoples, if you guys can't get on one of the channels, just go to my backup channel and you guys should be able to get on. So let me text him one of my backup channels that he can get on. So y'all give me a second. Let me see. So as you can see, people, so I got all of my channels back. So let me go here, go there. So you can be able to log in up on this channel. So it's at Edward Joseph, at Edward Joseph one. So try that channel, or you can go and you can see my you can try to connect onto my original channel. Okay, y'all give me a second. Let me go back to my original channel. Or you can try at Edward Joseph. $19.85. So either one of those two channels you can be able to connect on. No, you don't have to go to screen. I mean, just click on a link. Just click on the link and that'll take you to click on the link and that'll take you back up on the StreamYard thing. So here, let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about. So on the link, let me enlarge that. On the link, you have different channels. So you have the link with my logo on it. You have the link with my face on it. You have the link with my original channel on it. And then you have the link on the backup of my original channel. And then you have the link with my son on it. So you can click on one of those. So if you clicked on Edward Joseph with my logo on it, then click the one with my face on it, or either click the one with my original channel, and then my backup to my original channel, or click the one with my son on it. But either one of those links, you'll be able to connect on to StreamYard, and you can be able to get on like you just were. All right, peoples, I am back. Okay, so I had to help 101 get on to the live. So as you can see, peoples, the nefarious, they tried to silence me, and it was the reason why they tried to silence me, because of the simple fact of what I have been saying for the longest time and what I have been doing for the longest time, as you've seen in the live. You've seen Lenora text up on Facebook the day before any of all of this stuff have happened. kENNEka has never been reported. And she texted on Facebook. Well, you guys seen the video, so I don't really have to go so much in depth and stuff or try to remember verbatim, but you guys seen the lie. And you seen the posting of what I posted and stuff, what I've shown you of what Lenora had said. On September the 8th, a day before the supposed kENNEka Jenkins was supposed to have been missing. Because as I told you before, peoples, kENNEka was at the establishment on the 6th, and she died on the 7th, just as I explained in the video. So many of you guys misconstrued this timeline. You go and you take the timeline and you try to make it fit with this timeline that you have mysteriously had put together and things. and so on and so forth. I mean, you guys did so many different ways and things like that. But as it was stated and as it was shown, peoples, they've already messed with that video footage. Those girls was there at the establishment, and they were there on the 6th celebrating, and not really celebrating. They were there because they were supposed to have been celebrating Irene's birthday and Killer's birthday. But it really wasn't a celebration. It was a setup. Because if you remember, peoples, if you remember that the BDs had a meeting at the Marriott on September the 3rd, which led into September the 4th. You guys remember that? I've shown you that. I've shown you that video footage, you know, of when they were there. And then you remember Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina was the one who had literally told you that they were there on, and that the video was September the 4th. And you guys remember, because T Slut was the one who had literally talked about that till she was blue in the face, how the boys was there at the Marriott and everybody was walking around the pool, and then the guy who proclaimed that he had sent kENNEka's soul to heaven, he was there, and he was out on the terrace. Remember that, right? And remember when T Slut tried to say that, oh yeah, they were at the Marriott and kENNEka died at the Marriott by a pool. But you guys remember the madness of what Kelly had stated when Kelly had said that kENNEka was out in the hallway running for her life with Irene. Well, see, people, that is so far from the truth, because see, the thing is, if kENNEka was hooshed up on any type of barbiturates, anything that they have given her, well, then how could she be running? Because again, when I have covered Irene's live, and if you ever watched the live that I had did, peoples, just about a week or two ago, you will discover that we were still in Irene's live. And you've seen how I broke down Irene's live. Because Irene's live was a setup. See, Teresa Martin was already in the parking lot. And remember, Bree was supposed to have disappeared, but Bree had disappeared and was already with Teresa Martin in the parking lot. Because all of this stuff was a play. All of this stuff was a play that they did, that the kids did, that Teresa Martin did and stuff. It was a play. And see, during that play, that was the reenactment, because kENNEka was already deceased. That's why when I showed those 3 pictures, peoples, of kENNEka supposed to have been in the freezer, on the gurney at the funeral home, and then on the gurney that's in the kitchen, and then the picture that was in the freezer. When I showed all 3 together, I've already shown you that the young lady on the gurney was already decomposed. She was decomposed. And the reason why she was decomposed, because she was already in the freezer for several days. And remember what Lenora had stated, and remember what Andrew Holmes had stated. It was hot as hell in the freezer. See, they wasn't trying to get kENNEka's organs, peoples. It was a setup to kill kENNEka because of the simple fact that kENNEka supposedly had snitched. Oh, you guys remember that, right? Remember when somebody had got killed and they stated that kENNEka had saw it, the murder go down. But kENNEka was supposed to have been in a witness protection program. I mean, boy, people's, you guys heard all of these different stories. Oh yeah, kENNEka's in the witness protection program. kENNEka's seen the murder, and this and that and the other, so on and so forth. But then you heard the third one. It's when kENNEka's brother was in debt, and this was retaliation for a debt that he had owed. You guys remember that, right? But you also remember kENNEka was supposed to have taken Rico's money, and Rico was supposed to have been in jail at the time to when kENNEka came to the establishment. But see, Trey Gang had did an excellent job, because Trey Gang had already showed you peoples unequivocally and undeniably that kENNEka's brother, the youngest brother, the supposed twin. You guys remember that, right? He was at the establishment. He was caught on video surveillance at the establishment. And Trey Gang had brought that out. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry says, good morning, everyone. And so there it is, peoples. There it is, peoples. Trey Gang had did an excellent job in showcasing kENNEka's supposed twin brother, who was at the establishment. He was at the establishment, peoples. And what was he doing at the establishment if he did not have nothing to do with anything, peoples? Yeah, he was there. He was there with Lenore. He was there with TM. He was there with Carl Nesbitt, James Coleman, and he was there with a lot of other people. He was there with a lot of the gang members, because see, that's why they had all of the gang members there, all of these sectors. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. Mello said, what's up, bro Ed? What's up, everyone? Well, see, the thing is, peoples, this is why they had all of the different sectors there, the different gang members and things. The different gang members, because everybody was there to see the analyzation of kENNEka. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why the Big D's, who kENNEka was supposed to have been affiliated with, and her brother and her mother and her father and her uncles and everything, that's why they were there days before, because they were there on the 3rd and 4th. Irene's birthday was on the 5th, but they were. And after Irene's birthday, that's when kENNEka got commandeered from Irene's live. And it was on the 7th is when they killed kENNEka. It was on the 8th when they did the reenactment to try to play like kENNEka was at the establishment. And then it said that kENNEka died on the 9th, but how could kENNEka died on the 9th when the official report that was put in to the courts that kENNEka was found on the 10th in the morning at 12:25? So peoples, none of this stuff makes no sense, but it does make sense. Because see, from what they were saying in the beginning to what they were saying in the middle and up what they're saying now is many different stories. And this is why I've always stood 10 toes down with what I was saying. And this is exactly why I chose not to bow down or bend down. This is why they tried furiously to take down my channel, because I was on this shit big time. Now I'm back and I'm on this shit big time. And I'm showing you from my original content what Lenore and all of them were saying and what they did not want you to see. But see, people, it ain't no mistaking the bacon, because as you've seen in the video, you've seen what Lenore had said. You're seeing what Lenore had did, peoples. It ain't no mistaking the bacon. And so there's the proof to the truth. So it ain't no need for me to sit here and sugarcoat shit to any of you and stuff. That's why they were so instrumental in trying to take down my channel, because they didn't want the truth and the proof out there. Casey, Chloe, Overa, Sanchez, Medina, and her ops. Oh, people, so I got doxxed and I got stricken and, you know, this, that, and the other. Oh, yeah, they struck my channel and they did all of this stuff. Y'all, hold on for a second. Okay, people, I'm back. So like I was saying, that's why they struck my channel. That's why they been fiercely striking my channel, because of the simple fact they didn't want me to put this information out there. But as you can see, I got all of my channels back and I'm coming back with a vengeance. And I'm coming back, I'm shooting my shot. I'm telling you, you ain't got to believe me, but I'm showing you with proof. And so if that's not good enough for you, well, then I don't even know what to tell you, peoples. Because I'm not here to try to argue with the people. I'm just here just to shoot my shot. And now, since I got my original content back, oh man, it's going to be so wonderful. So what we're going to do this time around, peoples, we're going to have members only. Because now, since I have all of my channels back, there's only going to be certain content that I'm going to show on all of my channels. But all of that good stuff is just going to be members only. So if you're not a member on my main channel, well, you need to become a member if you want to see some of the juicies. Because see, I'm not going to go through all of this of what I've been through like last time. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, now since everybody's on this strike the channel type of thing, there's only certain things I can show. You know, I have to edit other stuff out because I can't show certain people's content, but I can show it on members only. Unless they become a member, that's the only way that they're going to see the stuff. Okay, hold on for a second, y'all. Let's see. All right. So again, people. So that's what's going to happen. So As I've shown you, I got all of my channels back and stuff. I got all of my original content, and I'm coming back with a vengeance. And so again, whatever your narrative is and stuff, stick with what your narrative is and stuff. Never mind me. But I'm just going to show you what they have said and what they have shown from the beginning. And so if that of what they said and shown from the beginning doesn't line up with your narrative, well, then there you have it, because it ain't what I'm saying, peoples. It's what they said. And as you see what Lenora had said, what she had posted, and you will see what TM had said and what TM had posted. Because see, like I told you from the beginning, peoples, all of this stuff was a setup. It was a setup. It was a setup to kENNEka. It was a setup to kENNEka. Now, you guys may not believe that there's two kENNEkas. You guys may believe there's one kENNEka. I say it's two kENNEkas. I have been showing you the differences in between the two. So whether you believe that or whether you don't believe that, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you peoples, because like I said before, I'm here just to shoot my shot. I'm here to go ahead and put out what I have been putting out for all of this time and stuff. Now, since I got my original channels back, I'm going to edit it down, and I'm going to be very strategic now to what I put across all of my platforms, so I don't have to go through all of this madness again. See, these suckers taught me a very valuable lesson. But see, where they thought that they were going to strike me out and silence me, they couldn't. Because I'm back, and I'm back with a vengeance. I'm back with a vengeance, peoples. And I've been telling you for the longest time. I've been telling you, because I've been watching this thing too. And it's a lot of stuff that they had said from the beginning that they are changed up now. A lot of the stuff that they said from the beginning, they switched up now, and they're trying to confuse you. See, people's, you have to understand the difference between a public safety department and a police department. Public safety department ain't nothing but people who just do citizens arrests. They're just like security officers at some type of establishment and facility. They're not police officers. They just can't go out on the streets and go arrest people and things, pull people over and, do all of that. That's what you have at Rosemont. That's what you have at the CP, at the establishment. That's what you have. That's what they are, peoples, for the village of Rosemont. That's why they call it a village, because it is a private owned community, a family owned community. And they are a tourist attraction, peoples. They're a tourist attraction. They're close by the airport. And so you already know they're making a whole lot of money. That's why they have all of these different type of theme, type of establishments, shopping establishments, movies and the likes, and so on, convention centers and things of that nature. Because once you get out the airport, you can go shopping, do all what you do, and so on and so forth. Just in and out, in and out. That's why they call it Chicago O'Hare. It is the hub. It is center throughout the United States. So everything goes through Chicago. If you want to take connecting flights, you go through Chicago. And so they're making money. They're making buku kind of money. But see, what you don't understand, peoples, is that they are central to the United States. So they are pivotal. They are in a placement to where they can dibble and dabble in a whole lot of businesses, from human trafficking to sex trafficking to organ trafficking and organ harvesting. You guys already know that Chicago is the mecca for organ harvesting and human trafficking. Per capita, Chicago has one of the highest rates of murder there is. Chicago, Chicago, you know, and I know that Chicago is known for a lot of sports events and things like that, but Chicago is also known for the mafia, for gangs and things. That's where a lot of the original gangsters originated from. Chicago. Chicago has a history of that. And so the people, you know, I'm not here to blast Chicago. I'm just here just to give you a little bit of insight on Chicago and how they are, you know. And I mean, you can't shake the past, people. So I mean, the past is the past. And the present is the present. And whatever is going down there is what's going down there. You know, that's what's going on down there, people. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in California too. We have certain areas in California to where the gangsters had did all of their stuff and whatnot and things. But out in California, it ain't as bad as Chicago. We ain't got all of those murders like that and stuff. And we're not heavy into organ trafficking and human trafficking, sex trafficking, and all like that, which is what Diddy is being charged with. This is what his friends and people have been into forever and a day. And that's why his tail has gone down. And not only him is going down, but you're going to start seeing a lot of Hollywood elites that is going down as well. Oh yeah, you attack the Achilles heel, peoples. The giant has to fall. You attack the Achilles heel, you can't walk. That's how you take your opponent down. See, I don't understand why people, when they go in fights and things and stuff, that they want to go for the person's head, they want to go for the person's chest, and like this and stuff. Those are your strongest parts of your body. Go for the weakest part. Go. That's why when you see these people who know jitsu and kung fu and karate and all of this other stuff, they go for the Achilles heel. Once you hit the person's Achilles heel, they're taken down immediately, quickly, and they're not recovering no time soon. Some of you girls, you go for the nuts. You try to grab the guy's nuts and try to take him down that way and stuff. However you do it, doesn't matter how you do it, just as long as you do it. But you take your opponent down. And so when you go for the Achilles heel, peoples, then everything that's behind it has to fall. And so if you take the small guy down, that has a ripple and trickle effect all the way up to the top. Because see, they're going to start singing like birds, because see, they're the puppets, they're the clowns. And see, Diddy was a clown. He was the puppet. See, there's puppets and then there's puppet masters. So Diddy was a puppet master to the people that was below him in order for him to get things done and stuff. So he had to act niggish. He had to act ruggish and thuggish and things and, do all of this stuff. And then he had to go drug people in order to get the things that he wanted to get done. Well, that's the same way that they did to kENNEka. You guys are stupid when you guys think that Tolliver, Herman, and all of these other people who, I'm nowhere around you. I'm nowhere around you. And he's over here talking about he sent kENNEka's soul to heaven. That little black nigga ain't got no clout. You think that these people put all of these millions of dollars together and stuff just so that this little nigga can be able to do what he wanted to do, and everybody was going to bow down to him, bow down to Irene, bow down to Monifa, Shemaya, Bree. Are any other of these low class people, TY, Tanasia, and crew? You guys are stupid. You guys are stupid. These little BDs up in there talking all of that madness and trying to have some type of clout, coming on Facebook and YouTube and spreading all of their madness and stuff, and then people sitting around here. Oh, y'all see what he said? Y'all see what he said? Y'all the puppets because y'all giving them clout. You are boosting their numbers. These suckers had no authority whatsoever. That's why when I talked about the Irene's live, nobody got out of line in Irene's live. I told you that because you had a brother in there who had clout status, and you seen it on everybody's face because you seen him with the Timberlands on in the light faded blue jeans, and he walked with some of the gang members in the regular hallway, but he was in a room. You seen him in Irene's glasses. Now, if that was a so-called regular party, peoples, well, then it would have been up and crunking and stuff, but it wasn't. They were waiting for whatever they gave to kENNEka to take effect. That's what they did. They waited for that to take effect before they started to prance that girl all over that establishment. kENNEka was gang rape, people. I don't care what the autopsy say. The autopsy wasn't no autopsy for kENNEka Jenkins. Now, I know that many of you don't agree with that, and that's fine. And at this point, peoples, I frankly really don't give a damn. You know, I really don't. Because none of you people have proven to me anything other than just going behind the scenes, being a snake, and doing all of this weird madness. But see, all of your weird madness did not do anything to Edward Joseph because I still stayed upon what I needed to say. Regardless, when my channel was taken down, it's back now. I'm back with a vengeance. It's back. So what can you do? What, you're going to try to strike me again? Oh, you stupid. You're stupid because I've already taken care of all of that on all of my channels. And so now it's been cleansed. Now I'm going to put out what I need to put out minus your madness. But I'm going to still talk about you. And then if I need to show you madness, I'm going to go members only. You won't be able to see it unless you're a member. So you got to pay me to watch your own madness. But see, I don't need your madness in order to say what I need to say. See, since you guys wanted to ramp it up, well, let's go, because I'm in beast mode and I'm coming and I'm striking your channel. Now, all of you other people, you ain't got to worry about it. It's just these two people, Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina and T Slut, better known as T Slay. I'm targeting them personally. And so they better cleanse everything, because if I see any little tiny inch of Edward Joseph on that channel, I'm striking it. Just like she tried to strike me and it didn't work. My channel was still up, you know, so don't make me no difference. I've learned, peoples. I've learned. And so the thing is, because I've learned how to do. I learned what to do. I learned how to do. And so you got to come better than that. You got to come better than that. See, I've always challenged YouTube upon their copyright madness, their privacy madness, and all of the other things that they got going on. Because if truth be told, like I said, everybody uses everybody's content. So when you want to go around and you want to try to make it easy for people to strike your channel, well, shit, hey, I can do the same. You know, I can just pull out anything and just start keep reporting, keep reporting, keep reporting. But it comes a time to when they're going to get tired of that and they're going to say, wait a minute, you're abusing this privilege, because it is a privilege. And that's where T Slut is at right now, because she's abusing the privilege and she's losing. She's losing right and left. And so every time she loses people's, I'll always write back to them. And then I've always tell them this is the channel that is doing this madness. And this is the person, this is the things that they said and stuff. And I've always keep sending the excerpts of lives to when they're talking. I've sent the clips of the things that they posted and stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, that's what you do, peoples. I got recordings of all of that stuff. Y'all thought that I was stupid? No, come on. Come on, peoples. You got to, if you're going to play, you got to play. You got to play the play. You got to understand the play. And if you don't understand the play, and if you're not prepared, you're going to come in haphazardly and you're going to lose every time. See, I didn't lose. Y'all thought that I lost when you took down my channel. But now you see, I got all of my channels back. So now you look stupid. See, I'm God's child. So you can't mess with God's child. No matter what you do, no matter how you do, I'm always going to win. Always. I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with what I say and what I believe. You can't stop it. No matter what you do. So keep striking my channel. That's fine. Because it ain't going down again. I guarantee you it. I've learned from the past, peoples. I've learned what to do and what not to do. And so, what you thought that you were so big and bad and bold, look, suckers. I'm back now. I'm back. And I know you feel some type of way. I know you feel so GD stupid right now. I know you do. I'm back. And I'm back with a vengeance, peoples. And so, like I said, peoples, like I said, they were there at the establishment. TM and crew. All of them was there. kENNEka was there. kENNEka was there days before. See, people, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, because see, I'm already know what the hilarious and the fairy is going to say, but I'm talking about the ones who has somewhat of a mindset. Now let me ask you a question. How could, because it's in the case files, how could Shamaya and her mom be at the police station, but on video surveillance footage be at the establishment? Well, Shamaya be at the establishment at the same time that she was supposed to have been at the police station with her mom on September the 9th. How could that be, peoples? See, I mentioned these things over and over and over again, but yet I still can't get nobody up on my channel to explain that to me. Because I had T Slut and Custom Design say Shamaya and her mother. Shamaya and her, oh, wait. I think I made a short out of that. I'm gonna let Custom Design and T Slut, better known as T Slay, say today for you. Let's go to my channel, peoples. Let's go to my channel. Let's go to my channel and let me go to my shorts. Let me see. I gotta find out which one it is. Oh, here it is, right here. Okay, let me increase that a little bit, peoples. Let me see it. I'm gonna do it this way. Okay, do it that way. All right, let's look at this here.
A nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it say, because you don't know what it say. Shamaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shamaya mother called the police to report what Shamaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information from what we're talking about. kENNEka was actually missing at that point. kENNEka was missing when they went to the police department to say what that was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found kENNEka. So Shamaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Rosemont PD. And that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
One thing about a nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it say, because you don't know what it say. Shamaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shamaya mother called the police to report what Shamaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information from what we're talking about. kENNEka was actually missing at that point. kENNEka was missing when they went to the police department to say what that was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found kENNEka. So Shamaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Rosemont PD. And that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
Now you heard what Custom Design and T Slut had said. Shamaya and her mother had went down to the police station on September the 9th. On September the 9th at 4:15 in the morning. The morning of September the 9th. But peoples, the morning of September the 9th at 4:30 a.m. in the morning, that is before noontime. That was supposed to have been just right after the supposed kENNEka came up missing. So T Slut said that Shamaya had came and told her mother. Well, how could Shamaya come and go home and tell her mom when Shamaya doesn't even drive? How did Shamaya get home, peoples? At 4:30 a.m., which it was said that at 4 a.m., TM was supposed to have called the kids at the establishment on September the 9th, the morning of September the 9th. And then you heard T Slut say she was already missing at that point. You got damn straight she was missing at that point. She was missing on the 7th. kENNEka was missing on the 7th, peoples. Not on the 9th. So, if kENNEka was missing on the 7th, it would just only make sense that after that, Shamaya goes home to tell her mom kENNEka's missing. Not be at no police station on the morning of September the 9th, when on video footage it will proclaim that kENNEka just came up missing at around the 3 to 3:30 hour or somewhere around there. Okay, so I want you to think about this, people, for one moment. If kENNEka got off the elevator at 3:25, like they stated in the case files and all on the video footage, kENNEka got out the elevator about 3 something. And then she has to roam around the whole entire establishment. And then she finally winds up at the freezer and she walks in the freezer and locks herself in, according to the video footage. All right. My question is simple. Where was Irene, Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree? Where was TY and crew and all of the other gangsters and stuff? When it's supposed to kENNEka roaming around the establishment, on the case files, it said kENNEka was staggering drunk near the front desk. I talked about that in this live earlier. So if all of that was supposed to have happened on the night, peoples, how in the hell could Shemaya and her mama be at the police station at 4:15 a.m. in the morning? And kENNEka is still supposed to be roaming the halls of that establishment. I'll wait. Because that's what you heard T Slut, better known as Latasha Evans, better known as T Slay, said, and Custom Design. You heard what they said, right? I said you heard what they said. So peoples. If kENNEka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, my question is simple. When? When did kENNEka ever walk the halls of that establishment? Based upon what you just heard. Doesn't make no sense, people. I said it doesn't make no sense. We heard, we've seen in case files, you know, all of these different times and different things that's supposed to go on. But my question is simple. If all of this stuff happened in the manner to which the people say, well, there's things in the case files that's contradictory and conflicting with the video footage and vice versa. And then with the kids' narratives, along with the content creators' narratives. All of that is conflicting. So what is the investigator to do? Just like in a YSL case. So if you got conflicting evidence, conflicting stories, what can you present to the jury? Because if the evidence that is stated in the case files, and that was supposed to be law, ain't jiving with the video surveillance footage, and then it ain't jiving with the people who have been speaking in the case, if all of that ain't meshing together, then what can you present to the jury? Hello, Trish Hollywood. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Trish Hollywood said, how did she get back to the hotel? That's a good question. Not only how did she get back to the hotel, but my question is, how did she get from the hotel? When Bree was supposed to have been the one who had the keys. And TM was supposed to have been the one who had called them at 4 something in the morning. So how could TM be calling the kids at 4 something in the morning when Shemaya and her mom was supposed to be at the police station at 4:15 a.m. on September the 9th. How? And they were supposed to have picked up Shemaya and her mother. Okay, so I'm going back to the part to where TM had called the girls and said, well, bring me my car. Well, when did they bring TM her car? Well, what time was it when they brought TM her car? And where was kENNEka? According to Kelly, Kelly said that kENNEka was in the hallway on the 6th floor with Irene. Irene tried to get kENNEka out of the establishment. They were running. And kENNEka had turned to her and said, look, I'm tired. I'm tired of running from these niggas. So, you know, it's amazing, people, is how kENNEka can have conversations with Kelly. But kENNEka never told Kelly where they were running from. kENNEka never told Kelly who are they running from. And then kENNEka never told Kelly why are they running from them. So Kelly has selective conversations with kENNEka because she tried to get her friend out of the establishment. But my question is simple, peoples. If kENNEka is with Irene, where was Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree? And why would Irene be trying to get kENNEka out of the establishment? And why were they on the 6th floor running? Because, see, people, like I showed you earlier in the video, you can't deny that kENNEka was in the Crown Plaza. There's no denying that, people. The picture is right there. It's absolutely no denying that. The picture is right there, people. It's in your face. kENNEka was at the establishment. And kENNEka was at the establishment with those girls. So how could you put kENNEka at the Marriott? How could you put kENNEka on the 6th floor running with Irene? When did kENNEka ever leave the room to run down some halls with Irene? I mean, that's what Kelly said. And see, Kelly, in her vision, as she proclaimed, never told you how kENNEka got to the pool area. Or she said that I was in a hallway with my friend kENNEka, and I was in somebody's body, but I think it was Irene. Well, if you're in somebody's body, you wouldn't you think that you would know whose body you're in? See, there's things that I have problems with Kelly's narrative because, see, one, she's emphatically stating that she is not at the Crown Plaza. But how would you know if you're not at the Crown Plaza if you don't even know whose body you're in? If you don't even know who's the guys that you're running from? Because if you're Irene, well, then you should know the guys because Irene knows all of the people there because it was Irene's party, right? That the people were coming. So it's amazing how she doesn't know who the guys is. She doesn't know what establishment she's in, but all she knows is that she's running on the 6th floor. So if they were at the DoubleTree, peoples, where is the video that shows you that the kids were ever in the lobby, in the rotundum of the DoubleTree. Where's the pictures? Where's the videos? We know that these kids take pictures and videos. Where is the pictures and videos of the kids at the Marriott? And why isn't it that the Marriott is never referenced in the case files? Why? You guys say that kENNEka was the one who walked into the establishment. That's what you guys say. Oh yeah, that was kENNEka, and she walked into the establishment. Well, when? What day? Because it certainly wasn't on the night. Certainly wasn't on the night. You heard what Customs and T Slut had said. Shamaya and her mother came to the police station on the morning of September the 9th at 4:15 a.m. So it's impossible for Shamaya and her mother to be at the police station at 4:15 a.m. when the supposed kENNEka was just supposed to had just left out of Irene's life about 3-something. And then Shamaya all of a sudden be at the police station. She comes home to go tell her mom kENNEka's missing. Really? But TM says that she called the kids at 4-something in the morning. So how could Shamaya be at the police station, TM calling the kids, Bree got the keys, Irene running kENNEka out of the room on the 6th floor to an elevator and didn't get commandeered, and then according to Kelly's vision, kENNEka's killed. How could all of this stuff happen, peoples? How? I need somebody to explain that to me. How did all of this stuff happen? And then we got Lenora texting on the 8th when the supposed kENNEka hasn't been reported missing yet. And I showed you the post, peoples, earlier in the live. Go back and watch the live. So all of these events are unfolding all around the same time. How did it happen, peoples? How? The only way that Shamaya could have been at the police station on the morning of the 9th is because kENNEka was missing on the 7th. That's the only way, peoples. That's the only way. So the dates that they're giving you that all of this stuff was supposed to have happened is totally wrong and bogus. It didn't happen on the days to when they proclaimed peoples. And then you can argue me up and down, but then I'm just going to tell you, well, y'all can say that kENNEka was missing and she was deceased on the 8th and she was deceased on the 9th or whatever, but the official report was kENNEka was found on the 10th at 12:25 or 12:23 a.m. in the morning in the freezer. But that's not what they said in the beginning. In the beginning, what did they say? Tiff, I need you to help me out. Come on. What did they say in the beginning? Monifa had on the same outfit. Was kENNEka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
The front of come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of kENNEka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But peoples, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That
they didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. All right, people, let's listen to that one more time. Was kENNEka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
The front of come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of kENNEka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But peoples, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area.
HitPaw Video Enhancer is an AI video quality enhancer. You can easily convert low-resolution videos to high.
That is what they said in the beginning, peoples. That is what they said in the beginning. She was found in the dock area. That's what they said, peoples.
when Bree left kENNEka at the Marriott.
I read you what I wrote 7 years ago. Now I'm going to tell you what I saw. And I'm going to tell you my feelings. But first, I'm going to tell you, when I have vision, I'm asleep. I'm not myself. I'm someone else. I'm who that spirit want me to be. I'm told and showed what that spirit wants me to see. And this is what I saw. KJ and I are running. We get to the end of the hallway. It's light, it's clean. The elevator banks sit like an L. So we able to hide there. I'm aware. KJ is aware who we're running from. We are aware that she is running for her life. I'm aware that I'm risking my life and that I have to get her out that hotel, meaning I know they're going to kill her. This is what I was feeling. We know who they are. We get to the elevator. I'm pressing the button. And she says, I'm tired of running from these niggas. She's out of breath. She's tired. She's not drunk. She's drugged. I know the difference. And I know she was drugged because, like I said, I'm not myself. I'm one of her friends. I love her. I'm going to get her out of this hotel because I know they're going to kill her. And I look at her and I say, quiet, Neek. I did not call her kENNEka. I did not call her KJ. I called her Neek. I said, quiet. I'm going to get you out this hotel. And they're running. And I hear them talking. And I'm pressing the button. And I'm frantic. And she hears them. And she looking. And there they are. And I turn around and I see 2 black hoodies, 1 red hoodie, light-skinned guy. They take KJ. I look at them and I know they're going to kill her. And the 2 guys in the black hoodies move me to the side. And it's understood I could be killed with her or I could leave. And the red hoodie grab hold of KJ. And the elevator comes. And they push me aside. And I turn around and I look. And KJ, they got her on the elevator. And the 2 black hoodies is in the back. And they got her by the arm. And the guy in the red hoodie is standing directly in front of her, blocking her. And he pushed the elevator button. And I see her little leg pushing because she's trying to get out. And that's the last thing I see. And I turn around and I take off running. And I know they're going to kill my friend. And I wake up screaming and I'm terrified. And I just take off running. And I remember I wake up and I'm standing in front of my computer and I'm screaming and I'm crying. And I turn to my computer and I'm ambidextrous and I know I'm writing, but I'm still in that fog. I'm still feeling everything and I'm not myself. I'm still there. and I'm writing. And then I start writing with my left hand because I go to my computer with my right hand. And I press YouTube come up, and this girl come up. And she's screaming, and she crying. And she's a very well-known psychic. And she says, KJ just came to me, and she drew the 3 guys' faces that I saw. And I don't believe this is happening. And I'm frantic, and I'm so done. And I know that everything that I've been seeing on YouTube and everything they've been reporting, I know it's a lie, because I know what this girl just showed me. And what she showed me was I was not in the Crown Plaza Hotel, and I did not walk in a freezer. She showed me 3 guys that took her. And most of all, she showed me that one of those girls risked their life to get her out that hotel. And I knew I was on the 6th floor because I wrote it. So I was frantic to try to tell people what y'all being told is not true. This girl showed me. And I could not get anybody's attention until finally I stopped. But this was after I sent emails out. And remember, this is 7 years ago. And I sent emails out for like 3 years, and I just got tired. And I stopped. And I said, God gonna show me when, and the right person that's gonna understand what I saw, and not say that I'm lying or that I'm trying to implicate myself in this case. Listen, nobody in their right mind want to be in this case. And I have a life, and it has nothing to do with this. I'm gifted. I've done this since I was a little girl, but I have never had a spirit come to me, show me something that I felt I had to deliver that message. And 7 years ago, I heard T. Slade, and she's adamant. This didn't happen there. This didn't happen at that hotel. And everything that girl said fit what I knew. And the thing about it, as the years go, you forget little things. I forgot. I wrote the 6th floor because I was not trying to remember what I saw. At first, I had no reason to remember what I saw, because I was never, ever going to tell anybody this until after a year went by, and it just got worse and worse, and it wouldn't leave me. And then I had another dream. I dreamed of a pool, not knowing that that was KJ. I didn't even recall that until 6 years later. Oh my God. And I freaked. And I think I was talking to T. Slade when I recalled it. So it's been twice I recalled something speaking to her, because I really just did not want to tell what I saw. It was too much out there. It was too much lies, and I knew. I mean, who the hell am I? I'm just gifted. So, I mean, everything was the opposite of what I saw. And I just said, hey, I sat back, I left it alone after the emails. I said, because God's going to show me. I've even sent T. Slater emails, and they go back 5, 6, 7 years. So that's what I saw. And like I said, I don't know who I was. I can guess who I was. I know I wasn't Monique, but that's for damn sure. I was somebody that loved her. I risked my life to get her out of there. This was the feelings of these people. When this girl walked away, when they took KJ on the elevator, she died. When I woke up, I felt everything that she felt. And I can say who I think I was. She was in pure terror. KJ was in pure terror when they took her on that elevator. And these are the things that not on YouTube. YouTube don't know this. But that one person, that one friend who tried to help her, she know I'm telling the truth. She know. And them 3 guys, you know I'm telling the truth. You know what you did. And KJ showed me. And you know I wasn't there. There's no way for me to know. And nobody told. Spirit told. Anyway, that's what I saw.
So the spirit had told Kelly everything about KJ. The spirit told Kelly everything about KJ. Hello, 101. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. 101 said that he's in the bushes. Okay, I do understand. You had conferred with me earlier as to what was going on, and welcome in. People, help me to make that make sense. The spirit told Kelly what was going on. The spirit told Kelly. The spirit told Kelly all that she needed to know. But help me to make this make sense. Did the spirit forget to tell Kelly who was chasing them? Did the spirit forget to tell Kelly, you know, that you're supposed to have been on the 9th floor and not on the 6th floor? Did the spirit tell Kelly that she had said that they had went on and kENNEka and Irene, who she's supposed to have been, had pressed the button? So when they pressed the button, how long did it take for the elevator to come up? Because in Kelly's narrative, she turned around and said that, and the guys, they turned around and the guys had pressed the button. And then they took KJ in and all she can see was her feet. Did the spirit forget to tell Kelly that she forgot who she was? She didn't know who she was, but she thought that she was Irene. But she knew for sure that she wasn't Monifa. Did the spirit tell Kelly that kENNEka had died exactly at 3 o'clock? And my question is simply this: if kENNEka died at 3 o'clock, well then, peoples, according to Kelly, because Kelly had said that the people who commandeered kENNEka herself, and the girl who tried to help kENNEka out of the establishment knows that she is telling the truth, and that the case files, that the police, that the establishment, that the kids, that TM and Lenore, and that you content creators, all of everybody is lying, and Kelly is telling the truth. And kENNEka died at 3 a.m. in the morning because Kelly had woke up. And her left hand, she was writing, and her right hand, she was tuning in to some type of guru upon YouTube to get validation of her premonition. But yet Kelly can't even tell us what hotel that they were in. But she knew that she was in Monifa. Kelly can't tell us where they were coming from when they were in the hall, but yet she knew she was in Monifa. Kelly can't tell us who the three guys were that had commandeered kENNEka, but she knew she wasn't Monifa. Kelly can't tell you what happened at the pool, because if kENNEka died at 3 a.m. getting on the elevator, it really didn't make sense what happened at the pool, because guess what? kENNEka was already deceased, according to Kelly. But yet she knew that she wasn't Monifa. It's amazing how the spirit never told Kelly much of anything other than she had a brief conversation with kENNEka saying, I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to get you out of here. Be quiet. Don't say a word. Well, peoples, how long does it take an elevator to get to a room? And what was the time frame before the guys actually caught up with them at the elevator? Because remember, Kelly had said in the beginning, they pressed the button. So if they press the button, you would think that the elevator would get there within about 10, 15, 20 seconds, right? I mean, it doesn't take no minute or two for an elevator to get to a room, peoples. It ain't gonna be that long. I mean, especially not that time in the morning, right? I mean, who's taking the elevator at about 3 o'clock in the morning? So the elevator is not going to take long to get to the room. So why is it that they couldn't take the elevator? And Gina to you said, shout out to Trey Game for pointing that out. Why is it, peoples, that if they were on the elevator, why would it take the elevator so long to get to the floor that they're on? And they're on the 6th floor. So if the elevator was on the ground floor, it definitely ain't gonna take no minute or two to get to no 6th floor, peoples. I mean, come on. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. So it ain't like the elevators was in full use, peoples. Really. So the spirit has selective memory. Because what was kENNEka doing on the 6th floor with Irene? And my question is, how did kENNEka get out of Irene's life? How? I'm still asking that question, and I'm still asking the people to help me make sense of that. And I still yet to have anybody come onto the live to help me get kENNEka out of Irene's life. But yet we got all of these people who's proclaimers that kENNEka was here, kENNEka was there, kENNEka was walking the halls of that establishment. kENNEka was everywhere, but yet they can't even answer the simplest little question. And how did kENNEka get out of Irene's life? How, people? It's funny how people can give a whole complete synopsis and narrative to this case, but yet they can't answer the simplest little question. And how did kENNEka get out of Irene's life? How? All right, people. So let's go. Let's go. I'm going to have to share a video. I have to share another video, peoples. Let me go here. I think I got it here. Let me go here. Let me go here, peoples. I think it's here. Okay, I'm looking for the MP3. MP3. And that's not it. Let me see. That's not it. I was just looking at that the other day too. And is this my downloads? Is this my documents? Dang, I was just looking at that video too of Irene. Oh man, what did I do with it, peoples? Okay. All of these JPEGs, I don't see it. Dang. See, people, it's like I gotta take my computer in to I gotta take my computer in to get worked upon, because as you can see, I'm missing a lot of folders and files and things. And so I'm gonna be taking my computer in this week, so I won't be live. And all my stuff is locked up on my C drive. So I gotta get the people to unlock it, because usually I have a full list and things. Now I don't, but everything is locked up on my C drive. See, it's all locked up and I can't extract it because it's locked up in a folder. So got to take my computer, get worked on so they can unlock that file. So a lot of my stuff I can't get to, but it's okay because, you know, my computer is going into the shop this week. So let me see if I can call up my Wondershare. Let me go to the location. There's the location, and then there's my downloaded videos. Okay, so I'm trying to go into sync with different things that I'm talking about and see. This is Wondershare. See, this is in my Apple data. This is not supposed to be in my Apple data on my download. Okay, users at Let Me One Apple data roaming Wondershare. So it's supposed to be in my C. Okay, let me go to C users. Let me see. C users. And it says at Let Me One. And then see, all of my stuff is in my Apple data. Then it says local. And then there's the Wondershare right there. Wondershare 15. Nope, that's not it. But okay, there's my Wonder Share, but it doesn't show me. So when I'm looking at the other thing, okay, I'm in local Wonder Share and then Uni Converter 15. Okay, let me see. Where's the Uni Converter 15? MNOP QRST. So it's not there. So let me go back one. So there's the local. Okay, go back and then there's the local. And then it's supposed to say Uni 15. And I don't see MNOP QRSTUV. See, it disappears from there because there's one to share and oh, there's Uni 15. But then Uni 15 is only that right there. So my files is locked up on my computer, hidden somewhere, and I can't get to it. So as you can see, so that's all it is. So I got to take it into the shop so they can do whatever they need to do. When I updated my computer, then it just did everything to my files and stuff. So my files is on here, but they're hidden into some folders and stuff. So I can't even access it like I normally would. Oh, it's very frustrating, but at least, I know I got enough knowledge to know, where a lot of this stuff is. So I can just call it up like that. But it's going to be kind of difficult, but, it's okay. At least everything is still on here. I just have to just kind of remember and try to search for it. But yeah. So that's what it is. But at least I got it all right here. And let's go back to that. Let's go back to the location. And let's go back to my download. So I got all of my stuff here. So I wanted to show you this video of Lenore. I had two videos. That I wanted to show you of Lenore when she was giving her testimony. When Lenore was giving her testimony in front of the building. And I don't see it. I don't see it. So that's going to be the hardest part of doing the lives right now until I get this all squared away. But let me see people's. Yeah, I can't get back to those videos or those pictures that I normally had and things. So anyway, my lives is going to be limited to what I can show till I get my computer fixed. So it's going in probably about Tuesday or Wednesday. And it's going to take a couple of days for them to get it fixed. So I am right now committed to showing you my old videos and things until this is done, or until I can figure out how to access those files. But here, let me see this here. Let's take a look at this.
Hey, lab. Six months today, y'all. 6 months. If I could have only got a little help, we wouldn't even have to come here to like Hannah's in peace. A little help. Love y'all. Peace.
Okay, so people, 6 months to the day that kENNEka supposedly had came up missing, and she's at the Crown Plaza, but yet she can't even go to the gravesite to put a tombstone on the grave of kENNEka. She can't even go to the gravesite of kENNEka, but yet she can go to the Crown Plaza to put some candles on the ground. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. I said, help me to make that make sense, peoples. You can go to the Crown Plaza Hotel, but you cannot go to the gravesite of your supposed daughter, where she was supposed to have been buried, peoples, and you can't even buy her a tombstone, but yet you can be cheap and put some candles. You can put some candles on the ground at the Crown Plaza. So do you understand the play, peoples? Do you understand the play? See, this is a lot of my content from way back when I first started YouTube. So I've got a lot of my videos back, but it's all over my computer. I just have to go through and I have to find out where things is and stuff, because it's not in the original places where I normally would get it. But I'm not going to go live and try to seek for all of the stuff that I got and things. You know, no, I'm not going to do that, peoples. Do that when I get off, but I'm not going to do that while I'm live. But did you see what Monifa did, peoples? Did you see what she did? She put her hand over her mouth, peoples. Which they all did. They put their hands over their mouths. And why did they put their hands over their mouths? Because what is she saying? She's saying that, you know, don't you speak upon anything. Don't you say a word about nothing. You're not supposed to speak upon anything. And that's what they're all told to do, peoples, is not to speak upon anything. And then did you hear her reference about the snakes? You know, we got snakes. We got snakes in the kENNEka jENkINs community. We got snakes all around. They got snakes in their little organization and things like that, peoples. You know, it's snakes around. But that's what they do, peoples. That is the code of conduct. You're not supposed to say anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're not supposed to say anything. And that's the code that they live by, because all of them have been doing the same thing, peoples. All of them been doing the same thing. And so you got to understand the code, peoples. And if you understand the code, then you understand all of what they are speaking on. Now, see, peoples, this is the reenactment. See, Trish has said, was the cops already there? Yeah, the cops was already there. There they are, and right there too, staging the scene for the reenactment. See, if you didn't see already, there was an officer in the other elevator right there, and then there is the officer right there. So I want you guys to understand something. Why isn't it that they never showed the elevator for where the supposed Monifa and Shemaiah had been in? Okay, so notice how they showed the second and the third elevator, which is right here. You see that, right, peoples? See, they just opened up the door right there, and you see the officer in there. Okay, so let me hold on to this for a moment. Let me go back here. So why isn't it that they only showing these two elevators, but not this elevator that the supposed Monifa and Shemaiah been in, peoples? Let me go back. Let me go back to that scene. I just had it up. So let me go back to the kENNEka's lives. And let me go back one. And this right here, peoples. Why isn't it that they never show this elevator right here? Y'all remember that elevator right there, right? What is supposed kENNEka jENkINs had been in with Monifa and Shemaiah. This is the very first elevator, people. This is the double door elevator. You guys remember this, right? You guys remember when the gentleman that I showed you in the video, that he went into this elevator and he had took that video in this elevator. This is just a picture, people. Let me see if I can find that video for when he had walked into the very first elevator. Because see, the officers, as you've seen, only went to the second and third elevator, but they never showed you the first elevator. And why is that, peoples? See, peoples, you know, it's what I'm saying, peoples. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is that all of this stuff was staged. You got to understand the play, peoples. It was staged. It was staged, peoples. And it's the reason why they didn't show you the other elevators, peoples. They didn't show you the other elevators is because, simple fact, peoples, they would have gave away a lot of things. It's the reason why they didn't show that elevator. But that guy did show the elevator. me see if I can find that video. I'm trying to go back, peoples. Oh man, I wish I wouldn't have never updated this computer. Boy, it just messed up my computer. Just put my files all everywhere. Gotta go through all of my stuff, peoples. Man. It's the reason why they didn't show you that elevator, peoples. But the cops only showed you the elevator that they're in. It's the reason why. I'm gonna find that video and I'm gonna play it, but we're gonna play the other video. But I want you guys to see this. You guys remember? The two girls who supposed to been kENNEka. So they're trying to say that this is kENNEka right here. But you see that girl, she got booty lips. But she was the other girl who was commandeered, peoples. What does it say? kENNEka Jenkins to two girls, fame versus reality. And then you see kENNEka down here. But remember, they tried to say, this is kENNEka, and this is kENNEka. Well, this, and this is kENNEka. Who is this? Because she's definitely was one of the girls at the establishment, peoples. But a lot of the people tried to call this girl Antonia Evans. I mean, not Antonia Evans. What is that girl who had got killed in the car accident with Jalen Ford? What's her name? I can't remember that girl's name for nothing in the world. But that's who this is supposed to be right here. Now, you guys tell me, peoples, who is kENNEka? There's the pictures right there, people. So who is kENNEka? And why didn't the police show this elevator in the reenactment? Why? It's a reason. Because this is supposed to have been the elevator that they rode up in. So why didn't the police show this in their reenactment video? See, people, you got to ask yourself the questions. You know, you have to ask yourself the questions, and you got to be with a keen eye in order to look at things and stuff, because again, you know, These officers did a lot of stuff. They did a whole lot of stuff. And none of what they did doesn't make no sense to me. Huh? Here's a lot of the original video footage. Thank you, Jesus, for letting me find all of this. We're going to show that other video, but I'm trying to get back to the video to where I can do the contrast. Let me see if I can find a video of what that guy did. It's on one of these, so I don't think it's this one. Let me go back to when to share this one right here. I think I have it in this one. And there it is right there. Okay, so we got this one right here. And we got that one right there. So we're going to open up this one in that. We're going to open up this one. And we're going to play with our Power DVD. All right, so we got. I've already upgraded. So what are you talking about? Let me see what they're talking about here. No, I've already upgraded. This is Power DVD 23. So this is already 23. What you talking about? Because I had downloaded it and I purchased this as a standalone. Unless this took me back. All right. Well, I still got I still got this in my mail, so I'm just going to download this again. But there should be Power DVD. Okay, but anyway, this is Power DVD, but it should be 23. I don't see where. Let me see. Player. Yeah, it should be Power DVD 23. But if not, then I've already purchased it separately from that. Okay, so we got both Windows and we got that. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Dang, I got all of these things open. All right, so let me close this as well. All right, I want you guys. Golly, look all of these windows open. Yeah. Okay. So now let's look at what this guy did, and then let's see if we can match that, and let's see what the police had did. Because remember, police had did their walkthrough, and this guy had did a walkthrough. All right. So we're going to put it on silent, and we're just going to let both of them play at the same time. Just look, continue with video. Okay. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Okay, so you're not going to let me play it? Y'all hold on for a moment. I got to check my email because I got to, if I have to download this again, then I have to download this again. Cause I've already purchased Power DVD 23, and it's a standalone version from the upgrade. So let me go ahead and check my email. Let me type in Power DVD 23. If I have to download it again, I download it again. Okay, let me see. Power DVD 23. Power DVD 23. Okay, there it is. Power DVD 23. Yep, there it is right there. Power DVD 23. Okay, this is October. And then there is the download. So let me download it again. Yep, and I'll purchase it on 10/3. So let me download it again. Let me download it again. Because I see that this thing ain't gonna let me play it. All right, people, so let me go to my downloads. And then let me share my screen. All right, we're going to go to my downloads, and we're going to wait for that to download, and then I'm going to install it again because I've already purchased it on the 3rd of this month as a standalone. So when my computer upgraded, then it did something to my computer. So like I said, all of my files is all everywhere or whatever. So, but I've already purchased it, so I'm just downloading it again so I can upload it so I can play it again. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says, hello, Mr. E and everyone. And Mariah Lavender is giving shout outs to Gina, to you, and to Carla. All right, people, so let me go ahead. Let's go to my downloads. Now, before I do that, let me do this so I can be able to go to my downloads. Let me refresh that. There's Power DVD application, Ultra 23. Yes. Cyber 23 has please uninstall first. Okay, so I have to stop it. Try it, uninstall it. Would you like to keep your personal settings? Yes. Okay. So we're uninstalling 23. And then we're going to install 23 again. So it's uninstalling. Now it's going to install. Okay, here we go. Power DVD 23 install. I'm just waiting for it to install, people, and then I'm put in my what you call it thing. But as you guys can see, let me share my screen so you guys can see. Now I'm being very careful about the things that I show now because, like I said, we got prying eyes and stuff. So, but as you guys can see, it is installing. There it is right there. Let me share it this way so you guys can see. And then let me go here. There we go. It says launch our DVD. Now I got to activate it. Now, as you guys can clearly see, there it is. It says Cyberlinks Power DVD 23 install your thing. I'm not going to put it on here because you guys can take it and you guys can install Power DVD and play back the video and then install it. Then you will have Power DVD. So let me go ahead and install it right quick, peoples. So stop sharing my screen. Let me go ahead and put in my activation code. Activate, and then there we go. We got Power DVD 23. Let me check everything and see. Do my videos. Don't add the videos right now. All right, so there we go, people. Now I got Power DVD installed. So let me go back and let me go to my kENNEka jENkINs folder. And let me go back and let me play that video. There we go. Okay, cool. So now let me go ahead and share my screen. Turn on that. So we're going to have both of them playing at the same time. So we can see the reenactment as well as what this guy did. So we got Windows. So let's see here. Okay, cool. So we got Power DVD 23 up and running. So we're going to blink that out. So we're going to match that to this right here. And then we're going to see why the police didn't use the same thing as the guy had did. Let's move this over a little bit. Let's move this over a little bit. All right, so I'm going to turn out the sound. I'm going to turn out the sound. Now, we're going to watch the reenactment for what the police did to the thing of what the guy did. So let's play that and let's play that. Now, what you see, as you can see in this video, see, there's the first elevator. they're bypassing the first elevator. He's getting on the first elevator, as you can see. It is the same. It is the same area. Now he's on the second elevator. He's on the first elevator. They just bypassed the first elevator. They're on the second elevator, about to show you the third elevator. Why didn't they come and show you this elevator? And remember, let me stop it right here. Remember, let's go back to the picture. Let's go back to the picture. So let's rewind this back just a little bit so you guys can clearly see inside of the elevator. So let's bring this back a little bit. And this is when he first walks into the elevator. So remember, the same door as you see right here is the same door that he's entering in. Now, let's go back to the picture of what Shemaya and Monifa, what was in, peoples. Let's go back to the picture. So let me go back here. Let me go to the download and see it. There we go right there. Let's call it the picture right here. Okay. All right. So now let's look at the picture, peoples. Now see, they are in the first elevator. They're in the first elevator, which is this right here. See that? So when they walked into the elevator, peoples, when Monifa and Shemaya, because kENNEka is not in there, that's a hologram. She's not even in this elevator, but they are in the same elevator, which is this elevator right here. It's the same elevator. And you're going to see in just a moment, because you're going to see that stuff right there. So he's walking in, then he's going to turn around, and there you see the thing right there. So see, he's turned to the side. He's showing you all what's in the elevator. See that? He's showing you the floor. So he's showing you the elevator. He's showing you the all of the things that's in the elevator. Okay, so let's rewind it back a little bit, because it's this part right here that I need you to see. And it won't be so pronounced, but you can see it in the mirror. Okay, so you see the thing right here is the same thing right there. You see the little green thing right there is the green thing right there. As you can see, they are in the same elevator. So I want you to understand one thing. When Shemaya and them was in the elevator, they are facing the back wall or the back door. See, there's a mirror on the side, as you can see in this picture over here. As you can see in that picture, on the side of the elevator. You see that, right? It's a mirror on the side, but it is not a mirror that is facing the back door, because when you enter in, the same door that you see reflecting with the light that's reflecting on the door behind them is in front of them. So they're facing just as if this guy had walked into this door right here, because you can see the reflection on the double door right there, as you can see. See that, right? So when the guy walked into this elevator, as you can see, there's the door right there. See that? See the reflection of the door? See that? And the light is beaming just like the light is beaming right here on the door right there. So because you have this on the wall, it's just the same in this elevator that I just shown you. And the best way I can show you is in the picture. Well, see, there it is right there. But he didn't get a full thing, but you can clearly see it right there. Okay, let me back it up. Oh, let me back it up a little bit. Hey, let me just play it a little bit so I can see. He's going to come to it. Right there. You see that? It is the same thing right here. You see the green thing that says, in case of fire, take the stairs? There it is right there. Because you can see the little red thing right there, as you can see right there. Same thing, same distance from the paperwork right here, paperwork right there, and then there's a little sign right there. There's a little sign right there. In the same elevator, peoples. In the same exact elevator, the very first elevator, as you can see. And as you can see in the video, peoples, when he first walked in, you see a double door. See that? Now watch when he first walked in. See that? He first walked in. What do he see? He's seeing the back of the door, which is a double door, which is what they are facing. They're facing this door, and they have the publication behind them. And see, this is the first elevator, peoples, that Monifa and Shemaiah was in. And the mirror is on the side of the elevator for when he walks in. You're going to see the mirror on the side, as you can see right there. So watch when he turns around. See? Now when you turn around, bingo. There is the mirror right there. So if Monifa was taking a picture of her and Shemaiah, she would have turned to the side and not to the elevator that's showing the back, peoples. You see that, right? Because when you look in this picture, peoples, look where the side of this here is. The publication. Look at the publication. See that, peoples? See that? See where the publication is right there? But he's turned to the side. She's turned straight forward. But if I was to take this picture and flip it around, this will be on the same side as when he was looking straight forward at the door. So let me see if I can revert this picture around. So I only can rotate it that way, but I have to put it in my editing software to do a 360-degree turn. So let me do that, people. So let me go ahead and let me call up my editing software. And then I'm going to flip that picture around. Okay. So now let me find this picture. Find the location of it. And where's that picture? There it is right there. So we're going to put it in my editing software. So let's go back to the library. And we're going to put that in there. Bingo. Now let's put that on the thing here. Now let's go ahead and let's rotate that around. So we're going to do a 180-degree turn. So I'm doing it this way so you guys can clearly see the picture turn. See that? See the picture turn? Okay. So now we put it in perspective here. So now the picture is almost 180 degrees. Okay. $180 degrees. Now let's look at the picture the right way. Now, look where the supposed kENNEka is, as opposed to Shemaya. Now, in the picture, and let's go ahead and let's go back to the picture. And let's go ahead and get a copy of this picture. Okay, and so let's find the location of this picture. There it is right there. All right. So now let's go ahead and take this out of there. Put it on a desktop. Close that up. We're going to close this up. No, we're going to keep that just like that for a moment because we got that. All right. So now let's look at this picture. So now let's look at the picture, peoples. See how that is showing on the side, but then when we flip the picture around to its proper orientation, look what happens, peoples. It's on the right side. And so then when we go to the video, let's look where that's supposed to be. So let's put that on mute. Then let's watch this side right here, where it's supposed to be. See, there it is right there. There it is right there. And when you see that, there it is right there, because you can kind of see the little man thing. You can see the little red thing right next to him. There it is right there. And then there's the publication. There's the publication. And then here's the back of the door. There's the back of the door. Bingo to the bingo peoples. So this is the proper orientation. And this is not, as you can see. Clearly see that as daylight peoples. So all they did was just flip the photo around. But see, the thing is that Monifa is facing the door, as you can see, because when he first walked in, there's a door behind them. And so there's, you see the publication, there you see the publication. She's facing straight forward. So she's facing the door, the same door that is in front of him, which is this right here when he first walks in. See, there's the mirror. So let's first walk in, peoples, and let's look at the door. So when he first walked in, and he's going down to the first, bingo, there's the door right there, and it is what Monifa is facing. It's what Monifa is facing. Because see, the thing is, peoples, Monifa is not taking a selfie of themselves. Somebody is taking a picture of them. Somebody's taking a picture of them. And not only are they taking a picture, but they're taking a video as well. But this is a clip from a video and not a picture from a camera phone, peoples. This ain't nothing but a screenshot from a video, peoples, and not a camera picture, peoples. Somebody is videotaping them and not taking a picture from a phone. Monifa is not taking a picture from her phone. Monifa is just playing to the camera, just like Shemaya. And the hologram of kENNEka is put into the video, peoples, as you can see. Because when you play the video, the mirror is on the side and not straight forward. See that? That's the back door. Now you're going to see the mirror. See, that's the front door right there. Because that's when you see the control panels. Then when he turns to the side, bingo, there's the mirror. So she's not facing the mirror. Because see, he has his camera and he has his camera in the mirror. And so you can see his reflection in the mirror in him holding the camera. But you don't see no reflection of Monifa because there's no mirror that she's facing. She's facing someone who's videotaping them and not a mirror, because the mirror is only on the side in the elevator, as you can see, peoples, as you can see. And the same thing is, peoples, there is a mirror on the side in the elevator. At the end, there is a mirror on the side, just like there's a mirror on the side in the front. And then in the middle, peoples, let's go back. There's the middle, straightforward, soon as you walk into the elevator. Because only the middle elevator has a mirror. And the first and the third elevator has a mirror on the side. So if Monifa was taking a selfie, peoples, then you will be able to see the rest of the thing inside the elevator and not a door, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. Bingo to the bingo peoples. So my question is simply this. Why did the police not show the first elevator? Why did they start with the second and third elevator and not the first? Because, peoples, I tell you why. Because they didn't want to throw off their reenactment. Because they already knew that Shemaya and Monifa was in the first elevator. They already knew. Shemaya and Monifa was in the first elevator, peoples. That's why they never took the picture. That's why they never took the video in the first elevator. That's why they did it in the second, and they just showed you the third. See, peoples? Bingo to the bingo peoples. Man, look at here. So when the stupid people like Slay Slut and Jig the Pig try to tell you that, oh, they was never at the Crown Plaza. They were at the Crown Plaza. Because there's the proof to the truth. And it was a reenactment and not a enactment, peoples. That's why they put R-E in front. Re mean redo over. A second time. So you got to have a enactment first, peoples, before you can have a reenactment. But the enactment never happened. Not in the manner to which they told you, peoples. kENNEka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. And it's a reason why the police is showing you what they want to show you, because they're painting a picture for you. They were there. They were there, peoples. And the proof is in your face right there, peoples. It's in your face. It ain't no denying the bacon. It ain't no mistaking the bacon. The evidence is in your face. And that's why they reverted the pictures around, because they didn't think that people like Edward Joseph was going to catch it. And I caught it, peoples. Because I said, wait 1 minute. How could Shemaya be taking a picture or even a video? Remember, she was taking a video. How could you take a video of yourself in an elevator and you're facing a double door elevator? And she never moved. The only one who moved was the supposed kENNEka that was supposedly be in back of her, and Shemaya. You guys remember that, right? You guys remember the scene when Shemaya was supposed to be, Monifa was supposed to have been taking a picture or video of them in the elevator, and kENNEka was rocking and things like that. But the supposed kENNEka is rocking, but Monifa never moved. She never moved, peoples. And then Shemaya turns around and faces the camera. So with T Slut and Jig the Pig and Kelly, my question is this: you see them taking pictures. You see them taking pictures, and you see them taking videos. Where is the pictures and videos inside of the DoubleTree or inside of the Marriott? Because that's what these kids do all the time. They take pictures and they take videos. So where is the pictures and videos at the at the Marriott? When T Slut says that they were never at the Crown Plaza, but they were at the Marriott. Where is the pictures and videos of them on any floor in any room at the Marriott? I will wait. I said I will wait. You will never see it because they were never there. The only people that was at the Marriott was the GDs. The BDs, the Black Disciples. They were the only ones there, peoples. Monifa, Shemaya, Irene, Bree, Tanasia and crew, TY and all of them were not at the Marriott, peoples. They were at the Crown Plaza. Now, let's go and let's look at why the police never showed this first elevator. Let's go, peoples. We'll put this on mute. We're going to watch that. We'll put this on mute. We're going to watch both of them at the same time. Let's go. That's the first elevator right there that he is walking to. Y'all see that, right? He's on the first elevator. He's on the second, showing the third. You can even look at the elevator floor and you can clearly see it's the same decor. Now he gets into the elevator. You can see the elevator and you can clearly see the same type of decor in the elevator. See that? He's on the floor. He's on the lower level. Y'all see that, right? He was on the main level. Now he's on the lower level in the police video. See, you can see the LL on the side of the elevator. So you can see that the decor is different. So when you're looking at these pictures of her coming off, did she come off on a level or did she come off on the lower level? when she came off on the lower level, she had to go up the walkway, right? As you can see. Now she's on the main level. So he's already on the ninth floor walking down the halls. So Kelly said that, well, they were supposed to have been on the sixth floor. He's on the ninth floor. She's on the main level. He's back into the elevator, about to go down. She's stumbling the halls. Time, it says 3:26. So what was everybody else at 3:26 according to the time? And at this time it says 2:26 on the other time. So which is it, 2:26 or 3:26? Because if it's 2:26, well then when could she have been in TY's live? Now you see where he came from, right? That was to the point to where it says she was staggering drunk near the front desk. Well, he just got off the elevator. So how could she be staggering drunk near the front desk? Do you want to make this as the part player? Not now, because I want to make sure that I can be able to do what I do. So you've seen his video. So now let's go to the reenactment video. Now she's supposed to be staggering drunk on the lower level. She came from the lower level to the upper level. How did she get back to the lower level? Do you see what I'm saying? So you see how the video was all spliced up, because if she's on a lower level, and this is the lower level peoples, she came up to the upper level just to only come back down to the lower level, because the bathroom is on the lower level. How did she get up to the upper level, back down to the lower level? Now that little snippet of video is where she goes in to walk into the employee area. So how did she get to the upper level to the lower level? Now she was supposed to go here and open up the door, peoples. This is the employees area. So she's supposed to open up the door, walk into the employees area. She's going to stumble through all of these carts and things and all of these in this little narrow hallway. Walk down Shandell Lane, peoples. And this is the dock area to where she was supposed to have been found. This is the area, as I showed you in the other video of Van Tiff was talking about, where she was supposed to have been found. But what they're trying to say is she walked up the stairs to the main level, because there's the dock door elevator. So what they're saying is that she walked up the stairs. Well, how could she walk up the stairs, people? Because now this is the main level elevator, and this is the main level kitchen. You see how everybody is working in concert to try to prove to you that this is the route that kENNEka is supposed to have taken, really, peoples? Really? There's the infamous ice chest maker machine where they said that she was fighting with the beverage manager. And behind it was the infamous freezer that she was supposed to have been placed in. R96. Here's the double doors that she's supposed to have walked in to the freezer. Well, that's stupid. Why didn't they open up the doors? Because they got the thing up on the door. You know, they got the zip tie up on the door. They got it zip tie closed. So how the hell she's going to get in? I mean, the police is just stupid. And look at this, people. This is a construction type of entrance. You don't normally have this type of construction if they wasn't doing something, peoples. This is under construction. This is the kitchen that she's supposed to have been in. Supposed to have walked in. You guys remember, because there's that little purple thing that's up on the counter. See that? And then as you see from this angle, peoples, you can clearly see the freezer. So they didn't move anything like what T Slut had said. Oh, well, they took it and they moved everything. No, peoples. You can be able to see straight from the door, straight back to the freezer. Why would she want to go and walk into this kitchen and walk straight back into a freezer when she had all of these other options available to her? That doesn't make no sense. What, that's supposed to represent some type of elevator or something, peoples? Give me a break. I mean, I said, give me a break, peoples. You guys really believe this bullshit and madness? Do you guys really believe this bullshit and madness? Look, peoples. I mean, the evidence is clearly in your face right here. You can clearly see the freezer door. So she's going to walk into this kitchen and straight back into a freezer, open up a double door freezer and lay herself down and die in a freezer, peoples. That's what you're telling me? See, peoples, it's one thing to talk about this, but it's another thing to walk this down and show you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. See, visuals plays an important role, peoples. Visuals play a very important role because people can talk the socks off you and make believe that things is happening, which is not. But when you see it for yourself and the police is showing you, hey, I am not using a content creator's video, peoples. I am using the actual video footage that the police themselves have shown you, peoples. Not what T Slut had put and manipulated the kitchen and saying that they moved the kitchen around, they moved the towel around, they did all of this and all of that. Peoples, no. Peoples, this is concrete and mortar. It's set in stone. You can't move this shit around. It is what it is. And what you see is what you get. And what you see is what you got. And you can see the freezer right when you walk in the door. They wasn't wasn't manipulating the kitchen, peoples, like T Slut, T Slay has been saying, peoples. See, peoples, I told you, I'm here to beat ass big time. And I'm here to call out the hilarious and nefarious people for the madness that they're speaking. Peoples, you can clearly see the freezer. Why would a kENNEka walk right back there straight to a freezer when she had all of these freezers all in the general area if she walked in the kitchen, peoples? Why would kENNEka walk straight back to a freezer and lay herself down and die? Why, peoples? It doesn't make no sense, peoples. I said it doesn't make no sense whatsoever, peoples. It ain't no way around this, peoples. It ain't no mistaking the bacon. It is what it is. And what you see is what you get, peoples. And I've been trying to tell the people for the longest time, but nobody wanted to listen to Edward Joseph. So you know what I had to do, peoples? I had to show you unequivocally and undeniably, not from what other content creators had created, because their videos is edited, but straight from what the people have shown you, peoples. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh my. And it's oh my God. Yes. Thank you so much, because I'm definitely going to order this ice machine this week. Thank you so much. Yes. Ooh, and I love that little crispy ice too. Thank you. So I can order it off of TikTok. Sure enough, I'm definitely going to order me one this week. See, peoples, I got people looking out for me and stuff, so you know, I'm good. I said I'm good. this is crazy. I got to share this video with you guys. This is crazy. But anyway, people, it's like I'm showing you now, peoples. So when you listen to all of these hilarious and nefarious people who proclaim that they know all of this stuff and they got the proof to the truth and things, well then just show them what I'm showing you. Show them this video and then ask them the question, peoples. Ask them the question. Because again, here it is, and this is the visual right here in front of you, peoples. And I want to ask anybody who's ever talked about this case, whoever followed this case, you know, I mean, just answer this one little simple question. And it's plain and simple, peoples, because it's in your face. Why would kENNEka jENkINs, peoples, or any kENNEka for that matter, why would she just literally walk herself into the freezer, peoples? Why? Why, peoples? I mean, help me to make that make sense. Why? For what reason? Here it is right here, peoples. It's in your face right there. Why, peoples? Why would this girl go and walk herself into a freezer, peoples? Straight into a freezer. Doesn't make no sense to me. When you clearly see the freezer from the door. So she goes from downstairs to upstairs. She goes and bounces off of all of these different shelvings and movable shelvings and stuff to walk into a double door right here, sees the freezer door back there, goes back there, just straight back there and walk into a freezer. Where is the camera above the freezer, peoples? There's no camera above the freezer. So what is TM talking about? Oh, well, there's a camera. Where is the camera? It's no camera over no freezer. Peoples, it's no camera over the freezer. Oh, peoples. Peoples. Where's the camera over the freezer? Do you see a camera over a freezer, peoples? I certainly don't see one. I said I certainly don't see a camera over the freezer. Peoples. And then, why would kENNEka just want to, out of all of the places to walk into that establishment, peoples, why would kENNEka want to straight walk into a freezer? Look at the visual, peoples. I want you to see what the supposed kENNEka would have been seeing when she walked into this kitchen, as you guys proclaim. You proclaimed that she walked into the kitchen, right? So if she walked into the kitchen, peoples, this is the visual that she will see. So she got a doorway here. She's got all of this room over there. She's got a door on the side of this door right here that leads somewhere and stuff. Why would she just go straight trajectory right into this kitchen, past this counter, past this door, past this counter, walk straight back and walk into the freezer? Why, peoples? It doesn't make no sense to me. So I wanted you to see the visual of what kENNEka would have been seen if you were her. And this ain't no YouTuber's video. This is the police video. And this is what kENNEka would have been seen if she walked herself into that kitchen, opened up that freezer, that double door freezer, and laid herself down there and died. That don't make no sense to me, peoples. And I know it certainly don't make no sense to you. I said it don't make no sense to you, peoples. So since it don't make no sense to you, and it doesn't make no sense to me, well, then my question is simply this. Why are you even saying something like that? That's stupid. All right, people, so let's see where we go from here. So what they're saying is, okay, she's going to walk right back there herself into that freezer. And there is no camera above the freezer, like TM has been complaining about forever and a day. There's a camera above the freezer. Well, if there's a camera above the freezer, people, this wasn't the freezer that kENNEka would have been in originally. See, this is the play. Now you see, look, there's the other door that I was talking about, and then this is a door right here that you can enter into. So why would kENNEka bypass all of this and just walk straight back into the freezer? Now look, peoples, here we go. Straight in, straight back, straight to the freezer. That's what they want you to believe right there, peoples. Look at that. And then they come, oh, she's just going to go and open up the freezer door.
Unless if she's getting pizza rolls, that's the only time she should be going to the freezer.
And see, there's a little lock thing right there on the freezer door. But she walks in there, opens up a door. So notice one thing, peoples. They didn't show you the second part of when you first open up the door. Oh, so now they're doing it. No, this is the part that she was in. See, show us the room. Don't show us where she's supposed to have laid down. Show us this room that you're standing in. Why aren't they showing that, peoples? There's the ice thing that's supposed to have been on. There's a little bit of ice. So here, let's go back. Let's go back, peoples. Little tiny bit of ice. That little tiny bit of ice is going to make that big chunk that was laying over there by her foot. Look at that little tiny ice right there. See that? See that little bit of ice right there? Let's go back here, peoples. Let me go back to this picture right here. That's what they're trying to tell you, peoples. They're trying to tell you that kENNEka had walked herself in there. That freezer had made a big chunk of ice, and that she laid down with a big chunk of ice by her foot. Really, peoples? There it is right there. See that big ice cube that was by her foot? See that big ice cube? So that little tiny piece of ice that was forming up on that thing was supposed to make that big chunk of ice. So how did that happen, people? And then there was another piece of ice that was solid that was by her arm, as you can see, peoples. There it is right there. Then little tiny pieces of ice right there. But the most important thing is, peoples, how did the ice get over by her foot in the corner? And I had the pictures, all of the pictures of kENNEka, the original pictures. So let me see if I can find that, peoples. Original pictures. Yep, here's the original pictures. So help me to make this make sense, peoples. How did this big chunk of ice get by the foot of kENNEka jENkINs, peoples? And where is it? It was sitting in the corner. This is the pictures. Right here. How did that big chunk of ice right there, that big chunk of ice right there, get over there in the corner, peoples. How did it happen, peoples? So how did that big piece of ice get over there, peoples? I mean, come on. You seen that little stringy piece of ice that was on that condenser. So how did that big piece of ice get over there? You know, right here. See that big solid chunk of ice, peoples? And the condenser is supposed to have been right above her head. How did this get over into the corner? How? It's impossible, peoples. So you mean to tell me kENNEka walked herself into a freezer and the thing just clunked down a big gigantic piece of ice? And that big piece of ice is just over there in the corner by itself? Really, peoples? Really? But kENNEka was supposed to have took this route and walked herself into this freezer. Are you serious, peoples? So let's look at the video, peoples. Because that's where it ends, right there. Where she laid. That's the video, peoples. Where she laid. That's what they're that's what they end. That's what they're telling you. That's where kENNEka had laid in the freezer. So this is the police video, peoples. And so my question is, my question is, how did kENNEka get from the lower level to the upper level and back down to the lower level as we see in the video? How did that happen? I said, how did it happen, peoples? Because we saw her, the supposed person, get off on the lower level, subsequently walked up the ramp to be on the main level, and then later on in the video came back and she was on the lower level again, only to what? Come back to the upper level to walk herself directly into a freezer. So if kENNEka did all of this walking in this short period of time, how did it happen? And nobody's seen her. And yet the party was supposed to have just ended. Irene's live, TY's live. The gangsters is all in the lobby and everything, and kENNEka is roaming the halls of that establishment, and nobody sees her, peoples. Nobody. But yet she was supposed to be drowned in a pool area. When did that happen? Because if she's in the halls, roaming the halls of that establishment, when did they take kENNEka to the pool area? They couldn't have taken her that night, peoples. Because kENNEka, according to the video footage, she was on the lower level, she was on the upper level, she was on the lower level, then she went back to the upper level. So if the video footage wasn't edited, how did she go from the lower to the upper to the lower to the upper? because you clearly seen her in the bathroom on the lower level. You clearly seen what they said in the case files. KENNEka was staggering drunk near the front desk. How did it happen? How did it happen, people? I mean, I need somebody to explain that to me. How, when we're looking at the video of the police, she was supposed to be on the lower to the upper, to the lower to the upper. That's what it was showing in the surveillance video footage. And guess what? Ain't nobody ever pointed that out other than Edward Joseph. Even Trey Gay didn't point that out. Because you got different scenes at a supposed continuing time, and that girl couldn't have covered that much ground in just that short period of time. It's impossible, peoples, if you're not taking the elevator. And even with that, that's impossible for nobody not to see her. And she had all of that time to roam the halls of that establishment and not get caught by nobody. And then supposedly walked herself into a freezer. Now, see, peoples, when you see what the police had showed you, and it's a straight trek to the freezer, it ain't what T Slut says that they manipulated the kitchen and they moved this and they moved that. That's that crazy shit that T Slut said, and that's that crazy shit that what's that guy's name? What is that guy's name? It'll come to me. I can't think of his name right now, but he was the one who started that shit. God, what is that guy's name? He was the one who did this shit and wanted everybody to believe this madness. And I got up on him. I got up on him one time. I said, "This is bullshit." And you don't hear of him no more. His name will come to me. I'll call out his name. I can't think of it right now. It's been so long. It's been so long since I've seen his videos, and I don't even see his videos up on YouTube no more. God, I can't think of his name, people. It's at the tip of my tongue, and I can't think of his name. But he's the one who started this shit and stuff with all of this. They edited the video footage, they edited the kitchen, they edited putting her in there and did all that. They ain't did all of that shit, peoples. That kitchen has been the same since day one. And they have an upper and lower level kitchen that almost look identical. The upper level and the lower level almost look identical. Almost. God, I'm thinking so hard of the guy's name. It's at the tip of my tongue, but I can't recall his name. Because he don't. Mr. Jackie Dragon. Mr. Jackie Dragon was the one who put out that shit. Now you don't see none of his videos no more. You don't talk about the kENNEka jENkINs no more. You know? I think he took down all of his videos because he's got busted. And that's where T Slut got this. Oh, well, they did everything to the kitchen and this and that and the other. People, as I've shown you, the police video. And you can see when you first walk in there, you can clearly see the freezer. So the question is, why would she want to walk into an enclosed environment and walk herself right into a freezer when she had every opportunity on the lower level to walk into any freezer. Why that particular area in a freezer? That's where they effed up at. But they made all of you believe this madness. And see, the reason why you believe this madness, because people can talk the socks off of you, and they can tell you anything to mesmerize you and make you believe things. But see, me, I'm show and tell. I show you. And then I tell you whether it's possible or whether it's not. But there's no manipulation with the kitchen, peoples. Jackie Dragon, T Slut, and Jig the Pig got it all wrong. And even Customs. They got it all wrong because they never manipulated that kitchen footage, peoples. That kitchen is brick and mortar. They never manipulated it on the computer. I've shown you what that girl, the supposed kENNEka, would have seen had she walked into that kitchen. There's no question about it, peoples. And then by looking at the surveillance video footage, you see how they kept doing the clips. They clipped it, they clipped it, they clipped it. It's never nothing consistent. It's always you show a little bit here, you go to the next scene. Show a little bit here, you go to the next scene. And so you keep watching that over and over and over again, peoples. Guess what? That vision gets ingrained in your mind, and now you're starting to develop a narrative behind that of what you see. But it's a lot of video footage that hasn't been shown, peoples. That was a condensed version. That's why I never believed the surveillance video footage. I never believed that timeline. I never believed it. And I never believed kENNEka walked herself into the halls of that establishment and walked herself into that kitchen. I never believed it. And I've always talked against it forever in the day. And now I am proving that to you peoples, unequivocally and undeniably. And guess what? None of you people can say anything because you cannot go against what I've just shown you peoples. You can't go against it. And even if you go against it, you're the one who looks crazy. You're the one who looks so stupid. Because when the evidence is in your face, peoples, how can you sit here and deny that it didn't happen? And so that's proof to the truth, peoples, that all of this shit didn't happen in the manner in which they stated it did. Oh, I got plenty more, peoples. I got plenty more where this comes from. You know, like I said, my computer had updated, so I can't get to all of my files like I want to. So I have to go and search for this stuff. But I've already walked this down, peoples. I walked this down, so there ain't no doubt in nobody's mind what had happened. And all of this stuff didn't happen on the night as they proclaimed, because it totally goes against what the case files had said. That, and you heard what T Slut and Custom Design had said. One thing about a nigga like me can, and then you heard what the video said. Shamaya and her mom was at the police station on September the 9th at 4:15 in the morning, and at 4:30 they was at the police. 4:15 they was at home. 4:30 they was at the police station. I never did know that Shamaya and her mom lived 15 minutes away from Rosemont Police Station. I don't think that's the case, people. I don't think that Shamaya will ever be caught at night and her mom in Rosemont, sundown town. I don't think so, people. So when you take the narrative of the hilarious and nefarious, and then you go and you merge it with all of this other video content, and the case files and all of the postings that these people have made, well, then what do you come up with? I said, what do you come up with, peoples? You come up with hilarious and nefarious bullshit and madness. That's what you come up with, peoples. So it ain't no mistake in the bacon. You know, I mean, if any of you think that you can come on here and try to debunk Edward Joseph, be my guest. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Shoot your shot. I am waiting for you. Shoot your shot. You know, that's what it is, people. All right, let's see what can we get into. That's the police video. I've shown you the pictures. I've shown you the ice. Showing you how all of that stuff couldn't have happened. So let's see here, peoples. Let's see here. Let me see here. See, this is a rundown of the 36 hours of video footage. And all of the people that was all in there and things. So I told you, peoples, I got all the original stuff. You know. But see, I'm not going to just play this video just verbatim like this. Because it's just boring to see all of the people walking in. But see, this is good stuff right here because it's clearly showing you all of the people, and look at the times where all of everybody was, you know, at and what it was doing and stuff. So I told you, people, so I got all of the original stuff. And all of the stuff was all mixed up all everywhere. All cut and everything. Things didn't happen in the manner to which they proclaimed. See, this was all the original video footage that I have. But like I said, all of my stuff is locked up on my computer. And so I got to take my computer in so I can find all of these files and stuff because I have the original video footage. Here it is right here. Now, here we go with the guy that was in the all black suit, and look what time it was, people. Is that the time says 3:25. 3:25. And then there he is walking in. 3:25. Y'all remember that, right? Oh yeah, you remember it because his brothers came to go get him. And that was the supposed time to when the supposed kENNEka was supposed to be getting off the elevator and get commandeered by him and his brothers. Then look at the other gangsters, they come in. These are his brothers right here. See that? And then they walk down that hall, right in the hall to where the supposed kENNEka and her friends first walked into the establishment. Y'all remember that, right? There it is. Here it is, right here. Here's the surveillance video footage right here, people. And then look who we see right here coming just about 5 minutes later. The infamous Bree. And she was there at the supposed time that the kENNEka was supposed to be walking into the establishment. And what is Bree holding in her hand? Is that a cup, peoples? I think that's a cup. Let's enlarge this a little bit, peoples. See, I got all of my original content, peoples, but I got to take my computer in so I can get access to all of my files because I got all of the video footage. But it's all on this computer, all in hidden files. There's Franz Combe. There's the lady and her little kid. Street 30 peoples. Bree should be walking in pretty soon. There's Bree. 331. Look at Bree. And what do Bree got? She's got a cup in her hand. I said Bree has a cup in her hand. Let's go back a little bit, peoples. So they walks in at 325. Let's go ahead and increase it a little bit. Then there's Bree right there. And Bree has a cup in her hand, peoples. Y'all see that, right? Bree walks in. Bree walks in at 331. So isn't kENNEka supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment about this time, peoples? So everybody comes in. The guy in the black hoodie comes in with his brothers. Bree walks in 5 minutes to 6 minutes later. You see that, right? And then you had all of the other gangsters and stuff. They were in the hallway earlier than that. So if they're in the hallway and Bree comes in at 331, and the guy comes in at 325, well, where was kENNEka? See, when you guys listen to these hilarious and nefarious people and their crazy narratives, you got to help me to understand peoples. So then at what? 352, look at everybody walking out now. And even the guy in the black. All black sweatsuit. And then there's his brothers right there. There's Bree holding his hand. So what, did they go and get kENNEka? So did he commandeer kENNEka and then take kENNEka to the freezer? Because look at everybody. There they are. Here they are, peoples, at 352. So did he just go commandeer kENNEka, take kENNEka to the freezer? Now everybody's going to the freezer to look at her and stuff. Because look at Bree now. Look at the guy in the black sweats. Look at Irene's sister, the one that was in the room. Look at everybody. And then look at the girl right here, the one who was sitting on the young lady in TY's live. There she is right there, people. There she is right there. Y'all see her? There she is right there. Remember when Tanasia said, I'm going to give this to that girl, give this cup over there to that girl. This was the girl who was sitting on her. Right there. I see that, right? Let's look at this, people. So, okay, so it's 3:53. Where's everybody going? Where's everybody going? It's 4 o'clock. 4:14. Now look, Bree, Shamaya, and Monifa is finally leaving the establishment at 4:30. So, and look, peoples, it says 9/9/2017. So at 4:15, according to Custom Design and T Slut, better known as T Slay, at 4:15, Irene was supposed to be at the police station with her mom, but Shamaya. Shamaya was supposed to be at the police station with her mom at 4:15 in the morning on 9/9. But according to the video surveillance footage, at 9/9/2017 at 4:27, look at Shamaya leaving with Monifa and Bree. So how could she be at the police station with her mom on 9/9/2017 at 4:12 a.m. in the morning? When at 4:27 a.m. in the morning, 9/9/2017, we see Shamaya, we see Monifa, and we see Bree exiting the Crown Plaza. The Crown Plaza, not the Marriott, but the Crown Plaza. So Latasha Evans, aka T Slut, aka T Slay, you stupid. Because there's the evidence right there. And it totally debunks you and Custom's narrative that Shamaya and her mom had met at the police station at 4:15 in the morning. 4:15 in the morning on September the 9th, 2017. People, there's the evidence right there. There is the evidence right there. Shamaya, Monifa, and Bree. And not at no Marriott, and not at no police station at 4:15 in the morning on September the 9th. See, people, as I told you, don't play with me. I said, don't play with me, because see, Edward Joseph all the time will come back to debunk everything that you said. Everything. And there's the evidence right there, people's in your face. And that totally debunks T Slut. That totally debunks T Slut and Custom Design, peoples. Did you hear what I said? I said it totally debunks T Slut and Custom Design narrative, peoples. Because the evidence is in your face. Let's go back and watch that one more time, people. So let's look at that one more time. Is that all right, peoples? Let's go back and look at that one more time, because that is what they said. It ain't what I said, it's what they said. Shamaya, one thing like a nigga like me. A nigga like me will woo 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 woo. Shemaya and her mom, really? Really? Okay, let's look at this one when we're going to go back to the other one.
One thing about a nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it say, because you don't know what it say. Shemaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shemaya mother called the police to report what Shemaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information for what we're talking about. kENNEka was actually missing at that point. kENNEka was missing when they went to the police department to say what. That was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found kENNEka. So Shemaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Roseland PD. And that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning.
Did you guys just see what I just did, peoples? Did I totally debunk their narrative, peoples? Did I totally just obliterate their narrative at 4:15 in the morning, but yet at 4:01 in the morning, you see Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree on the 9th of September, 2017, walking the halls of that establishment. At 4:27, they're leaving the establishment, peoples. So one thing about a nigga like him and like a niggerette like her, I just debunked their narrative, peoples, with their own words. I just totally obliterated their narrative, peoples, with their own words. What more do you need to do, peoples? I mean, I told you I'm back. And I'm back with a vengeance, peoples. There it is right there. It's all in your face. I mean, it's all in your face. So, peoples, I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to go cook something. I'll be back in a couple hours. I'll be back about 4 o'clock. I got to cook something, and then I got to go through my computer so I can go ahead and find my files and things, so I know exactly where to go, because I'm not going to go navigate through all my computer and you guys looking at everything and stuff. You guys taught me a very valuable lesson. Keep my stuff private and don't expose it to the world. And so I'm not. I used to. I used to. Now I'm not giving you nothing. I'm not giving you no freebies. I'm not giving you what's all on my computer and stuff. I used to navigate while I was live and did that. Now I'm not doing that no more. So that's what it is. So you guys got almost a good 8 hours worth of live right here. Go back and watch it and understand some things, peoples. We're going to go membership only, peoples, up on my main channel. So if you're not a member of this channel, well, then you need to become a member. And then, peoples, go and subscribe to all of my other channels. Go and subscribe to all of my backup channels and stuff, because, you know, you never know which one I'm going to be on, because I'm not always going to be playing the videos on every last one of my YouTube channels. And that's purposely done. So if you don't want to miss the good juicy juicies, subscribe to all of my channels, peoples, so you don't skip a beat. You know, you don't skip a beat. So I'm back on all of my channels, and I'm back with a vengeance, peoples. And that's the way we do it. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples, I'm out of here. I'll be back, if the Lord says the same, in about several hours from now, I got to make sure that me and my son got something to eat and things. And we're going to go a little deeper in this. Now, I hope this brought some very good clarity out of confusion, peoples. And I hope that you guys finally clearly see and understand this is the play that they did. This was nothing but a major production, because all of this stuff that what they got in the case files and what they're written down and this and that and the other. No, peoples. All of this was staged. It's fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. Those police was already there. This whole thing was staged. And all of this didn't have to do with kENNEka. It had to do with organ harvesting. Because, like I said, it was more than one girl who was commandeered and who was killed. Several other people were killed, peoples. They were killed. And I know that doesn't sit well with a lot of these content creators, but these content creators, they know that they can come onto the live anytime and try to debunk it with Joseph. But they don't want to do it because they don't want to be embarrassed. Because I will embarrass the F out of them majorly. I'm back, and I'm back with a vengeance, peoples. I got all of my original content, and it's locked on this computer somewhere. So, you know, like I said, I'm going to have to take my baby down, and they're going to have to go ahead and clean up all of my files and put everything back in its proper place. And I'm going to make sure that I ain't updating until, you know, I make sure that my whole computer system is backed up. You know, because I can always revert back to a previous time. So I'll make sure that I have a backup drive just exclusively just for my system to back it up. And then we'll go from there. But right now I'm getting ready to back up some of these videos and stuff because I gotta back up some of these lives that I've already did and things. But I'll be back, peoples. I'll be back. If the Lord says the same, but I gotta go cook right now. But what I did should have dispelled major myths that the people have been saying. Because again, like I said, and that's undeniable proof. Lenora had already posted on Facebook a day before the supposed kENNEka came up missing, talking about we're going to protest. And you picked the wrong family, you picked the wrong one or whatever. Go back and watch the live. You'll see it. You'll see what she said. And I got all of the postings, peoples. I got all of what they said. I got all of what they did. I got all of the videos. That's all I've been doing was recording. And I got all of my original videos. So I'm getting ready to go through it. And so, you know, if I'm playing back alive, peoples, I'm playing it back. I'll be live. But after that video, I will be live. You know, after the video. The Lord says the same. So, you know, so if you see a live and things, and I'm not speaking, that means it's a playback to something that I've already did. But just know that I'll be in and out of that video. So if you guys chime in and say hello or whatever, and I don't respond, well, I'm not on the live watching at that particular time. But I will see it eventually. And then after the live is finished, then I will be back live like I'm doing now to give my commentary and to give you an opportunity to come speak from what you have watched, peoples. Now, for all of you suckers who thought that my channel was going to be taken down, I got every last one of my channels back. And I'm back with a vengeance. And I got all of my original content back, as you can see. Suckers. You're a sucker. You're a lollipop. And you think you're going to take Edward Joseph down? Well, you better think again. You better think again. Because the last thing you can't do is mess with a child of God. And I am a child of God. And I've always win. Always. No matter what. Always win. So what you think that you're going to do to Edward Joseph? Well, think again, people. I mean, really think again, because You know, when you guys were successful in taking down my channel, I was successful in bringing it back. And when you guys didn't want me to talk about this content, well, I'm talking about the content. It ain't nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. So you can throw your little whatever is out there as much as you want to and stuff, but you can't stop me because I'm here to stay. And you better pray that I don't come your way and strike you out for the nefarious madness that you've been saying. Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again later on to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2024 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I'm back and I'm back to stay. So I ain't going nowhere. You will. God bless you all. Y'all come on and subscribe to the channel. Y'all come on and become a member to this main channel because we're going to be doing membership only. And I got all of my stuff from the dark web. Sure enough, got everything, people. Got everything. And it's only going to be shown on members only. Peoples. Only on members only. So y'all come on, subscribe to the channel, become a member. Because everything ain't going to be plastered all over on all of my channels. It's going to be exclusively on this channel. So if you're not a member, you can't see it. And if you're not a member, you can't see a lot of the other videos because I got those on members only. So if you want to see some good, juicy content and stuff, well, then become a member and you can watch all of the videos that you want. Is that all right, people? Thank you for watching.
This isn't even.